Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL Promotion Tournament. It is 2017. We have ended our regular season, and we are now about ready to get into day number 2 of the Promotion Tournament. 2 spots have already been claimed, one by LSPL Team Sunin Gaming, and one taken back from Snake in their victory over Vici. And now you can see Vici getting into their rooms as they prepare to take on the 3rd place LSPL team, Dan Gaming, in our first match of the day. Bengi, he's going to have his work cut out for him. He's got a bit of a personal investment in this match as well. My name is Dom Romer. Joining me on the desk is Indiana Frostgear and Black, and we're going to be walking you through what is going on today's games. And of course, yesterday we're running the LPL Promotion Tournament concurrently with the LPL playoffs. So we had a chance to take a look at which of our teams were going to be in the Final Four, going into the semifinals tomorrow.
Yeah, it's been a super busy schedule for us as well as all the LPL fans and teams back home. Our top 4 teams right now, though, are OMG, EDG, RNG, and Team WE. And it feels like a blast from the past. I mean, if you go all the way back to Season 3, minus EDG, the Kings have returned.
Yeah, EDG, WE, OMG, and RNG, maybe under a little bit of a different name or a new name, perhaps. But again, it's still the same heart and soul of that team running through here. And now that we do have those 4 teams, again, they will be playing tomorrow in the semifinals. The loser of those semifinals will play on Sunday in our 3rd, 4th place match, while the winner will go on to the grand finals for the LPL, happening next week in Nanjing, China, in the Nanjing Olympic Sports Arena Gymnasium. So if you can get tickets, we're going to be there live. There's going to be a huge crowd in the audience. It's going to be awesome. Highly recommended if you are able to make it, of course. But then again, we're not there quite yet. We've still got to find out which teams are going to join us in the LPL for the summer split, because it's promotion tournament day. And taking a look at our games, we've got our first one of the day, Vici Gaming versus Dan Gaming, and then later on we've got Young Miracle versus LGD. Frost, which of these are you looking forward to?
I'm really curious what's going to happen with Young Miracles. I think they have a super compelling storyline. That said, our first series of the day is Vici versus Dan. To quickly break down this bracket that's on your screen, because it's a bit confusing if you haven't seen this before, Game talents are out. They are no longer in the LPL. How it works is that 5th and 6th seeds were weighted differently. Because LGD and Game Talents both came in 6th place in the respective groups, one of them was going to drop. LGD prevailed, but they have to go through Young Miracles if they want to requalify in the LPL today. Meanwhile, Snake and Vici, because they were the 5th place seeds, they got a second chance, or loser got a second chance. In this case, it is Vici Gaming, but it's a do or die for them here. If they don't beat Dan Gaming, they are out.
Yeah, this is the elimination/qualification. You can see there are 2 spots left and 2 best of 5s to be played. One of these teams is going to get one of those spots, and the other one will be going home. And this is a large statement for Dan Gaming. If they were to be able to take a win against Vici, it not only speaks to their prowess, but it also ends a legacy. Vici Gaming has been in the LPL for years. And this is a team with multiple world champions on their roster in their organization. They have never placed higher than 6 in the LPL. Now they are 1 best of 5 away from being eliminated.
Yeah, and it's been a really rough road for Vici Gaming. You can see previously when they faced off across from Snake, Snake absolutely thrashed them.
Yeah.
That wasn't just a 3-0 sweep, it was a 3-0 dominating sweep from Snake. It looked like they were playing with their food and that Vici had no fight left in them.
Yeah, game 1 was 1 kill away from a perfect game. That means no kills, no turrets, no dragons, nothing. But they did get a single kill in that game number 1, so they do have that slight morale to come into. And of course, they did have a day to reset and prepare for their match against Dan Gaming. And Dan Gaming, for those of you who are unfamiliar, this is the LSPL team. They placed 3rd in the LSPL regular season. Then moving into playoffs, they lost to Sunin Gaming, who went on to win the whole thing and claim that 1st place spot in the LSPL and auto-qualify into the LPL before winning in that 3rd, 4th place match over Starhorn Royal Club, which puts them here now against Vici Gaming.
Basically, in this bracket, they are the weaker LSPL team. However, Young Miracles does hold 2nd place in LSPL, so it's still technically an easier road for Vici Gaming into the LPL than it is for LGD based on LSPL opponent.
Yeah.
That said, Dan Gaming, they used to be known as 2144 Damu Gaming, so if you're familiar with the LSPL, it's the same team, just under a different name, and a lot of familiar faces.
Yeah, and we're seeing the likes of Lies, Goong, Karen, we've got Choo Choo, and Kat. Some people are going to be a little unfamiliar with these names. The big one that you want to look for is going to be the mid laner and the jungler. Of course, this is the LPL. We always emphasize the mid and the jungle. But Goong and Karen. Gung played on Najin White Shield in 2014.
As well as Najin EM Fire.
Exactly. His was the team that disqualified SK Telecom from going to Worlds in 2014. They lost to them in the regular season, lost to them in the playoffs, and then in the regional qualifiers went undefeated against KT Bullets, KT Arrows, then 3-1 against Bengi and Pu Mandu to advance to the World Finals. Which two of those members, Pu Mandu currently is the coach for Vici Gaming in the organization, and Bengi is playing on the roster right now. So now this is completely different stakes. One of the teams went to Worlds in that scenario in 2014. Now in 2017, one of these teams gets to play in the regular season of the LPL.
It would just be the sweetest moment for both teams. Whoever comes out on top here, either Dan Gaming or Vici, just like Italian.
Yeah, exactly.
It would be so sweet if Goon got to eliminate or relegate Bengi, EasyHoon, and Pu Mandu. And I'm certainly sure that Pu Mandu and Bengi remember that they didn't go to Worlds that year because of Goon.
Yeah, we're really looking forward towards his performance. Here you can see Vici Gaming actually looking rather positive as they are prepared. And Dan Gaming now taking the stage here on the LPL arena for the first time.
But if you are unfamiliar with the team, we're going to go through the rosters. It's Long, Bengi, EasyHoon, Endless, and Hatong. So the last time we saw Vici Gaming, they were running Chuan-Chuan-P and Caveman. They've now swapped back their duo bot lane, so let's see if they find a bit more success.
Yeah, they swapped them over in game number 3 against Snake, but at that point it was too little too late, so hopefully we'll continue to see that. Here is Dan Gaming. It's Lies in the top lane, Karen in the jungle, Goong in the mid lane with Choo Choo and Cat in AD carrying and support.
So who you're going to watch for on this team is going to be their jungler, Karen. He is the big carry. Rengar's a huge pick from. Of course, Rengar's also a huge ban in the LPL because we're on 7.7. So hopefully he doesn't get his hands on that. If he does, he can tear teams apart.
Yeah, and we will be excited to see how he performs going out of that jungle role. Of course, there is still a large highlight to look in that mid laner and that top laner. Lies is a huge split pusher, and we know this has historically been one of Vici Gaming's weaknesses. Their communication almost always seems to break down when confronted with multiple threats, and this is exactly what Dan are running.
That said, pound for pound talent, it shouldn't be that close against Vici, especially on the top side of their map. Long is still a well-performing top laner when he does get his effective champion pool like those Rumbles. Of course, you're facing across from 2 world champions in Bengi and EasyHoon, so frankly, you would expect that Karen and Goon would get outclassed there. A lot of question marks over the bottom lane, though. We saw some signs there for Choo Choo and Cat. Cat is the primary setup and facilitator for Dan Gaming, and I don't know if Hatong / Caveman / Endless / Chuan-Chuan-P, whatever organization Vici want to run in that bot lane, are prepared to kind of slow him down. Because if you don't slow down Cat, you're not going to slow down Dan Gaming.
Yeah, he will be the primary initiator for this. The strategy that has seen a lot of success for Dan Gaming has been a 1-3-1 or a 1-4 with Goong joining up and Lies constantly split pushing. We'll see if they go for that here against Vici, or if Vici will be prepared enough to shut that down in the laning phase. Because again, this is Vici Gaming. Despite the fact that they are now 1 best-of-5 away from being eliminated from the LPL, we know that they're still a good team. They have talented players. We occasionally see moments of brilliance where it's like, excellent, this is what we wanted. Intelligent macro decision, good execution, clean play. But those moments are so few and so far between. We have to wonder, is today a ray of hope, or is it just going to rain all over Vici's parade?
Well, I hope Vici fans get their ray of sunshine today, because it would be really heartbreaking to see them continue to crumble. It just looks like their spirits have been broken sometimes, but they seem happy and well, or high mentality here. You can even see EasyHoon, like, I think that's close to a smile.
Yeah.
I think that's almost a smirk.
Huh. Oh, no, never mind. Endless is flat face. It's definitely not a smile.
But I like the phrasing that you use, in that Vici are a good team. And that's the thing. Like, when they play the 5v5s, when they're making those macro calls, when they need to be the smart kids, they're actually quite clever and quite ahead of the curve versus the rest of the LPL. The problem is that against the rest of the LPL, they fell down in talent. You know, they have Bengi, they have EasyHoon, but Long's inconsistent, Endless is super inconsistent, and Caveman and Hatong are inconsistent. So it's like, which one of those 3 will show up to help the 2 world champions? And frankly, not a lot of the time they kind of fall flat.
It's always been the question. We know that Bengi and EasyHoon will have solid performances most of the time. Bengi is still one of the best junglers in the world, but when you've got the likes of Endless and Long putting up such inconsistent performances, how do you follow up with that? And we did see a little bit of growth from EasyHoon in week number 10, where he was going for those aggressive flash forwards on Orianna, and even the week before that, where he was playing the likes of Vladimir and Talia and forcing these engages to make sure that Endless and Lung could actually fight with him. Is this an opportunity for EasyHoon to pop off once again, or are we going to be looking towards those side lanes from Vici to support the world champions?
I'd like to be looking towards the sidelines. I think it's especially important because Dan Gaming are a 1-3-1 type of team where they like to run that composition, although it should be with the note that they run it incorrectly sometimes. So the idea is sound, but the execution is normally fumbled.
Mm-hmm. As you can tell, though, we've gotten into picks and bans for game number 1 between Vici Gaming and Dan Gaming. This is the qualification/elimination match, the final best of 5, separating Vici from their return and Dan Gaming from their vindication. All of the effort that they've put in over the last few weeks culminate over the next few hours.
This is it. This is the mom spaghetti of all matches right now. Vici Gaming, everything's on the line for them, including their pride. It would be quite a blow if 2 world champs were relegated by an LSPL team.
Mm-hmm. And take a look at Dan Gaming's set of bans. That is Ivern, Elise, and Graves. Triple jungle ban out towards Bangi. Meanwhile, we can see a jungle ban out towards Karen on that Rengar, no surprise. And then Shen and Fizz banned away from Lies.
I feel like we're in completely different worlds between the playoff bracket and the promotion bracket. So both major series in the promotion tournament has had Kennen as a priority pick. Now, it's always gone to that top lane. We don't really play ADC Kennen in the LPL. I believe it's been played once in 2017. So this isn't Europe. It's not a flex pick here. It's actually just going top lane, but then you're revealing your hand of what you want up there.
And now that means that Dan get the opportunity to answer as Talia locked in for Gung, and Karin gets the chance to take his Kha'Zix. Now you'll notice that Lee Sin is still available, but Karin does prefer those carry-style junglers, so he will be sticking towards the likes of Kha'Zix. And there's Bangi taking that Lee Sin, stoic as ever.
And I feel like this is actually just an advantage to Bangi. Not that Kha'Zix is a weak champion by any means, but you can't really trifle with Lee Sin, and I feel like he offers a bit more utility, especially for those big team fights. A lot of times LPL Kha'Zix will go for kind of the W max if they want to be that utility Kha'Zix, but more and more we've been swapping back into the Q max for that hard carry mode. I just feel like Lee Sin's a bit more flexible than what Kha'Zix can offer right now in the jungle, and just ticks above him as a higher priority pick.
And he is such a quintessential LPL champion with that variety that he brings. But Dan Gaming looks like they will prioritize Lies on that Rumble up next, so they are setting up a lot of zone control with their composition so far.
So Lies had a recent performance that was decent on Rumble, but his Rumble has been very hit and miss in how he uses the equalizers and how he zones people out. What I think is interesting and may go back to the priority pick of Kennen is that you almost want to take Rumble into the Kennen just so you can match the push as well as compete with the fact that both of them are resource-baseless champions.
Very easy to trade with that. Now we do see the next set of bans. That looks like Galio and Ashe banned away from EasyHoon and Endless. What a day when you can say they're target banning EasyHoon's Galio in the mid lane. He did play it against Snake and was absolutely huge, but not enough to carry his team.
But that may be a mistake because EasyHoon still has the likes of Orianna and Vladimir sitting in his back pocket if he wants to look across from that Talia. The other option is possibly going for an assassin, although with the recent nerfs on 7.7 to Talon, it's not longer as viable an option as it once was.
Now getting into the next set.
Is that Vel'Koz?
Jhin is picked up. Yes, that is in fact Vel'Koz banned away from Goon. And with Jhin locked in for Choo Choo, I'm just double checking some of his statistics real quick. He has not played Vel'Koz.
I was told that Goon has recently had a limited champion pool. His Ahri has been going off. So that was something to watch for, but with Talia priority picked, it just is possibly aimed at Cat.
Yeah. A little interesting. Perhaps targeting that support just a little bit. As, yeah, he has in fact never played Vel'Koz, so that is probably targeted towards Cat. There is now Kog'Maw, as you said, picked up, and that is EasyHoon on Karma in the mid lane as Lulu was locked in earlier and will be rotated around. So with that, we've got our final composition for Vici. Protect the Kog'Maw. Plain and simple. They've got crowd control. Bengi's on Lee Sin. What more could you ask for? Dan Gaming looks like they're setting up a zone control style comp. They've got Rumble, Talia for the Unraveled Earth, and then a Stranglethorns if anything gets too spicy.
I could think of what I would ask for from Vici. Where is Caveman Dan and Xuan P. That is their bottom lane. That is their composition. Endless is the Ashe player. Ashe was denied away from him, as well as the Jhin pickup. So he goes for the Kog'Maw. And Kog'Maw is by no means a bad champion, but it's what Xuan P was known for. He's the hyper carry between the two AD carries. So Vici do this all the time. I feel like they have a rotating roster with two different players with different strengths, but they make them play the same thing.
And now you can see Endless getting himself hyped up as he's preparing to load onto the Rift here for game number 1. He will have to play his other AD carry's primary champion on that Kog'Maw, and we'll see if he can pull it together, because we're about to get into game number 1 of the big decider. And this is an important match because this one will effectively set the pace of this best of 5. If Vici Gaming are able to come out and with confidence put a win on the board, it will speak to their ability to reclaim that LPL spot and show that they actually do deserve to be competing with the best.
It'll also speak to their ability to kind of reset the mentality. The last time we saw Vici Gaming, they got absolutely thrashed by Snake. That can be hard to crawl back from, especially when you're already down because you are in the relegation promotion tournament. So it's now about Easyhoon. Like, as the captain, as the vocal member on that team, can he dig deep and help pick up his team and put the pieces together when it matters most?
The challenge has been laid before him as the usurpers of that LPL spot, the newcomers, Dan Gaming. 2 teams enter and 1 team leaves in this best of 5. They will be showing everything they've got here as the last 3 months of LSPL competition in the playoffs now lead up to this one moment.
And it's pretty easy to spot the underdog here. On one side, you have Vici and their super slick, fancy uniforms, leather jackets, put together, 2 world champs on the roster. On the other side, Dan Gaming sitting in their hoodies. They've got the logo printed on the t-shirt.
And that just speaks to the strength, the importance of having this spot, not only to the players, but to the organizations themselves. Vici Gaming has been in the LPL for years. This is a massive organization, and to see them trip and fall here would be a huge detriment. And again, it's all coming down to this. Game number 1 of this best of 5 between Vici and Dan Gaming.
Looks like to start off, we're just going to have a simple 4-point. Quickly taking a peek at these compositions, I do like the fact that Vici kind of recognized that Dan Gaming like to play a split push or a side lane. They are set up to play that 1-3-1 if they want, although they do have a strong 5v5 with the AoE between Rumble and Taliyah. And that Vici matched this by also bringing the Kennen. So they're running more so a 1-4. You know, they've got the movement speed of the Lulu, that Karma to keep Kog'Maw safe in the mid lane. But if Long gets ahead, Kennen can walk all over those side lanes.
Well, keep an eye on his performance because he is going up against Lies on that. We see Storm Raider's Surge from Endless, interestingly enough, taking a look at these masteries on the bottom.
Can't be right.
He's just going to try to orb block.
We'll see.
Go for the auto attack kiting.
Maybe. Likewise, Choo Choo decided to go for the Warlord's Bloodlust on 7.7. We've seen SMLZ was really the proponent to start this in the LPL on recovering Jhin, going for Ghostblade Infinity Edge, and then just like, bam! So much health back.
Yeah, so we did actually see Karin at level 1 clearing out all of the small raptors, and Gung went into lane with 1 extra CS, so I think Gung might have stolen one of those raptor camps as both of the junglers start off on that side of the map and will immediately turn towards their red buff just after. And now a defensive ward from Gung very early on the Pixel Brush. So perhaps some priority towards Karin already, but taking away that raptor and denying him the fast level 2 for an earlier clear could slow him down just a bit.
Dan Gaming are a team that do like to prioritize playing around Karin. He is on that carry champion like the Kazakhs. So would make sense if they would kind of stretch out, maybe cover him, let him get a solid full clear before he starts prioritizing lanes.
Currently it looks like Bengi and Karin are going for just a buff to buff clear, and you can see the the experience advantage. If you jump it back just a few seconds, Bengi did a full clear at level 3, Karin got level 3 as he finished the Dire Wolf camp. So just that slight experience lead for Bengi as a result of Goong's mistake. The fan vote is heavily in favor of Vici Gaming, as expected from the age and strength of the organization, but a good 1 in 5 folks are still rooting for the newcomers of Dan Gaming.
Yeah, I'm actually honestly surprised that Dan Gaming have any votes or any red on that fan vote there.
Some people just want to watch the world burn, Frosk.
I'm definitely one of them.
With that, we've got a very close to a full clear from Bengi. He hits everything except for Krugs and then starts going into the river. Karin is doing the exact same thing as Bengi is power farming through and now invading the Krugs from Karin.
But we're just playing to the strong sides of our maps. The fact is that Vici have complete control over the mid and top side, and I mean that by push priority. So EasyHoon actually having the push on Talia in that moment, although Talia is about to force it back, as well as the fact that Long is so far forward against Lies. Whereas meanwhile bottom, you take a look at Karin, he's just getting the deep vision down that's supplied by Cat and Choo Choo being so aggressive in their lane.
Yeah, he's actually not even trying to trade the Krugs right here, whereas Bengi, you can see he already just finished off those tiny ones. It's an early recall from Karin for a Tracker's Knife, and despite the fact that the bottom lane was pushed in under that turret, Endless and Hatong, he decided to go for that recall, so we are now going to see the junglers go for a nice reset and just that slight difference. Control ward for Karin, longsword for Bengi.
Still difficult to gank or dive a Kog'Maw, especially because you are only level 4 at this point, and the fact that Endless is still sitting on multiple pots, so he's not going to be low health anytime soon. And you've got a Hatong down there with exhaust as well as Polymorph, so it would...
In that regard, I meant sort of finishing off the Krugs. The bottom lane from Vici was pushed under their turret. He had the support of Cat and Choo Choo if there were to be a skirmish.
You're implying lack of efficiency with the pressure that he had.
The point that I'm trying to get at is Bengi is a world champion, and we're starting to see what that slight experience advantage is doing, as he's almost twice the jungle CS ahead of Karin. Of course, it is only about 5 because 10 of those are from Krugs, which is 1 camp.
I mean, he's pretty much 2 camps. He got double Krugs, and he's moving on to Raptors now, is the fact that Kieran's taking time to use the Scryer's Bloom to try to clear out River. So it looks like he's prioritizing finding the vision and trying to find weaknesses or ganking holes, especially around that mid lane, whereas Bengi is literally just racing for that level 6 power spike on Lisa, and he's like, I'm going to get my ultimate because I've got a Karma, I've got a bot lane that's sitting underneath their tower, and I have a Kinnan who will just naturally win. There's no reason for me to, try to force anything in my lanes.
Yeah. Whereas Karin, perhaps not quite so confident in this. Bengi on the invade, looking for the Direwolf camp. He's cleared out everything else on the map, might as well invade. Finds Karin clearing that, so that should be level 5 rather soon. Yeah, he just ticks over it as Long continues to farm up top. Lives will go for his first recall. Amptome and Boots to answer to Long, who's not actually gotten his own recall yet. That's a wave about to crash in with EasyHoon back and Bengi on that side of the map.
And that's the thing, Bengi racing the top lane. Good spot by Kieran, though. He actually matches him. He's also got 2 control wards, a control ward as well as a deep ward. And both these junglers are doing such a fantastic job tracking each other.
And Lies has actually been pulled out of the top lane for a little bit as that lane got pushed in. Bengi goes for a smite as a snare catches Endless, and that's Ignite as well. Choo Choo doing some damage, but Glitter Lance is more than enough to get first blood. Cat's auto attack combs through the flash.
Zyra absolutely destroyed Kog'Maw there. You saw the hesitation from Endless. He was like, I want to continue to chase on Choo Choo because I think we can turn this trade around, but unfortunately he had 2 plants that spawned right in front of him and was eating way too much damage.
And this is exactly what we talked about. There is a lot of pressure on Endless and Hatong along with Long in the top lane. EasyHoon, we know, is going to have a great performance in the mid lane. Bengi is already demonstrating his prowess in the jungle. It's up to those side lanes to show up. And giving up first blood on a Kog'Maw is not a great way to start.
The nice thing is that Choo Choo's still going to have a very different power spike and where Jin's itemization will fall versus the Kog'Maw. So it's a much more cost-efficient build to go Bork into Hurricane versus Ghostblade into Infinity Edge.
Yeah. Still interesting to see that Jin is going for that Youmuu's rush. And with this,
you're so fast, so you feel very mobile, and then you get so much health back that it compensates for not having the sustain from the Blade of the Rune King because of your Keystone Mastery.
Not to mention the Youmuu's move speed is just so great for repositioning that low mobility AD carry.
I know, you get to fly around team fights. It's excellent.
But with that, we now have got our recalls completed, as we said. Recurve Bow from Endless. Choo Choo getting those flat, huge stats on the serrated Dirk for big hits. EasyHoon in the mid lane. Looks like he's actually going for the support Karma with the Athene's Unholy Grail first. He's got his Divine Chalice so far.
The exact same thing that we saw anytime there's a Karma and a Kog'Maw on the field at the same time. It's Athene's Grail and Ardent Censer with the 2 power spike item from Kog'Maw means that about 20-25 minutes, your AD carry just becomes a god.
Yeah. Really accelerating that. Bengi actually follows through, but quickly leaps over the wall as Karin and Cat collapse.
That's pushing your luck, Bengi. You do have control of the mid lane, and yes, Endless and Hatong have control of the wave bottom, but your bot lane's not in a great spot right now. That's serrated Dirk versus your what, recurve bow and a little dagger?
Yeah. Meanwhile, Goong is also continually being shoved in by EasyHoon, and you can see, again, just the difference between such an experienced mid laner in EasyHoon training under the likes of Faker in the SKT organization. He's opening up a 20 CS advantage before the 10-minute mark. Even Goong going so much as to take Flash and Exhaust against a mid Karma and hard farm Lee Sin.
The scary thing is that it's only 9 minutes in, and yes, it's a nice CS lead for EasyHoon, but you have to expect that EasyHoon has to always be pushed in because Talia otherwise is going to start cheating out towards the bottom, towards the top lane. You would expect it would be bottom because you're going to have the Jhin ultimate.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we just saw. EasyHoon recalled, Goong was able to take blue buff, and immediately the disappearance from Goong on the map along with Karn. They cleared out a whole bunch of vision as he got that blue buff. Endless and Hatong had to back away from the minion wave because they didn't see the Kha'Zix and the Talia. And that is so much threat. Goong actually shows up bottom now with Karin.
This is brutal to watch. This is either a kill or a free tower.
There goes the wall. It's going to be very small, but it's more than enough as Curtain Call, bullets find Endless. They manage to get both of them. There's Stranglethorns, and the Snare gets a kill. EasyHoon teleports in, but he's already lost his AD carry. They're trying to kill Hatong, as that's the equalizer dropped as well, but Long is doing work. Choo Choo follows up for a double kill, and 5 members of Dan Gaming dive onto Vici Gaming, and they start their game off 3-0.
And this is the difference between the two teams. Vici Gaming are not on the same page. Look at where Bengi is. He walked from top side. He is now on his red buff. All 5 members of Dan Gaming pulled the trigger at the exact same time, and as a unit, not only destroyed Vici's bottom lane, but took first brick.
That is a 2,500 gold lead for Dan Gaming as they get to start this off. That Jhin is going to be so happy. And now we've got the rerouted build from Endless. That is a Negatron cloak. This man is not going to be online for a long time, though he does have the Athene's Unholy Grail finished for EasyHoon. Ardent Sensor is going to be finished in about 8 minutes or so. Hopefully he'll at least have Blade of the Ruined King at that point.
Yeah, looking for those defensive items. Fortunately for Vici, it's just an Ocean Drake, so there's not a lot of priority to immediately step up into a 5v5 to contest for something like Mountain or Infernal. So now onus is on Dan Gaming. Don't slow down here. Continue to try to siege. Problem is, they've got a Jhin. Zyra's great at sieging. Jhin is decent now that he can kind of do, you know, some crit damage to a tower. I use quotation marks there because it's not like a true crit. But they need to, you know, put pressure on Vici and start continuing to push these structures down.
And that's what we see them all on the top side right now. They've brought Lies, even though he doesn't have his ultimate. They've brought Karin as well. Goong is now rotating into this top side of the map. This is 5 members of Dan Gaming zerging the top tier 1 at the 11.5-minute mark. Long is on the other side of the map. Bengi is trying to support his AD carry, but EasyHoon with no teleport, he's just hard farming. Another turret goes down, and Dan accelerates the pace further.
Vici Gaming are frankly getting out Vici games. Like, this is exactly how they would win games in the LPL. It was through superior macro movements and strategy and moving together, because they could never outfight their opponents in the professional league. Dan Gaming are just, what, 12 seconds ahead of them?
And now this is EasyHoon trying to walk into the river where there are 3 members of Dan Gaming. He's got to respect the crowd control that they can dish out in order to assassinate him. He will get some push pressure and open up a little bit more of that CS over Goong, but just the effectiveness of Dan to quickly collapse and play the macro strategy.
And they know exactly how they want to break the mid lane tower. You saw that Choo Choo was sitting in Fog of War. He was waiting to open up that Jhin ultimate, see if he can catch EasyHoon, but it's going to be much harder to break this structure. EasyHoon's not going to fall for it. He has great wave clear, and he's very mobile and flexible in that mid lane.
And this is exactly the difference we were talking about between the mid laner and jungle of Vici Gaming versus the side lanes. EasyHoon is actually holding down the fort.
But EasyHoon now needs to absorb about 5 minutes of pressure, like this constant Dan Gaming throwing everything that they've got at him to allow the rest of his side lanes to catch up, get their breath, and get back into the game. And I don't know if he can do that.
It's going to be a really big statement from him if he's able to hold it together. But that's the sort of patience that we need to see from a team that wants to get back into the LPL. Dan now taking everything else that they can. If we can't break down mid-tier 1, we'll follow up with the Dragon. Bengi's there on the opposite side of the pit, but he's just going to go ahead and complete his recall. Actually, it gets canceled because he's spotted by Cat. And that's Ocean Dragon picked up for Dan Gaming. They're now 3,000 gold ahead. We're seeing some big items completed. You've got the Haunting Guys from Lies along with Seekers. That's a BF sword on Choo-Choo's Recall. Should be enough for Morello's on Goong.
But think of this, Vici Gaming are still just playing from the back foot. There was actually a window where Vici would have tempo on Summoner's Rift because they would have more members on the Rift, while Dan Gaming backed after the Dragon, and Vici Gaming don't get anything from that. They basically pick up some free waves, about 2 waves worth of gold in the side lanes, which you can argue that that's worth it, that allows them to get their breath, or you stand in Fog of War, you wait until you see your opponent make the back because you have the Dragon Pit warded, and you bum rush mid and try to take or chip something down.
And even just looking at the map from Vici Gaming, Endless, very slow pushing top. He wanted to freeze that as long as he could to get as many CS as possible. He's only down 7 at this point, but still down 2 kills, so overall a gold deficit for him. Even on the bottom side of the map, Lung is trying to hold that wave.
They are setting up a play, however, because the wave is so big, although it still looks like miscommunication. Endless is saying, no, I have enough gold for an item. I need to back right now, whereas Bengi's like, we can set up for a dive. This is a huge wave, and Talia's alone.
That's a Wit's End first out of Endless, so in fact, changing up the build path for something much safer.
I mean, he is going against 3 big damage dealers. The fact that it is a Zyra support who's going to be doing massive DPS, I don't blame him for looking towards the Wit's End route.
I feel that the concern, though, is that he's up again. He's on a Kog'Maw, a late-game hyper carry. He just added an extra 5 minutes to the clock.
There's also the adaptation from EasyHoon's build, so not going for the Athene's Ardent Censer, trying to compensate for the fact that Kog'Maw's not going to have the upfront damage, so I need to compensate for that.
We'll see if that's going to be a Ludens or if he goes for the Rabadon's Rush. As now it's EasyHoon covering for the weakness of Endless in that build path. Lung is actually getting a lot of damage onto this bottom tier 1 turret as he trades back with Lies, a full 2-level advantage, and that's sort of the trade-off. Yes, Lung has been able to get a lot of experience in gold. We finally got Endless back up to an even point relatively with Choo-Choo, and Vici Gaming has managed to stem that early flow from Dan Gaming.
But EasyHoon is now picking up the waves top lane, and Long's overextended.
Ooh, a good play from Bangy, but that's the Equalizer and Stranglethorns as well. Hatong will escort the rest of Dan Gaming on their way out. That was teleport used by EasyHoon and actually completed as he joined up with the rest of his team, as Dan were ready to fight, but so too were Vici.
I thought for sure Talia was going to pull the trigger on the ultimate there, but sees the teleport, chooses not to. This is the question. We know that they want the mid lane tower. How do they get it?
Ooh, that is flash from EasyHoon. Karin still waiting on the side. He knows he's outside of vision as he did use a sweeper. And with Choo-Choo and Cat continuing to fire shots, Goong waiting on the side looking for the perfect Weaver's Wall angle.
It's so much patience that Dan Gaming have found the right objective that they want to play around, and they feel like they've found the right play to execute on it. And they just keep throwing that same play. I actually really respect it.
They're going to fire up once again. They've still got the curtain call. A snare hits Endless. They manage to pop him back, but that's the wild growth. He's at low health. Flash crit from Choo-Choo as he outplays Endless with his team.
That's twice now that Choo-Choo has gotten the better of Vici's more experienced bottom lane in terms of professional play. Now, Choo-Choo did formerly play for Starhorn Royal Club, another LSPL team. This isn't the LPL team, so he does have a lot of experience on stage as well as going through the LSPL. But you shouldn't style that easily.
Oh, yeah. That's now the 3rd turret taken, a 4th kill for Dan Gaming. 17 minutes in, they are on track for a perfect game against Vici.
And EasyHoon's just standing there like, guys, I don't know what you want from me. I had to back. All you needed to do was not die. He arrives and his house is burnt down. It's like you leave someone to babysit your dog and you come back and everything's destroyed.
The house has fallen into an earthquake. Really tragic for Vici Gaming to see how they're starting off this game. Lung, though, is very big. He's finished off his Blade of the Ruined King. Lies is answering with his own Leandri's Torment, but the global gold from Dan is opening up a 4,500 gold advantage before the 20-minute mark.
But Long can only be strong if the 4-unit member of Vici can also stand strong or absorb enough time for him to exploit the 1v1.
That's what we see them trying to do right now as the ward line has slowly fallen further and further back from Dan Gaming's pressure. Long heads bottom with a large minion wave. Lies is down there with his Equalizer to clear it out. Endless is like, red buff, that's mine now. I need the gold. Sorry, Bengi.
I need the experience.
He finally takes over level 10.
especially on Kog'Maw, because level 11 and 16 are going to be so important in terms of your range and reach with ultimate.
Oh no, Long is getting played here. He's trying to fight Lies, but Gung is on the way, and he actually gets kicked onto the Weaver's wall before getting displaced back over it. They have to walk the long way around. Gung doesn't quite land that shot, but he follows up with another one. And with Lies following up, he flashes to get away from the snare. Gung gets another one, but there's the curtain call. The bullet misses. The second one gets a slow, and that's Cat flashing as well. He gets the snare, and they chase down that kill.
Just entirely on the same page. The fact that Dan Gaming made the call that Pengi is going to die with Kennen today, and they threw everything in the kitchen sink at it. Ooh.
Karin almost looking for the kill onto Hatong. There was no wild growth, but Hatong did have exhaust. Burning that summoner spell would be great, especially now that Baron is up in a minute, Wind Dragon is up. Meanwhile, EasyHoon, again on a completely different page from his team, this time successfully as he split pushes and takes the first turret of the game, preventing the perfect game from Dan Gaming.
Woo! Consolation prize on the board. Okay, where does Dan Gaming want to go next? Now, theoretically, they should be playing around the bottom side of the map because the dragon's up, but you can see that Karin is actually soloing that dragon. Unfortunately, only a cloud. Sad days. Maybe he'll roll better on the next one. But the towers that they want to be bouncing around between are going to be mid and bottom simply because it's Rift Herald, and they want to make use of the fact that all of that vision was set up on the bottom red side jungle. Although, as I say that, the wards just start disappearing.
Slowly but surely, that vision is going to have to reset. We do have a full recall, which means a full Eye of the Watchers from Cat for a whole lot of wards on that side. Karin has, looks like, used all of the wards on his Tracker's Knife, so he's going to need to go for a recall soon, but he's already skirmishing with Fengi. In fact, a full level ahead, despite that early pathing deficit that he was behind on throughout that landing phase. And as we get over the 20-minute mark, Dan Gaming continue to press further and further forward.
I mean, they want to fight so badly right now. Jin has both Infinity Edge and Ghostblade completed as well as his Swifties, and Lies is over the second tick of his ultimate. So if they could just lure Vici into a 5v5, especially if it's close to Baron, blast them, that's a very easy turn with Kha'Zix and Jin.
Meanwhile, Endless has been able to get some CS as well. He's still 20 CS down under Choo Choo, but he's finished off Arunon's Hurricane, so he's able to do some AoE damage, just not quite the shred we're expecting. Luden's Echo has been finished for EasyHoon, so he's got some big hits, and Wit's End is on the way for Long. So we are seeing Vici Gaming catch up in these items. But as you said, the power is definitely in favor of Dan Gaming. If they can find a Cat. Ooh, actually, he's got to respect some of that damage. That's a very early Stranglethorns. It's Endless free fires. It's not the Kog'Maw assassination, but he dissuades the follow-up.
A bit too overzealous from Cat, and that will slow down Dan Gaming, not only because Zyra is a big portion of that damage, but also the fact that Cat is, again, their primary facilitator. He's almost like the PYL in a sense of this team. He's the guy who's leading the charge.
Meanwhile, a bit of a missed rotation from Dan Gaming lets Long shove that minion wave all the way to the turret and take his second tier 1 of the game. So slowly but surely the standing gold from Vici is being picked up by minor mistakes from Dan Gaming. And they are maintaining pace. This gold lead's still about 4,000. And with that mid-tier 1 still there for the tanking, it's only about 3,000 in terms of actual kills and CS.
Starting to see a bit of the cracks in the armor, why Dan Gaming were the third place LSPL seed and not the first or second.
But as you said, Dan Gaming want to continue to accelerate the pace because they are at this power spike. So immediately after recalling, Cat walks right back up onto that Kog'Maw as they reset vision around Baron.
EasyHoon's like, get me out of here!
Yeah.
Makes his great escape. That said, it's going to be a teleport down. And where are you going with that? Apparently nowhere.
He went halfway down mid lane.
Just got to get to the creep line faster. You can see that they're trying to take advantage over the fact that they forced EasyHoon out of the area. All of their control vision now sits on top of the Baron pit, and I feel like it was really just to race to find a pick.
Yeah, and they might have found Hatong. Wow, they've got the burst. Athene's Leandries from Gung, or excuse me, Leandries Morelos. Destroys that Lulu before she can even ult herself.
And Vici are blind trying to come around this corner, and Kuhn is trying to punish them.
Yeah, he's trying to look for the flank. That's Flash onto Endless, but he's able to sidestep in time. Stranglethorns for a knockup, but Long gets in. He manages to use the Slicing Maelstrom. Karin leaps in and gets kicked right back out. Teleport finish from Lies. He's joined up. He's got the Equalizer, lays it down on top of Long, but they miss the follow-up. Deadly Flourish. He's able to walk away, and they end up giving up their support. So in the extended trade, it is just support for support, but now they're fighting over the red buff. Endless is still there with no flash, but Smite means that Karin is able to steal it.
Again, overzealous from Cat and punish on a failed executed team fight. Stepped way too forward on the Zyra, but I believe that's the second time that he's flashed forward trying to go for Endless.
Yeah, that man is trying to make Endless have a bad day.
And this is the thing, Zyra's kind of seen by the LPL teams as almost a soft counter to Kog'Maw, just because the range and zone control of her Stranglethorns as well as her root doesn't allow him to kind of sit, spit, and do that massive damage. He has to constantly be dancing in those team fights.
Bob and weave, bob and weave.
If you can dodge a wrench.
I was thinking more of the float like a butterfly, sting like a bee sort of thing.
Is it because he
does have Monarch Kog'Maw, yeah.
It used to be the case that Monarch Kog'Maw actually had a slightly smaller hitbox than normal Kog'Maw. It's why the pros would use that skin over any other Kog'Maw skin. But it may have been fixed.
Yeah.
That was a very long time ago.
Sounds like classic spaghetti code.
If you ever wonder why they kept using this beautiful skin.
And then also the Chinese New Year Kog'Maw was great. The particles were so great.
Because you could hide your auto attacks with your Q.
Inside, yeah, inside the animation.
I see a rocket's just flying at me. Which one do I flash?
I can take this hit. Oh no, there's more. But now we see things slowing down. Dan Gaming no longer quite so zealous to look for a fight. They're still clearing out the vision from Vici and are aggressively maintaining their presence on the map. However, Vici Gaming are seeing some big item breakpoints, as we said. There's the Ardent Sensor from EasyHoon. He did finish that third. Recurve Bow from Endless as he's going towards his own Blade of the Ruined King. And they actually managed to tag Bengi with a snare. It's not enough to follow up for a kill, however. And they're just maintaining that forward momentum on the map, keeping Vici Gaming on the back foot. Make sure they stay uncomfortable.
But Vici Gaming just need to make sure that they can continuously poke in with their Kog'Maw ultimate to try to spot out Dan Gaming and just so the Baron isn't started, which is why what EasyHoon did is so important. But hold on.
Ooh, the Deadly Flourish does not lock Bengi down.
Okay, so what EasyHoon did while Bengi was caught out is he wrapped around and he got a ward right in front of the Baron pit. Usually a lot of teams don't sweep there and the control ward on the pit won't catch it. So it's just buying Vici time to get ever closer to that Blade of the Ruined King. But currently as we sit with Kog'Maw, because Endless prioritizes attack speed, with Whimsy and Ardent Sensor, this dude's a monster.
They pop open the fight. Weaver's Wall actually separates the rest of their team, and while the fourth bullet does good damage, there's no chase from Dan Gaming.
Are they going to try to burn that? That is a not good... Yeah, there we go. Not a great answer.
Just outside of vision, Bengi's the target. He's in front and is destroyed. Lung gets kicked out. Slicing Maelstrom is trying to stun them up, but it's not enough. Endless is firing, but like we said, the attack speed build is not doing enough damage. That's a pick onto the jungler of Vici, and Dan have got a lot of help.
I actually think Endless is very strong, but only on his W cooldown, so they need to fight around that 8-second window.
They're finding good damage onto Lies as he's not respecting it. There's the window that you were talking about.
Yeah, so Endless is still pretty big with Ardent Sensor and 3 attack speed items when he has Whimsy on him, but again, it's all about that W. If he doesn't have it up, Vici need to back off. And it's like this ebb and flow effect that when he has the cooldown, you'll suddenly see them start to step forward. Dan Gaming, a little bit off though. I liked what they were trying to do with that play by locking them out with the Taliyah ultimate, but people were not in position to turn on the Baron.
Yeah, but that's what they're doing right now though. They've almost got teleport from Lies. He's actually walked all the way back, and Bengi's like, guys, there's a big purple worm on the map. What are you doing? He's racing out onto the map. It'll be close to see if he makes it in time, but they are just burning through it so quickly. Baron goes down for Dan Gaming as Bengi spots the scene of the crime.
May he get... no! He got one.
Oh. Stops 2 recalls, but he's not going to be able to get any kills off the backside of this. But 27 minutes in, it's 7 kills to 1, a 5,000 gold lead for Dan Gaming as they now find themselves empowered with Baron.
And I feel like Dan Gaming are kind of similar to Vici in that you look at their 5v5, you know, it's kind of disorganized. Zyra stepping way too far forward, Rumble's not hitting these key equalizers every single time, but their macro game is pretty on point.
Yeah.
You can see that they have short-term goals. You know, we want the Baron, and we're not going to diverge from this single plan. We don't care what happens, what Vici do. Eventually, they're going to mess up, and we're going to get this. Like other teams, they try to read you. EDG, you can tell if they get frustrated or they get bored. They go for the Baron. They're like, okay, this isn't working. Let's scrap this. Let's go for a turret or something like this. Dan Gaming's like one-track mind. We want this tower, Baron.
It seems to be working against the likes of Vici Gaming, whereas Snake were very aggressive in how quickly they tried to bolt over Vici. We're seeing Dan Gaming take a little bit more of a patient route in how they're setting up their vision and looking so much for these picks as Gung forced to flash away from Long. His Leandries and Void Staff trades back equally, but he has to respect that cannon damage. They turn onto the mid-tier 2, however, catching Vici out of rotation.
Vici, what are you doing right now? Why are we fighting in the jungle and giving Dan Gaming the inside track on not one but 2 lanes with Baron buff?
Lies continues to split push up top with his Equalizer. Endless makes his way down. He's got a Hex Drinker next, even further delaying that Blade of the Ruined King build. Sure, you're going to be able to survive and make up for those deaths earlier, but you need to start doing damage around more than just that W window.
They don't really have a tank, so he doesn't need really the shred from the Blade of the Ruined King. If he hits anyone with even just his basic auto attacks or with the W on the attack speed, he's still going to shred people.
Sure. They do drop a Weaver's Wall a little preemptively as the minion wave gets cleared up by Vici Gaming, but they've still got Baron buff for another minute and 30 seconds. As a huge Fort Bullet crit brings it down, the snare misses as Cat gets kicked in. That's the support. They are blowing everything they can to try to kill one member.
But the Wild Growth went on to Kog'Maw and not on Bengi.
And here's the trade. They are pressuring that tier 2, or excuse me, the inhibitor, but Lung's on the other side trading for a tier 2. Gung and Karen are going to get the rotation onto the middle inhibitor, getting huge crits and actually breaking the base of Vici. They are not defending. Dan Gaming leap back in onto Endless. The Equalizer again misses. They're trying to burn him down, but he's cutting it back. Exhaust and a huge amount of shields tops Endless right back up as the bullets zone them away. Meanwhile, the rest of Dan finish off the inhib. Long recalls, but the base has already been broken. They now turn back onto that next inhibitor turret. Karen has got to leap away, but that's Blade of the Ruined King. He's got flash, but still eats the hit. Long is going to chase. Gung will save his jungler, though, by escorting him back.
So the tower does remain standing. I believe it has less than like single-digit health.
It's very, very low health, but it is still technically up. And with this should be the end of the Baron push from Dan Gaming unless they do have the extended duration. Using a lot of ultimates and sort of just pulling Vici Gaming apart. And I love the intelligent decision to sort of send Long to the other side of the map, but Dan Gaming, one-track minded. We're breaking your base. You're taking our tier 2? Doesn't matter, we'll take an inhib.
But at that same time, Long this entire time had teleport. Look at all of the wealth of options that Vici have in terms of flanking TP wards, including one that's deep on the mid lane, or the mid lane that Long could get directly behind Dan Gaming. And it just goes to kind of these mis-executions. The Wild Growth was used on Kog'Maw. It wasn't used on Bengi when he was the guy that was diving the back line. Long actually backed and just walked up to Dan Gaming front to back, pushed them off the tower, but didn't kill anyone. They could have looked for a massive 5v5 flanking play when Rumble didn't have his ultimate.
Yeah, and you can see the vision for Dan Gaming right now as that's teleport. Slicing Maelstrom is up. Choo-Choo and Gung are allowed to walk away as teleport is completed from EasyHoon. Again, this miscommunication. The question mark ping in the brush. Now they suspect that something is off. Why would EasyHoon teleport to this wave of all of them? They turn it into a fight on the far side. A great Weaver's Wall pins EasyHoon forward. The fourth bullet does some damage and forces the flash out of the mid laner. Meanwhile, a teleport flank from Lies. He's collapsing from deep in enemy territory.
He's doing exactly what Long should have done 3 minutes ago, but
the fight has been broken. They're trying to go in. Vici are doing now or never. They kick Choo-Choo forward, and they manage to get the kill. Cat walks back and survives. Gung is still alive. It's 3 versus 4. Lies turns onto Long. Endless is already dead. That's a Zhonya's from Bangi to stall it out, as Long is trying to kill Lies, and we see Gung backing away. And the fight is won from Vici as they find the one opportunity to fight before Dan Gaming close the vice on them.
Oh, finally, Long finds his R button and uses it in a team fight to a lot of success. So here's the thing. No one is following up on EasyHoon. Endless is doing a good job zoning for him, so even though the Weaver's Wall traps him, it doesn't mean anything. And at this point, they see that the Rumble's coming up behind them, so they just choose to pull the trigger and step forward. A great ultimate from Bengi locks down the front line, from Long locks down the front line, and then Bengi executes on it.
Equalizer laid across as Dies gets there too late. He's already lost his AD carry, and with Gung at such low health, they decide to back away instead. With that, Vici Gaming are able to hold on, but only just. They're still down by 6,000 gold. That inhibitor is still sending super minions down, and with Baron up in 60 seconds, Vici Gaming have got a smattering of vision, but you can see Dan Gaming already heading towards that side of the map.
I was super shocked the amount of damage that Long and Bengi were able to output, though. Yes, the Kennen is made for auto attacks, but Bengi's relatively tanky. He just shredded Jen.
Yeah. Managed to find a great kick. We also saw some big damage out of EasyHoon as he went for the Rabadons for his 4th item. He's trying to cover all of the bases right now. Support the Kog'Maw. Do damage. I've got control wards. We got vision. I got red buff. I'll auto attack. What do I need to do to get back into the LPL? We need to win this game, EasyHoon. Snare finds Bengi as he gets flung back onto the unraveled earth. Chunk down to half health. As you can see, Dan Gaming still sitting on that Baron pit. Endless is so close to the Blade of the Ruined King. So he is going to do some pretty big damage now. And at the 34-minute mark, Vici Gaming seems like they finally might be ready to fight.
The fact that Long is grouped up with him, that said, he has teleport. He actually could be setting up a side wave. It's hard for me to tell from this angle if Bot's going to push away or against, just because I can't count the creeps. But it could be that he doesn't feel he needs to be grouped up, or he needs to be grouped up with the team because it will auto-slow push for him. Someone needs to take care of top, though. Yeah,
the vision has been cleared out by Vici and Karn, and Chuchu set it up. There's the Weaver's Wall. Long is caught on the other side. This is going to buy a lot of time for Dan as they turn onto the Baron, but Vici are right there, and they are ready to fight. Stranglethorns even for more zone control. Smite nice and early, but that's Baron locked out. Equalizer on top of the choke, and Dan Gaming are at low health, but they find Hatong split from his team. Vici Gaming had the opportunity, but are falling apart.
And they have another creep wave to get to.
Dan Gaming might be a little aggressive here, but they found EasyHoon with the bullet and the Unraveled Earth. A huge 4th crit, and Karin follows up. Look at the kill participation. All 5 members of Dan Gaming were involved in that, with Super Minions and Baron buff rushing down the mid lane. It is 2 versus 5, Endless and Long. It is your time to prove why Vici Gaming need to be in the LPL. That's a snare onto Long, and he is trying to make it back to the fountain. They are running out of time. He's doing damage to Karin as Lies drops his Zhonya's. Flash forward from Endless. He's trying to do it here and now, but he does not have enough. And just like that, Vici Gaming are aced, and game number 1 goes to the Usurpers. Dan Gaming takes the win.
And frankly, Dan Gaming just destroyed Vici. I'm a bit speechless right now. They beat them at their own game, and Bengi, I know those feels.
Yeah. Bengi and Endless looking absolutely broken after that loss against Dan Gaming. You can see the energy with which Dan are bouncing backstage and the slow walk from Vici as they drop game number 1.
I mean, other than maybe 2 good skirmishes and 1 good team fight, Vici did absolutely nothing that game. Dan Gaming walked all over them.
And you can see the very clear indentation of that fight at about the 33-minute mark, and then the one just before it to stall the accelerated rise at about the 30-minute mark.
But what's great here is just how clever Dan were about kind of their short-term goals, how they didn't, move off of that. They had a very clear-cut identity, a very clear-cut plan, and then they used their composition perfectly for that, using the Talia wall beautifully every single time to steal those Barons, knowing that they had a Jhin and a Kha'Zix so they could burn and smash the Baron out before Vici had time to react.
Very intelligent, as you said. They had a plan. They stuck to it. It was very short-term goal. Set up for Baron, focus on vision, look for a pick. We found one. Great. Reset up the vision. Do they fight? No? Okay, we take Baron. Very clear, linear steps. And that's Vici's style. But they just didn't do it.
I mean, the problem is that Vici never got a chance to get to those 5v5 points on equal footing because they lost naturally in the lanes. And we expect this from Vici across from the superior LPL teams, but across from a semi-professional or an amateur team from the LSPL, you don't expect them to get blown out of the water. You don't expect solo 2v2 or 1v1 kills in the bottom lane. Although everything went wrong at the 9-minute mark when they made this beautiful dive. Check out where Bengi is right now. He's doing Gromp.
Yeah, he's now teleporting to try to collapse, but it's too little too late. He's already lost his AD carry and support, separated from them. Long tries to get into the turret.
And don't get me wrong, that's not all on Bengi, but someone needs to communicate to Endless and Hatong that no one is coming to save you. If your jungler's not in position to help you, then you need to back off the tower. It was pretty clear that Talia was looking for the roam. That's why EasyHoon was trying to do everything, keep the wave shoved forward, make sure that Goon wouldn't make those rotations towards those side lanes. But for whatever reason, it looked like communication got lost halfway across the map.
Absolutely. And the scary thing is this a compositional thing? Because it seemed like no matter the scenario, sure, they were at a numbers disadvantage for a few times, or sure, they were out of position, Dan Gaming still continued to force the fight time and time again. If they get something different, if Vici Gaming are able to change up that pick and ban in game number 2, do Dan just continue to run the same aggressive strategy but with different champions?
I think the key champion here was with Talia, just because of how intelligently Dan were playing around structures as well as the Baron Pit and how important the Weaver's Wall is to that setup. You look at that primary dive. It really was a great Weaver's Wall that, sealed Endless's fate there on the tower.
He walked all the way down and then just got like the perfect melee range Weaver's Wall.
So I think that's an easy fix, but ultimately Vici themselves are still so slow on the uptake as, again, we take more looks at the fact that Goon is just doing so much around this map, using that Weaver's Wall effectively.
And unlucky for Bengi there, as he managed to kick Goong onto the wall, and the delayed displacement meant that he missed it. This is the long chase where there is the extended collapse. Take a look at Cat on your minimap right now. He was at the Raptor camp.
And he's going to flash.
Flash snare to secure the kill against Bengi, the world champion. And that's got to feel good.
The big problem is the fact that despite that's a long chase, against a better team, the better team will do something while you're chasing those two members. You know, they won't kite down towards them and try to save them. You saw that Hatong was doing his best using the wild growth, but Vici should have been somewhere else on the map with another power point. You know, trade their lives for a tower, trade their lives for a vision, but Vici would just get nothing every single time.
It really did seem like Vici were scrambling, and as we said in the beginning of the match, Vici Gaming have to come into this confident. They cannot be shaken by the fact that this is an elimination match. If they lose this best of 5, they are removed from the LPL, and this is a team with years of history, with 2 world champions on the roster, 1 behind them. It is, I hate to use your word, Frosco, inexcusable.
It's really, really rough, is what I'll say. I used this metaphor before. I'll put it out there. Vici right now are like a $20,000 stereo inside a $2,000 car.
Yeah, it's not looking great. So then, moving forward, game number 2. What does Vici Gaming change up as we get into our MVP? That's going to go to Choo Choo. He went 5-1-8 with this huge sort of Jin in the bottom lane.
You know, I thought that Goon did better in terms of how he set up the team for success, but I do respect that Choo Choo was finding those 2v2 or the 1v1 outplays. You think about when he killed Endless in the mid lane, you know, flashing forward on that tower, making sure that he got the 4th shot on the Kog'Maw. He caught Endless off guard multiple times. He was definitely a setup factor with that Talia, and he was pretty on point every single time.
Yeah, definitely deserving of that MVP. Was it that Jin that Vici Gaming need to take care of if they have to have a better bottom lane?
I mean, the thing is Jin's not really even in the ecosystem of AD carries right now. He's still there, but more so on the fringe. I thought it was a clever pick seeing the Kog'Maw come out, knowing that A, you can punish him because you can run him down with the likes of Jin Zyra, but then B, also the fact that Jin can actually match Kog'Maw's late game damage potential. You know, you come into super late game hyper carries. Kog'Maw's always going to reign supreme, but people really do forget how much damage Jin will do with those 4th shots every time.
Yeah, the 6-item crits are absolutely enormous. But going back to the question just before we got the MVP, they are now down game number 1. We've seen so many 3-0s so far, and we've also actually seen some sets go to 5. Vici Gaming need to demonstrate something. They need to show us some sort of class or determination if they want to get back into the LPL. Where does it start?
I think it just starts with themselves, honestly. I think the biggest enemy of Vici Gaming is Vici Gaming. They're not talking to each other, or at least it doesn't look like that across the map. You look at their faces, they look heartbroken, they look spirit broken. I mean, Endless looks like he's, you know, about to burst into tears. Bengi just looks frustrated. I think they just need to take a calm breath, go back onto their experience. They have superior experience in the roster that they're facing, and just remind themselves that they are the better team, or they should be the better team in this instance. Reset, move on. It's
one of those scenarios where you need to go into game, turn off enemy player names, /mute all, and play the League of Legends that you know how to play. Because we said it in the beginning, Vici Gaming is a good team, but they just aren't finding wins. And they have to show us something new if they want to continue on in this series.
I'd also like to see Long interact with the team a bit more. I thought the idea was clever because you know that Dan Gaming are going to run a 1-3-1 or try to play the split push. They actually didn't in this game, but I think you bring Long with the 5v5 and you try to match Dan Gaming there.
We'll have to see if he does go for that change or if he sticks to the same plan, because Vici Gaming, they've lost game number 1. They have a chance to get momentum in game number 2. We'll see if they can do it after just a few. everyone, and welcome back to the LPL Promotion Tournament. My name is Dom Romer, and we're about to get into game number 2 between Vici Gaming and Dan Gaming. 3 world champions against the LSPL Usurpers. And game number 1 went to Dan Gaming as they had a very committed strategy. You and I were talking about it over the break. They had one plan for most of the time. Set up around the Baron, look for a pick. Didn't find a pick? Okay, try again. Didn't work? Try again. Didn't work? Hey, take the Baron.
Try again.
Yeah.
Then they got it.
Yeah.
No,
So
there's plenty of jokes of, like holding the line and don't move until you see the whites of their eyes. I think Talia was the big pick for them in helping set up a lot of those plays. Again, it was Jin or Choo Choo that got the MVP there. He definitely was a great follow-up and the primary damage dealer. But Goon and that champion of Talia were so central to a lot of Dan Gaming's success.
yeah, and to speak towards that bottom lane a little bit, Choo Choo had to lane up against Endless and Hatong in game number 1. We saw them take Kog'Maw Lulu, typically staples of Xuan P and Caveman. Well, in game number 2, we've actually got a swap. We're now seeing Xuan P and Caveman placed in for Endless and Hatong. And judging by the expression on Endless's face, I think he knew by the time that game was over.
Endless has seemed to be a fairly emotional player. We've seen this swap multiple times from Vici, and we've also seen Endless kind of make these outbursts on stage a couple of times where he just looks a bit defeated. He is a young player, maybe needs some time to reset, find that breath. Xuan P is traditionally more of the hyper carry player, more of the stronger laner, whereas Endless is more of the utility ADC player. So Vici, this could be them just saying, if we hadn't lost bot lane as hard as we did, we would have won the game.
And perhaps they'll go for that bottom lane once again by prioritizing the Kog'Maw Lulu, but Dan Gaming will have side choice getting into game number 2 and going up against the new bot lane of Xuan P and Caveman. Are we expecting a similar result from Choo Choo and Cat?
I would assume so. I'm curious if he'll go back to the Gen again. He pretty much plays everything that's meta. There's nothing that really sticks out. So we look at the subs right now. So there's Xuan P on your screen, and then we'll have another sub graphic come up for Hatong versus Caveman.
Yeah, you can see him getting ready, looking at the world through amber-colored lenses. Hatong, the support, has been so important for the Vici organization for such a long time. Previously the mid laner before EasyHoon had joined the organization, now the support. He's been with them for so long. How tough that must be to come in to what could be the final hours of Vici Gaming's time in the LPL and have to try to carry them back. I
mean, really, there are 5 backbones to the Vici organization. There's Long, Hatong, Xuan P, Endless, and Caveman. All 5 of these players have been with them, throughout the Matas and the Dandies and the EasyHoons, making their rotations through. And Vici always said that they were a team about development, and that a couple of years ago that it wasn't their time then, but eventually it would be. And it's such a shame to see that development really didn't go off anywhere. Endless and Xuan P have gotten slightly better, but it's not the same type of growth that you would have wanted to see. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in this position.
And how much can you really grow with an organization that has 2 world champions of EasyHoon and Bengi? You have to look towards the likes of that bottom lane, towards Long up top. And we are seeing growth. Long did well in his solo lane against Lies, but his bottom lane had lost too much, and we saw Karin and Goong affecting the match significantly more than Long did by the time that happened around. But we're about ready to get in picks and bans for game number 2. With Dan Gaming taking side priority, they elect to stick towards blue, and with the bans already on the bottom, that's a very early Shen ban, or Shen pick, excuse me.
Yeah, and we're flying to these bans as well as a lot of jungle priority is going down.
Yeah, you can see once again, Elise, Ivern banned away from Long. There's Rengar and Graves followed up towards Karin. Question is, does EasyHoon Bengi go back towards that Elise, or does he take away Karin's Kha'Zix, which is in fact his most played champion, with in fact the highest KDA of all of the champions that he has played, with the exclusion of Hecarim for one random game. But yeah, Bengi actually is going to steal away the Kha'Zix here.
Good work, Dom. Great investigation.
Looking up those stats, we got it.
Oh wow, also another high priority pick for Caveman. So Vici are not playing around. It looks like they're going for straight denial or comfort. So giving comfort to their Chinese squad players, at least that looks to be the case, while denying away with their Korean threats.
Now we get Dan Gaming. It's time for us to go down the list. The next highest win rate champion for Karin is Hecarim. He's won 3 out of the 3 games that he's played with it. And then Kindred just behind that. Neither of those are exactly meta right now, but instead Dan Gaming are going to prioritize something else, as it's Talia locked in for Goong once again, and now that is actually Gragas locked in for Karin, one of his lower win rate champions. He's played it 3 times and only won once.
And the thing is this actually protects Lies in the 1v1 matchup in the top lane, so not having or denying the ability for Long to find the counter. I like the fact that Long's like, that's fine, take the Gragas. I'll take the Kled. But so far with Vici Gaming's 2 picks that they have locked in, the Thresh and the Kha'Zix, they have a really strong pick composition already set up.
Yeah, and this is something very interesting from Vici Gaming. Last time we saw this composition was when we got to see EasyHoon pop off on Vladimir, and with that support Long on Kled in the top lane, we know that they love going for the aggressive flanks. The big setup for that, though, is a slow early game, as they have to set these positions up beforehand before collapsing in on the opponent team. With how fast Dan Gaming played game number 1, will they get that chance in game number 2?
I'd like to see them ban the Vladimir just to take away the possibility and throw a bit more shade at EasyHoon. I think he's the #1 roadblock in their way to victory. So you do see the Galio ban, which that's primarily targeted at EasyHoon.
Yeah, but there's actually going to be a Jhin ban instead towards Choo Choo. Jhin is in fact Choo Choo's most played champion. He's got a 5.8 KDA. The only champion that's higher is Kog'Maw, which he has played once with a 6 KDA, and that champion is still available. So with that Jhin ban and now the Ashe to follow it up, it's time for us to see something a little bit further down the tier list for Choo Choo.
That first champion, I believe, was Kindred. It was so dark on the screen.
It was actually Kindred, yes, but I'm sure it's all just shifting through. Yeah, it looks like it's Varus. That is now the 2nd most played champion for Varus. Again, a super high win rate, or excuse me, for Choo Choo. So just seems like they are counter-picking away from Dan Gaming.
I just don't think that's the right maneuver here. I'd like Vici just to go back to basics. Xuan P is going to be comfortable on the Varus. He's played it multiple times, so it's not too far a stretch. But why would you set up the Kog'Maw composition, then not run it with Xuan?
Very curious indeed. But now we get towards the final pick, looking towards the mid lane for EasyHoon. He's going to take it into the mid lane of that Talia.
I don't think it's going to be Vayne.
Yeah, Caveman, he's just giving us a bit of a troll as he rolls through. Syndra is the pickup for EasyHoon. Very high impact. Don't really have to worry about the zone control. In fact, the maximum range on Syndra's W, the name that escapes me now, actually
Scatter
matches.
the Weak?
No, W. Scatter the Weak is E.
Force of Will?
Yes, Force of Will, throwing the minions in the Dark Spheres. It matches the maximum range for Talia's... I said it earlier in the game, and that one gets me too. Just past Seismic Shove. Yeah. So it's going to be a range game from
I'm
the
not
two
the
of them. is what I'm
play-by-play
getting to. Yeah, I know.
caster.
Why am I looking to you like you know this?
I'm just like, he uses his E right there, throws up the W, there's an R.
Yeah. But it is a range game between those two mid laners, though we are seeing a very different composition from Vici Gaming. From Dan Gaming. Karin is not on a carry. He's on Gragas. We're also seeing Live taking a split pusher in the top lane with that Shen. He's going to have to do it up against a Kled from Long.
But while Dan Gaming's composition, or excuse me, champions may be different than they ran in game number 1, the idea is still the exact same in game number 2. So you still have the potential to run a 1-3-1 with Shin Talia in your side lanes, and you also have a prioritized winning bot lane in the Malzahar Caitlyn, or at least trying to match Varus and Thresh. What's interesting to me is that Malzahar and Thresh are very similar champions in how they manipulate the lane. They're not about pushing like the Karmas and the Zyras, they're about killing with the Descendants and the Voidlings. So it's really going to be a war of attrition on health in the 2v2.
Yeah. And we know that League of Legends is an attrition-based game. The question is, which team will come out victorious in this one? Vici Gaming are down 1-0. They've brought in a new bottom lane. They've changed things up with a whole new composition here in game number 2. They look like they have picked away a lot of the comfort picks from Dan Gaming, forcing them onto a new style. Is it enough, or will Dan Gaming continue moving forward throughout this best of 5?
Well, all eyes need to be on EasyHoon and Bengi right now. They have the Kha'Zix, they have the Syndra. That 2v2 pivot point in mid-jungle is massive at level 6. So EasyHoon needs to get unlocked and start roaming around with Benji, either in the jungle or hit those side lanes.
He's got a lot of opportunities for success. There is the Chain of Corruption from Xuan P, a Dark Passage, not to mention Bear Trap on a rope from Long. So Bengi has got all the gankable lanes in the world to look for. As you can hear the audience cheering for Vici Gaming. We also did see a few Dan Gaming fans earlier. It is going to become difficult for them to continue cheering as this series goes on, as Cat starts off with the Voidlings in the bottom lane. And with a late invade from Lies and Karin, they will spot out a ward being placed and get a ward on the red buff for Bengi. So again, emphasis on tracking those junglers early on as masteries have now appeared.
Again, we're having a Warlord's Bloodlust on 7.7 with Caitlyn, the exact same idea. My question is, what kind of build path is Choo going to go? Because he has Warlord's Bloodlust, tells me that he's probably going to go the traditional route of that Infinity Edge with double attack speed items, rather than the updated Blade of the Rune King, because you don't necessarily need the sustain that early on in your itemization.
And with that, we are expecting to see a very explosive Caitlyn as time goes on. Goong not going to take away any camps from Karin this time, as Raptors start from Karin, and a leash on that red buff as well from both of them. Look at the Voidlings go.
This just feels good as a jungler to watch. So despite the fact that Karin isn't on his signature Kha'Zix pick, the team is still giving him all of the resources and all of the time, even so much so that Choo and Cat are giving away the free initial push or lane control to Chuan P and Caveman.
And immediately you can see Chuan P and Caveman trying to make use of that as they push forward and get that lane push for themselves. I think he's on that side of the map as he's going from red buff to dire wolves and looking for a very early start. We actually do see Karin skipping over the second half of that Raptor camp as he goes straight towards his blue buff. So might be looking to invade top and answer, reading Bengi's movement across the map. It
should also be a priority of acquiring information around Lies and Long up in this Kled Shin lane. It can be quite volatile either way. The thing is that Shin shouldn't really ever kill Kled, but Kled can definitely have kill pressure on Shin if he starts to whittle away enough of that health.
Luckily, they only have one thing to worry about, and that's their health. One of them gets a lot of it back with Skarl, whereas the other does not. Karin on the invade is going for a vertical clear.
And that's the trick with Kled. You have to almost kind of put him down and put him back as soon as he dismounts from Skarl. If you wait around, if you don't punish him when he gets dismounted, by the time Skarl comes back, that's pretty much the go button for him to walk you down and try to kill you.
Karin now going for a Krug's clear, invading Bengi's jungle. He's got some... Bengi, though, has some assistance bottom if he were to decide to invade, but instead, he heads back towards his own side of the map. He will be spotted out by a ward by the Raptor camp, and Easyhoon is pushed into turret. So this is a very safe start from Karin, and he's even got Lies pushing up there as well. So now sees that his Raptor camp has been cleared out, and immediately turns around to invade back on the other side of the map.
Loses a lot of time, though, where he could have immediately tried to predict what Karin was doing and looked for the trade on Raptors or trade on Krugs, because the Krugs would have been up.
Let's see, he's going to leap over the wall here,
take
the blast cone, makes his way over to Krugs, immediately spotted out by a ward placed preemptively by Dan Gaming. They know that this is happening, but Karin is getting a great start, a full level ahead. He's going for Gromp now. Cat shows up to punish Bengi. He just gets the medium Krug and even gets a lot of damage with auto attack, down to 200 health.
Denying a lot of gold and, more importantly, a lot of time from Bengi. So much of that was wasted, you know, cutting back towards his own Raptor camp, saying that it was gone, that he needed to trade counter jungling. And before that, ward denied anything.
And suddenly here in game number 2, we're seeing a very very big difference between Dan Gaming. They have a completely different composition, a completely different style that they want to play, and in the first 5 minutes, they have set themselves up for success.
Different champions, same style, I will say that.
Okay.
Again, it's still that 1-3-1 type of flavor here with the Shen, with the Talia, although you are correct that the responsibility is weighted differently.
Yes.
It's not on that big carry Kha'Zix.
And speaking of that big carry Kha'Zix, he's at a whopping 8 CS at the 5-minute mark. Contrasted with Karin, who did finish off his Krugs, 28. And immediately invades back into Bengi's jungle. That's teleport used up top. Karin, using a control ward, has spotted out Bengi, but both of the mid laners are there. Level 4 to level 3, and with the trade, Easyhoon gets knocked back in. Karin waiting for that body slam. He's almost got it available. 3 seconds, and that's flash from Easyhoon, as Lies is able to follow up as well. Shadow dash on the Bengi. Still not seeing a flash from him just yet. He gets some damage, but there's the flash to escape, and the world champions are pushed out of their own jungle.
Dan Gaming are just ripping Bengi and Easyhoon apart. Unfortunately for Bengi, he didn't have push priority in his top or his mid lane, which meant that Goon and Lies were able to collapse for him. But Karen is doing such a phenomenal job just reading Bengi, just knowing where he is at every step. He has that open space. I don't need to be farming my jungle. I can go and place control wards in his. Oh, I've spotted out Bengi. Let's execute on this.
Now that's level 5 picked up from Karen. As he further invades and takes away the Raptor camp, Bengi immediately makes for the bottom half of the map where at least he can take something. But Karen is living in here. This is SOFM style play.
Bengi's like, get me away from this guy.
This actually looks suspiciously like SOFM, the jungler of Snake, who took success against Vici Gaming and put them in this situation as long trades with Lies. Very close to seeing Scarl, but Karn is back up. Level 6 is picked up, and he's got charge, and now the health has gotten right back in favor of Long.
Yeah, there's that ticking time bomb that we were talking about earlier. As soon as Long remounts, he can go for the kill.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Waits for that Violent Tendencies passive to come off of cooldown and immediately pushes Lies back.
And that's the window that Shen has, that against the bear trap on a rope, if he's spaced correctly, depending on how Joust is used, he can use his taunt to disengage from that. But it's still such a fine line to walk, that tightrope of Kled versus Shen in that matchup.
Here's the invade from Bengi. He took away a few of the Raptors from Karin and actually gets the faster rotation towards the red buff. He's stealing this from right under the nose of Karin, but he should see this now that he makes his way around. He's got level 5 to level 4 smite, drops the barrel, but that's the Weaver's wall. Bengi's got no flash and is forced to leap out and take some punishment from the dragon. No, he actually didn't hit it.
This is
wow,
mine.
That Brambleback is
he?
angry. There he goes.
Whoa.
Whoa. That's like in a horror film.
That actually was scary.
Lumbers his way all the way back. You would not want to see that running at you late at night.
Did he pause to eat the honey fruit?
He did, yes.
What a barbarian.
I love that interaction, though. I think that's really adorable. Because you see Scuttlecrab doing the same thing with the tiny ones.
Yeah, except it's not as adorable when a giant monster.
And it's the whole Brambleback running over. Though that is now red buff being picked up by Karen. The invade from Vici Gaming is quickly turned around as Goon collapses. And 8 minutes in, it's even in CS, but Bengi is so far down. He's taking his red buff now, still so far away from level 6. Karen looks to give blue buff over to Goong after he completes his own jungle.
I don't know if I could actually look at Brambleback the same way again. I usually just see the
just
red
lumbering.
buff. I'm just like, it's just a bush on fire. Like, it's not scary. It's maybe got some arms, but actually seeing it in motion like that.
Loping down the jungle.
Galloping, if you will.
Oh, man. That's an old meme.
Checks out, though.
Really terrifying. And yeah, that's Goon getting blue buff in the mid lane. He's still at a slight CF deficit to Easy Hoon, but he's more than made up for it by his presence and following through with Karin.
Also went for the early magic resistance so we can stand across from Easy Hoon and that burst damage. Now I feel like it's still going to be that race of who gets out to those side lanes first. There is that timer because Goon used his ultimate to secure the Bramble back for Karin, but there's this small window where, Vici, what are you going to do? Are you going to try to blast him in the mid lane, or are you going to try to match him when he starts to roam?
Well, right now it seems like Dan Gaming are taking a patient early game and just playing the laning phase as Long procs the violent tendencies. There's the Shadow Dash interaction you were talking about. Takes one hit, so he's still chunked out and damaged. No teleport for a while, but he does have Stand United.
But the thing is that the bear trap triggered because of how Joust was used and when he had to use the taunt.
Yeah. Meanwhile, taking a look at the other lanes, we actually haven't checked in bottom in a while. We're seeing a slight CS advantage for Chuan P on that Varus. We haven't seen any summoners burned, but Karin makes his way down there.
Flash ult.
Got a control ward, and the minion might have just given it away, but they turn onto Caveman immediately. More than enough crowd control for a quick kill.
Okay, Karen, calm down. That ultimate was unnecessary. We didn't even need to flash. Caveman just walked into open arms death.
That's Ace in the Hole used on Chuan P. He's got Bilge Water for sustain, but with Karen still on that side of the map and Weaver's Wall about to come off of cooldown.
I think this is too auspicious. If Karen still had his cask available, I would say you could try to go for this despite the fact that Bengi has rotated over, just because you could scoop Varus off of the tower. But without it, this gets a lot dodgier.
Instead, they're just going to focus on getting some chip damage onto the turret. Easy Hoon is making his way down through the river as he did have a slight push priority. Yeah,
they're just trying to abuse Caveman's death timer and the time that it takes him to walk back into the lane. So it's about, what, 5 hits on the turret?
Yeah, not too much overall health. Flash from Cat excellently dodges the Chain of Corruption.
That feels bad.
And suddenly that's the turnaround from Vici Gaming, attempting to get it back. They've still got Hook. Bengi is waiting just outside of vision. There's the Lantern. Flash Flame misses. That's Stand United. They turn on to Cat because he flashed earlier, but this is still an extended fight. Lies goes in. Flash from Bengi, and 2 versus 4. They get 1 kill. Gung is still on that side of the map, and so too is Karin.
I believe Caveman also held his death sentence for that entire time. He flashed engage with Flay there. I'd have to see it on a replay, but there were so many instances where Caveman could have looked for more with the death sentence.
That's going to be teleport top from Lies to push back this wave and force Lung to miss some CS. You can see he's actually staying bottom, and Chuan P and Caveman are heading towards that top side of the map. So we do see the rotation out of Vici Gaming. They are giving up presence on this bottom side of the map. Luckily, though, it is only an Ocean Drake that they have to worry about. We saw Dan Gaming get the last one and do a little bit, but here comes the Lantern. Chuan P gets right back up to the minion wave, and Lies is like, wait a second, where's the Kled?
Now the question is what Dan Gaming will do with this information. So Caitlyn doesn't diverge from her track. She continues to go into the bottom lane, so they will accept Vici Gaming's lane swap. Just feel like it's easier to kill a Kled than it is to kill a Shin.
Bengi is still having a really tough time in the jungle, just trying to do
Survive.
what he can. Yeah. Oh, man, if he takes 2 more hits from the Gromp, he's dead. Heals himself up a little bit. Okay, he's able to get 1, but it just resets, and that's recall. Look at how disappointed he looks. This is not a happy Bengi.
Still frustrated and falling ever behind in CS. Now, that CS discrepancy between the junglers isn't as important as it once was, just because you get so much CS off of things like Krug Camp. But you never want a gap that large.
Meanwhile, with Kled pushed away from the turret, we do have a tier 1 race, as Choo Choo is trying to get through it nice and quick with his very early BF sword and Zerker Greaves. Cat gets yanked back by Long, and first turret goes over to Dan Gaming. Cask is even used to push away Long from any sort of chase as Easyhoon shows up on that side of the map.
And you have to think that slight advantage could have been the fact that Dan Gaming had their jungler and Bengi was tied up with the Krug camp, so he was unable to push with Chuan P and Caveman.
And that's where we're starting to see the tiny differences eke out. Lies trying to catch these CS as it's being pushed in, but Dan Gaming quickly collapsed onto that Ocean Dragon. So they take the first turret. It is traded 1 for 1, but they are starting to open up in this neutral advantage objective as well.
It's much harder, though, for Dan Gaming to follow the same blueprint that they did in game number 1 because they have a Caitlyn instead of a Jhin. Yes, they can continue to siege towers. That still works. But when it comes to breaking that mid lane, instead of Choo Choo having the responsibility, it's now on Karin. And he can't be careless with his ultimates anymore. He can't just use them because he really wants that kill, because they're so vital to scooping this Syndra out from underneath protection and breaking mid tower.
And speaking of Easyhoon, we can see he's finished off his Morellos and pushes another wave into Gung, who's missing just a few CS. And though we did see Easyhoon roam a little bit faster than Gung in that last play, he wasn't able to do anything with it. The turret was already went down by the time that he actually got down there.
Normally when you see Syndra Kha'Zix, you're just going to exploit the enemy jungle. You're going to try to walk in, blow someone up, but they can't compete with the 2v2 of Gragas Talia, and that's concerning.
Yeah. We do see a bit of a death brush set up by Vici Gaming. Cat will spot out Chuan P. The Void Shift is popped, and there's an immediate Chains of Corruption to follow. They assassinate the support and get their first kill of the game.
And a lot of that was set up by the great vision that Caveman and Bengi have set up in the topside river to catch Cat making his way up there, as well as set the initial trap.
Now they're fighting over blue buff and continuing to press forward. Meanwhile, Lies is on the other side of the map. He did use Stand United to try keeping Cat alive, so that's on cooldown. And he doesn't have his teleport either. Ace in the hole to push them off, and they still have a control ward. Meanwhile, they're pressing forward in the mid lane as well. That's actually charge from Long. Looks like Vici Gaming want to fight this. This is the strategy that saw them see success in week 7 and 8. They managed to steal blue buff, and they get that kill.
A lot exploited for just the blue, however, while Lies still has control over the top side. So Long is trying to back and quickly walk there. I'd hate to see him use his teleport for this.
There's no Tiamat on Lies, so he doesn't have to worry about too much damage on that turret, but it is going to take a little bit of chip. And that's the trade-off, as now Dan Gaming find the recall from Vici. 4 of them group up mid, and they are set to press up onto Easyhoon's turret.
It's the changing hands of tempo. The fact that with their tempo, Vici got a blue buff, but with Dan Gaming's tempo, they're getting so much chip damage on 2 different structures.
Gung does eat 2 turrets shots, and they're continuing to push forward onto the turret. Finally, they decide to swap into the jungle for the blue steal in answer. Lies is dealing with Lung on this side of the map, and the siege is stopped, but it's blue for blue.
And once all is said and done over the last 2 minutes, I feel like Dan Gaming still came out on top. They traded buff for buff. Yeah, they didn't trade for the kill, but mid tower is about 25% HP.
Bengi's still fighting over this Gromp. Neither of the junglers have Smite, and neither of them know that. So they're pretending like the other one does. Playing nice and far back. You can see On My Way pings coming out from Dan Gaming. Cat with flash, Nether Grasp. He flashes, he Nether Grasp. That's a cast. It misses EasyHoon, but they've actually still got a lot of damage. Exhaust, and Lies follows through. Karin still gets the kill.
And just like that, there's the blueprint that we were talking about. Yes, they don't have the Jhin, so they can't open up the ultimate and start throwing bullets, but they did have the cask, they did have the Malzahar ultimate. Well done. But also good news for Vici fans is that Xuanxuanpi and Caveman are in position, but Bengi needs to be behind them as well.
Yeah, he's actually completed a recall and is racing his way down with Choo-Choo firing out onto the turret. The mid-tier 1 crumbles. It's 2 turrets to 1 for Dan Gaming.
And this is a very easy rotation now that they can go towards the top side. So you can already see Goon immediately sprinting up there. I would expect that the rest of his team would shadow underneath him after this initial creep wave in mid.
Yeah, they've almost got Stand United on Lies as well. That's about 15 seconds from being up. He's going to complete a recall and become nice and tanky. But Vici Gaming actually get the faster movement into River. They still got that control ward on the top side, and they're pinging onto Goong right now as Bengi and Caveman are spotted out trying to get these wards.
But Dan Gaming knows what's up. The fact that Karen's just, peeking around that corner, spotted out by the barrel, rolls it forward. He's just giving his mid laner enough time to make their recalls. So they're going to spin their global gold, make sure that they stagger their back so they don't immediately give Vici a free trade back running down mid, and then just rinse and repeat. But top lane is the priority.
Yes. And with the slight advantage that Dan Gaming have got from those turrets, you can actually see Xuanxuanpi is doing significantly better than Endless did in game number 1. Now 30 CS ahead of Choo-Choo, a full level up. He's finished his Blade of the Ruined King with a kill and assist to his name. He's working now towards that Runan's Hurricane on Varus. Still a low mobility AD carry, but he is going to do damage.
And luckily for Vici, there is actually a window where they could exploit the fact that Xuanxuanpi is ahead, and it's around this Mountain Dragon. So you can see that the two top laners were competing for that Scuttle Crab.
Yeah.
In the end, Dan Gaming did get it. But Dan Gaming were committing all of their resources toward the top lane. A couple of assist pings are going down. They might try to make their way down for Mountain Dragon, but they still have that minute timer.
And this is exactly what we were talking about getting Xuanxuanpi towards that bottom side. He's headed down there. You can see the recall from EasyHoon as he looks to pick up another item. Yeah, Void Staff completed before Sorcerer Boots. He wants to do damage, and this is the trade-off.
Damage right now.
Exactly. This is the trade-off. Dan Gaming are going for the top tier 1. They're rushing towards that turret, and now even spot out Lung trying to defend it. Meanwhile, Vici Gaming are going to try to trade bottom for the bottom tier 1. And then turn onto the dragon, but there's no defense from Vici.
Oh, they're not going to call the bluff. They feel like they're too far in tempo. They need to get back up because Dan Gaming could actually just push through with the creep wave that they have, as well as the fact that they have Malzahar and the Voidlings.
Lies is able to hold on to the minion wave down there. He's got to stand united.
But what this means now is that Dan Gaming have the inside track wherever they want. This play only works for Vici if they continue to try to push through to inner tower, and then Caveman and Endless would show up for the 5v5. Now, Dan Gaming have the lead, or at least about 3 seconds lead, where they can move into that dragon pit, get their vision down ahead of time, or possibly set up a pick.
Yeah, and that's Caveman making his way over. He's knocked up. That's Ace in the hole. They're trying to kill the support. He's so low. Flash auto attack from Karin, and he's still holding. He actually used his cast a little bit early. Chain of Corruption finds Lies, and Lung manages to flank with a teleport. He's on to Cat and is immediately suppressed. They're trying to kill through this Kled, but he's so tanky. There's Skarl. Lies is still able to hold it, and he actually goes down. Xuanxuanpi flashes the wall, and Dan Gaming win the collapse.
And that seems so minor from Xuanxuanpi and Caveman to make that delayed back, but that delayed back meant that Dan Gaming got that pick, got that team fight, and now have another inside track towards the mid lane turret.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll get it because EasyHoon's still up, but they're just, the bot lane of Vici are costing them so much.
That mistake now costs them a turret, it's costing them a few kills, and now it is costing them a dragon. The price tag is getting steeper and steeper. And with this Mountain Dragon, that's going to be the second for Dan Gaming. Just as we crest over the 20-minute mark, Baron has spawned, and we're seeing some really big presence from Dan.
I mean, I'm not super familiar with Dan Gaming, but I feel like we're close enough now that I could just say that they're just a mountain dragon. Like, that's like the quintessential Dan Gaming thing. They're just like, they're kind of big, they're super steady, they're a bit slow, but they've got one idea.
We're gonna run at you.
We're just gonna push down structures. And it only works when we execute on it. Because that's the thing about Mountain Dragon. It doesn't give you any other power unless you're actually executing on what you want to do. Like, they are quintessentially just a Mountain Dragon.
The gentle giants of the dragon family, often found in mountainous regions.
I would love to see you do an educational
on the
nature
flora
show of the
and
dragons.
fauna of Summoner's Rift. Did you know that there's actually a big old moose on Summoner's Rift? Like
No.
a full-size moose.
Oh yeah, I did see that video.
On the very bottom right of the map, like underneath the corner, like to the right of where this is right now.
So tell me, Dom, what's the max full speed of the Brambleback? Can it go into a canter?
It's a lope.
A gazelle.
Yes. Gazelles are elegant. That was not elegant.
That was terrifying.
That was really terrifying.
That animation was not meant to go that speed.
Just lunging forward.
Oh god, it's just getting worse.
But as we said, Dan Gaming have got the slight momentum advantage in pulling apart these setups. And that's not to say that Vici Gaming aren't fighting back. They just aren't responding appropriately. And now that the map is reset, we've got some vision around the Baron. That's the 1-3-1 from Dan Gaming.
Yeah, they're already setting up their creep waves, making sure that everything is pushed forward. And they do this because if it turns into a 50-50 fight at the Baron, and if Dan lose, if the creep waves are pushed forward, Vici Gaming can't do anything after they win. They'd have to reset the map, and if they win, they get everything.
Yeah, but they're now looking for a pick. Cat is caught out. There's the hook as that actually delays the Nether Grass. Tronchon P is alive, and this is a great skirmish for Vici. Dan is going to lose a lot of this, but Gung shows up and trades the 2-for-2. Both of the bot lanes are dead. Meanwhile, bottom, Lies tried to stand united, and Long punished him, gets Skarl back, and goes right back in. And a huge outplay from Lies gets the block zone in time to keep himself safe.
That was actually 2 outplays, not just from Lies on the bottom side of the map, but also Choo Choo in that initial team fight. So the Caitlyn positioning wasn't great, but he made do with the best that he could and took someone down before he went down. So bit of a sloppy rotation from Dan Gaming, but in the end, they do neutralize the play.
And things were looking really good for Vici just beforehand in that skirmish, as they had a slight tempo set up.
So first things first is that the cast is going to completely whiff. Cat has Tronchon P completely locked down. Oh no, the damage went through, so he's good. I was like, oh, that's unfortunate. But check out Choo Choo. He's got Bengi jumped up on his face. He's like, I don't know what to do. Plants his feet and just make sure that he does as much damage as possible before going down.
And now Dan Gaming, they've got one plan and they stick to it. They return right to the scene of the crime. This time Choo Choo is actually hanging out in the mid lane like, you guys clear wards. I'm going to get the minions. And reset that back. They've still got the 1-3-1. Lies now with the Jarim's Fist to deal with Long, but Long is just shredding through him so quickly. You can see the minions in Sunfire are actually doing a lot of work. He has to play around those furious tendencies as Long gets closer to getting Skarl back.
Needs to play around that W and Skarl.
Oh, catches him through the Dark Passage, and Bengi is slowly burned down. Red buff is picked up by Tronchon P. Meanwhile, the minion wave is pushed in. Flash from Karin. That's going to be Chain of Corruption. He now is going to escape the fight as Caveman eats a lot of damage, but walks away with his life. Choo Choo decides to respect the CC and back it up.
And Vici Gaming very fortunate that Choo Choo actually wasn't on the right side of that fight. Caitlyn wasn't doing any damage because he keeps cutting around this wall. He's like, are we going in the lane? Are we fighting in the jungle? Where am I going?
I don't think he knows, and I don't think Dan Gaming know either as they push onto the turret and they are trying to do some damage.
Hold on, here comes a possible teleport from Long, however. He's found his back. He does have home guards. Ooh,
And he
runs
is,
back bottom.
Yeah, racing bottom as now Ocean Dragon is going to heal Dan Gaming up off the back side of this. But as we said, they've got one plan and they stick to it. Set up vision in the jungle, we'll fight you. Oh, we lost a fight. We'll fight you, and then they go right back and do it again. They're successful in pushing Vici back, and now they've set up a pick onto Bengi. This is the 3rd time in a row.
They're just so patient.
They are.
Vici aren't used to this. Like, we're the patient team. What is this? No LPL team is this patient. Like, Vici's used to opponents that, like, okay, they'll get bored and they'll just start the Baron, and then we'll get the steal. That's how we come back. Dan Gaming, like, no.
And that's what we see now. They are starting off that Baron at the 25-minute mark. EasyHoon is there. Tronchon P is coming in from the river. Easyhoon gets the steal. How do you do that? Cat is trying to force a fight as Long rushes in. They've got relatively low health. That's Cat going down. The cast finds Chuan P. Gung flashes back as Choo gets away from Easyhoon. And the rest of Dan Gaming back away, but a huge miracle steal from Easyhoon. After using his abilities, Long is still looking for Choo here. He's got a lot of burst as Furious Tendencies gets procced. He hops off the Scarl, turns on, gets some damage, but it's not enough, and will die for no reason.
Look at the confidence in Choo and Cam. Look at the communication. Normally, if you're that Caitlyn, you're kiting back from the Kled, and you're allowing the Gragas to chase him. He rushes forward, knowing that Karen will have the CC, that he can slip underneath Kled in the duration of the belly bop.
Yeah. Huge confidence play, but now with that it is 5 versus 4, no teleport for Long, and though they lose their mid-tier 1, Vici Gaming have got the Baron buff as they take the tier 1 of Dan Gaming. Now Mountain Dragon's up in 10 seconds. Dan are rushing over, and Dan buffs up minions, not dragons.
Yeah, we'll say that. God Easyhoon right now. Karen has Smite too. That's what kills me.
Oh, just getting a little bit too greedy on this Gragas. Here's the fight on the backside.
Cast doesn't really do much either. It does force Chuan P into the wall, but it doesn't stop the charge of the Syndra. So Easyhoon doing so much work that team fight.
Yeah, they force Bengi away from this Mountain Dragon as it is up. You can see Long's on the top side of the map. Chuan P is actually pushing mid. Dan Gaming, they're about to lose a turret if they don't take this dragon.
There's a teleport coming through, but I think it's too little too late. Oh!
He gets in time. Chuan P is caught by the Shadow Dash, but Caveman is right there. He soaks all of that damage, and there's no collapse from Dan, as now they're the ones who are a little bit too slow to the take.
Those are the longest Varus arms I think I've ever seen. That dark passage was on another side of the map from him, and he was able to grab it.
Now Easyhoon pushed away from the mid lane as Dan Gaming collapsed. They've lost 2 turrets in the mid lane. Long is pushing up top while Gung is split pushing down bottom.
At this point, what they're trying to do is eat up as much time of the Baron as possible by forcing Vici to respond to all of the different pressure points that they've created on the map. So Vici can't use their Baron effectively, like how Endless just did, by taking structures if they're too busy running around trying to put out all the small fires.
Yes, and despite being up in kills, despite temporarily having a turret advantage, Vici Gaming are able to take advantage of Dan Gaming's mistakes by getting that Baron stolen. Infinity Edge is now finished from Choo, so he's going to do a lot. You can see the Leandries, Abyssal, and Rylai's for Gung. They've hit some pretty big item breakpoints, but they still have to wait out 40 seconds for that Baron buff.
The issue is that Choo is still waiting on another item breakpoint. Unfortunately, this time around, he's against an actual true tank. I'll actually use that term lightly because it's not a Maokai or a Shen, but
sure.
Kled is very tanky with Skarl, as well as the fact that he is itemizing into his resistances. So it's a bit more important this time around that he does have the double attack speed as well as possibly armor penetration depending on how late they come out. Although Cat's going to be doing a lot for him in terms of shredding resistance.
Yeah, they do look like they want to set up for a fight, though, as they go right back to the exact same side of the jungle. It's set up vision. Vici Gaming have Baron buff. Long doesn't have teleport. Doesn't matter. Go right back to that side of the jungle.
They know that they're really good at playing around Fog of War. They've got vision control of that area because that's where their control wards are set up. And they have the Talia, so they do massive AoE damage in that corridor.
They managed to get a slow onto Chuan P. He's still holding on to both summoners, and that's going to be the fight turned around. Chuan P forces it and dies. Cat will trade his life over, but he's in the back line, still alive. Karin is so low. Long is turning onto the tank, but he does not have enough.
What did Chuan P think was going to happen? Yes, he had the QSS, but you're still walking up to 5 members. Yeah, Malzahar can't ult you, but you're still going to die.
Yeah. Huge headshot from Choo to turn that kill back around, and that's a big mistake from Vici Gaming as Baron buff wears off.
Can we talk about it for a second that Choo has 10 assists?
And not a single kill.
That's the thing. This frustrates me. I'm actually tilted for him. Not even all of them. Just imagine half of them are kills. That is a completely different game because Caitlyn would have a completed item.
And look at the comparison on that sort of kill share. 8 kill participation out of the 10 kills for Lies, 8 kill participation for Gung out of the 10, and then a huge 10 KPA from Choo. 100% kill participation. You take a look at the likes of Vici Gaming, You've got Lung, who's late to most of these fights. You've got EasyHoon, who doesn't have a kill or assist to his name. Bengi, Xuan and Caveman have been the primary instigators, or at least responders to Dan Gaming's aggression, as that's flash from Bengi to get away from this.
Yeah, didn't know that Karen didn't have the cask available, so not keeping track of that cooldown forces out his flash, but also gets him to safety. That said, it's just the flash that they'll be able to get on this rotation as Vici are tightening up a bit on how they're getting around the map.
They are, and they are doing significantly better than they were in game number 1. As at the 30-minute mark, things are still looking rather okay for them. We're seeing Dan run the same strategy time and time again, but slowly but surely it seems like we're seeing Vici respond appropriately as Choo-Choo greedy recall inside of Vision. And Vici Gaming, they've got a lot of vision on this side of the map. Baron's up in 80 seconds. You can see Long has got his teleport and his charge ready, along with the Guardian Angel.
So we can talk about, wow.
And again, they catch him going for the greedy recall. That's Stan United. They turn on to Bengi. He's got no flash and is knocked away from the Dark Passage, dies to the homing headshot. Meanwhile, the fight is front to back as everyone gets in on this. Caveman is going to eat a lot of burst. Redemption is not enough to keep him alive. Lies is so tanky. Finally, he goes down, and he's actually still alive, walking out the back. I thought that would have killed him, but it didn't. And the flash chase a double kill. They're on top of the Baron in 60 seconds. Long goes into the back. He gets the kill onto Choo-Choo. Gets Scarl back before turning onto Lies. And is he going to be able to kill the tank as Xuan P is still up as well? By the grace of Scarl, Vici Gaming win the fight, but only just.
Scarl is the god that Vici Gaming do not deserve.
Oh,
that's all I have to say about that. Oh, that was so close and so well played by both Long and Choo-Choo on opposite sides from each other. So we thought that Choo-Choo was caught out. Surprise! Everyone's here to fight. Okay, starts out with the QSS being burned. Immediately, Shin's ultimate has to be burned defensively. That said, it puts him in perfect position. Now we have a front-to-back line of scrimmage has been drawn. Both Gragas, both Shin are in front of the Caitlyn, and she's just going to go to town. The problem is that she can't kill Scarl, and Long does a great job holding his flash and burning it to get onto the back line for Caitlyn. So he's going to flash now. Yep, there he goes. And his GA doesn't even get popped.
Vici Gaming are doing the Baron off the back side of this, so while Long manages to finish off these kills here, you can see that they actually have taken the Baron, and Dan Gaming are not responding in time. So off the back of that one team fight, Vici Gaming get their second Baron of the set.
Would have loved to see why they got that one for free. It just seems that Vici Gaming had superior control of the waves, and Dan chose instead to prioritize clearing out the waves instead of rushing and laying down vision.
Now we are starting to see Choo-Choo, again, start going towards those next items. He's got a Zeal as well. Void Staff finally finished for Goong, so he'll be able to do some damage to Long. And the next Dragon is up in 7 seconds as well. 33 minutes almost. The final Elemental Drake. It is a Cloud Dragon. Vici Gaming are already set up for it. It is table straps compared to Dan Gaming, but they'll take it.
I would just give it away at this point, unless you feel confident that you can take a 5v5. Just because I'd rather Vici be using their Baron to take something like Cloud versus burn my structures to the ground.
They've managed to push down that bottom lane. And with Vici Gaming, again, running that 1-4 setup, going back to the strategy that worked for them in weeks 7 and 8 of the LPL, the split push and aggression from EasyHoon and Long. They are finding success against Dan Gaming here, though the fights are certainly very messy and very, very close. They've got Baron for another 2.5 minutes. That's 5 minion waves that Dan Gaming need to hold out for as they now find themselves on the defensive.
Wow, Long's actually making it back right now. Doesn't have teleport, so he's going to have to walk all the way back, and he's going towards the top side.
The Phantom Dancer on Kled is what he buys. He wants to get those violent tendency auto attacks out as quickly as possible.
You know, I don't really have a problem with it. The biggest item for me in his inventory is still going to be that GA, and the fact that it's live in tandem with Scarl being up, just because it makes him so unkillable. But he's not using it at all. So again, this is the second Baron for Vici that has only done, what, 4,000 gold in the lead? The first one equaled the gold differential, and the second one put them slightly ahead. But they're not gaining any more ground on the map with it.
Yeah, they decide to reset bottom as well after taking that bottom tier 1, and now, as you said, only about 4,000. So with that, we've got another recall from Long. That's a Ruby Crystal, and he's now racing down the mid lane along with the rest of Vici Gaming. Seems like they might take a page out of Dan Gaming's book and just brute force down this inhibitor as they bring the minions right down mid.
You need to find this fight, though, and Choo-Choo, you need to start setting up your traps. There he goes.
It's like he can hear you. Amazing. Clearing out the minion wave. Vici Gaming look like they can't quite make up their mind. Now it's a 1-4, sending 4 members top and long bottom.
I do respect the fact that he's using the dead turret as a place that champions cannot stand. So he's placing his traps around it as opposed to using all of the traps in front of the base.
Just keeping them that much further away from the inhibitor. Again, Vici Gaming, they've got Baron. They've had it for a full 90 seconds. They've taken 1 turret, and they are still depending on Lung to try to finish off this turret. He's actually doing a lot of damage. You can see the Phantom Dancer, Black Cleaver, Titanic Hydra is able to shred through the health of it. But finally, they get the rest of their team onto that top tier 2 turret. Choo-Choo gets to relocate his trap line very far forward as he starts working on those minions, but it's about to run out. Karin's already there to tank in front of him. Cat has got Flash Nether Grasp. The minion wave is saved, and it's just a 2-turret advantage for Vici.
That's so bizarre. Vici just... It feels like really greedy backs for personal itemization rather than trying to work together as a team to break the baseline. 2 Barons and not a single inhib, at least a tower broken, is a bit strange, especially this late in a game. But you looked at EasyHoon, you know, he pushed the way forward and then just stepped back. He's like, I'm going to use the last seconds of my Baron to get the empowered recall. Long backing, not looking for a teleport flank because the summoner wasn't available, so he just pushes mid lane forward, then buys a Phantom Dancer, then clears out top. They just used it to farm and got kind of a single tower down off of it.
And this has always been one of the critical problems for Vici Gaming. They need to have someone on their team who can be a hard go button. That's why Kled and Rumble is so important for Long. But we don't see him using it except reacting to Dan Gaming when they over-aggress or when they force fights.
I will say this for Vici, that the items that they did pick up with these greedy backs, you know, not necessarily trading the Barons.
They're pretty big.
They're pretty big.
Rabadons, Mercurial Scimitar.
EasyHoon's going to hit someone and they're just going to explode.
Yeah. And looks like they're trying to siege without Baron now. Good wave clear from Dan to protect it. They've got Lung holding mid as well. And they are sending Lies bottom to catch that minion wave as well. So they have to move back and forth. They decide to give away the final tier 2 turret, respecting the item breakpoints out of Vici Gaming. It's still only about a 6,000 gold lead overall, so we're relatively close in terms of these big stat items. But the map is entirely in control of Vici. All of the wards from Dan Gaming have timed out.
Which means that Vici just needs to be patient, keep the map dark, keep bouncing between these waves, and holding Dan near their base, and then turn towards the Baron. And if they don't look for the Baron, look for the pick when Dan Gaming come for the Baron.
Yeah, you can see Lies trading with Long in that top lane as they're trying to hold that side wave. As you said, Baron's coming up in 90 seconds, so they're setting up some vision over there, going for recall to restock on wards.
So the thing for me right now is that as we get closer to the Baron and as this pick potential becomes more of a priority, although, hold on, is he gonna chase him?
Skarl right on back. You can see that Phantom Dancer working out really well with the violent tendencies. Lies makes his way over the wall.
Okay, back to the important thing. The Locket of the Iron Solari has been completed by Cat. Choo-Choo does have his QSS, so I feel like the 3 most important abilities are the QSS on the Syndra stun, and then the Locket of the Iron Solari on the Syndra ultimate. And if Syndra can hit all of that without Malzahar being next to Caitlyn. Because if someone turns around a corner, EasyHoon will just blast them.
Yes.
So Cat has to be so on the ball to absorb as much damage as possible.
To that end, we see the redemption to top people off as well. Meanwhile, Elder Dragon's up in 20 seconds. Baron just 10 seconds after. Scuttlecrab picked up, and a lot of pings onto Elder Dragon from Vici Gaming. If they were to get it, that's 90 true damage. If Dan Gaming were to get it, it's 180 true damage. And now they're starting to set up some vision. Karin leads the charge. They've still got Lies split pushing bottom with his Stand United. Lung looks to zone them away. But they've got Choo-Choo, and now fighting in the choke is a little bit dangerous. EasyHoon splits the team. Karin has to take the long way around to group back up, but Scryer's Bloom will spot out all the members of Vici.
And you can see how much resistance Cat is giving to ulting anyone. The only person who doesn't have a QSS of some form is Caveman on that team. So he really has no viable targets unless they're, you know, burned on taunts.
Trap line from Choo-Choo, along with Gung grouping up with the rest of his team, means that right now Lies gets to split push bottom with his Stand United and his teleport. Long is still grouped up with his team, so he's going to have to head over there eventually. Dan Gaming will call the bluff of Vici, and as for head over to the Baron. They even set up the wall, and they are going to try to burn it down with double mountain. They've still got the Stand United. Bengi leaps forward. Redemption is going to spot this, but it's already down to half. He's got a blast cone. That's teleport to get him in. They turn onto Bengi, and they've got the Baron. Bengi is dead. It's 5 versus 4. Stand United from melee range as Gong is doing damage. Choo-Choo's in the back. There's the battle line once again from Dan Gaming. They turn onto Long. Easyhoon's in the back, still holding on to the ultimate, but he used both of his summoners. They just need to disengage, but a hook pulls Lies back in. He's caught by the stun, and that pops the GA. Choo-Choo is trying to make this worth, and Easyhoon still holding on to it. Choo-Choo backs up. Long looks for the dash, but eats a silence instead. Vici Gaming lose a member, they lose the Baron, and Dan Gaming call their bluff way victoriously.
And the cherry on top is the fact that Vici can't immediately go towards the Elder Dragon to get control of the area. They need to start clearing out the side lanes. They have to respawn top, and they need to respawn bottom. And this is why side lane management is so important when you look for a massive objective like those Barons. Because then when you win so much harder.
They're now turning on to the Elder Dragon, using that double mountain to shred through its health. Vici Gaming have no idea, and that's double big buffs, double true buffs on Dan Gaming. You've got the Elder, you've got the Baron.
And you have to think that Vici Gaming are kicking themselves. They had 2 Barons earlier in this game, and they were unable to convert that into breaking the base, into holding Dan Gaming and at least getting control of areas. A single team fight might cost them this game.
Or at least reluctance to force that fight, as now this is Dan Gaming pushing forward in the mid lane. They've brought the burned up minions. They've still got Elder, and they are just burning through that turret's health. It does not stand a chance as the base is shattered. Flash Cask, Easyhoon is the target. He's got no sums. Uses the ultimate, but Long's in the back onto Gung. Choo-Choo is trying to burn through it, but he's already lost his AD carry. Lies in the front, zoning Xuan P. Choo-Choo changes targets, looks for the priority, flashes, gets one, Stand United, and is still alive. A quadra kill, and he pops the GA. Long is right there, and this might be a pentakill for Choo-Choo to turn over game number 2. It is the penta for Dan Gaming.
Choo-Choo full steam ahead. That guy just ran them over. Holy shit. He sidestepped the death sentence, walked down with the Stand United, and blew Long apart.
And again, the bottom lane for Dan Gaming comes up aces in this match as they turn onto the Nexus, winning the very close fight at a gold deficit and taking game number 2. Dan Gaming are 1 win away from taking the spot in the LPL.
I'm going to call the MVP now. That was 7-2 and 12 on Caitlyn out of 19 kills, 100% kill participation, a ridiculous pentakill at the end. Choo-Choo is a monster.
Amazing play from him. And Dan Gaming, you can see they are bouncing, they are happy, smiles all around as they make their way backstage. And scattered, slowly but surely, Vici Gaming find themselves so far down.
And everything was going in Vici's favor that game. 2 Barons. And they just, they stop thinking for a split second. They lose control of an area for simply a moment, and the Taliyah pick punishes them massively again. And this is 2 different sets of champions, minus that Taliyah, that Dan Gaming have bested Vici on with a completely different bottom lane. It feels like Vici just can't figure their opponent out.
Vici Gaming now find themselves on the brink of defeat in this best of 5. They have been an organization since 2012 in the LPL for what looks like 3 years. And now they will find themselves 1 game away from elimination against Dan Gaming. Here's that crazy fight once again.
Okay, so all eyes need to be on Caitlyn right now. Just watch the amount of late game damage that he's doing. He gets locked up in CC massively here, but here comes the big sidestep. He's going to flash to get on the other side of Xuan P, sidesteps the death sentence, and then just goes to town with the Hurricane. Lays the traps, he's waiting for Long to respawn. He gets forward with the joust, but the damage has been done. The pentakill comes through. This guy, 100% kill participation, most damage in the game, carried from start to finish.
Yeah, absolutely. Huge setup from Dan Gaming. And like we said, They played a very similar style in game number 2, but the responsibilities were shifted. A huge focus on that Caitlyn damage, a huge focus on Gung to be able to set up that zone control and keep Kled away. He died very early on in the fight, but then Choo just totally made up for it with the amazing amounts of damage and, of course, the sidesteps. As you said, this man has been putting up some numbers. He took MVP in game number 1. We're looking at him to take MVP in game number 2. And Dan Gaming are 1 win away from getting into the LPL.
And Vici are 1 loss away from, pretty much destroying their LPL careers, which is unfortunate to say. It's crazy. The Jhin was banned away from Choo, and he still finds that answer going towards the Caitlyn. And it's a different blueprint, still kind of that hyper carry-esque, that when you get into the late game, you are going to be that unstoppable force. But it's just quite clever. I feel like Dan Gaming just know exactly who they are, what they excel at, and it's basic and it's simple. There's nothing flashy on top of it. Just kind of not clean League of Legends, but fundamental League of Legends.
Yeah.
And they're just grinding through Vici.
And this is the sort of thing that we ask of higher LPL teams all the time. Pick one strategy, stick towards it. Don't make any sort of crazy plays or look for mistakes or take risky fights. But Dan Gaming, they're taking these risky fights time and time again, but that's because that's what they do.
It's just about identity. And this is the question that we use all the time in the LPL. I remember the frustration that Pulse was having because he was watching one of his favorite team's game talents just lose their identity as they lost to LG and fell out of the LPL. It feels like Vici are going down the exact same track right now. They just don't know who they are. They don't know what they're good at. And they're scrambling to find and put something together. And Dan Gaming like, we got a great cannon down here in the bot lane. Like, just throw everything in the kitchen sink down there.
Yeah, and that was just a crazy fight. Here's that pentakill one more time. The big shouts out of Dan Gaming and just the juxtaposition between these teams. Vici Gaming with all of their pomp, 2 world champions on their team, Pumandu just behind them, Bengi, the man himself, going up against Gung, the man who disqualified him from 2014 Worlds, is on the verge of defeat. Choo completely expected, gets the MVP here in game number 2.
100% kill participation. We saw his excitement on the back half of that. It has to feel good. I mean, Vici Gaming, like you said, you just listed off their massive resume. Dan Gaming, I think they had, 18% of the fan vote coming in behind them. So definitely the underdogs in this story. That just puts a grin on my face. I just feel good for them.
It is always uplifting to see them sort of succeed in this situation, but you have to put it side by side with the tragedy of seeing Vici Gaming fall, because it's a team that's never placed higher than 6th in the LPL. They've been in the competitive LPL for now. This is their second half of their second year, and they just can't find success. I
mean, they're not over and down yet. I'm gonna stay on the positivity train. Even just start.
It's 1 best of 3 away, Frosco.
Yeah, I'm just gonna send them some love, positive vibes. Vici, you're not out and down yet. We did see a reverse sweep yesterday between OMG and IMA. So LPL teams have shown that when push comes to shove, they can pick it back up.
And we did see some good signs from them during the mid game when they started to find some cohesion, moving around the map. But when they took that advantage, they just looked a little passive in applying it. Of course, we're certain that the coach is going to tell them, hey, you guys had Baron, you managed to clear out all of that ward control, use it next time instead of actually losing it.
Exactly, and that's something that's actually fairly easy for a coach to kind of turn around and look at your team and be like, you guys had this. Like, at this point you were in control, and this point you had 2 Barons. This is totally on you. You guys can beat them. You showed that you could. Schwan P Caveman, yes, they fell down come mid-game, but early game they were surviving. They were doing a better job than Endless and Hatong. So there are positive notes for Vici that they can go backstage and be like, okay, we think we've got the stronger iteration. We just need to execute on it better.
And this has been a crutch for Vici Gaming. Now this crutch could be their downfall. We're 1 game away from finding out whether or not we've got Dan Gaming coming in or Vici going out. everyone, and welcome back to the LPL Promotion Tournament. We're about ready to get into game number 3 between Vici Gaming and Dan Gaming, and Vici has joined the LPL in spring 2015 after qualifying in the 2014 summer qualifiers. They've been in the LPL for 2.5 years, and now they are 1 game away from disqualification. It is a somber day for Vici fans, but they're not out of this just yet. They've got one chance in this next set of games. They've got to reverse sweep Dan Gaming if they want to claim their swap, because this is elimination. It is do or die. If they lose, they're out, but they have to win, and that's the only way they get back in.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a reverse sweep yesterday. Anything is possible. Vici Gaming still, we said kind of during the last break that it's easy for the coach to go back to them after this. You guys were ahead. You had 2 Barons. We didn't fall down bot lane. Like, there's this wealth of positives that they did manage to execute on. It's just now turning that into the win. So Vici proved that they can do it, that they can beat Dan Gaming. They just need to close on Dan Gaming.
Yeah. And this has always been an issue for Vici Gaming. We know that they can take advantages. They seem to against the best teams in the league, but they've never been able to convert those advantages into actual wins. And now we see this very issue cropping up in their promotion games against Dan Gaming. If they don't fix it here, if they don't fix it now, they're out.
And that is very somber faces as we look across Vici. Xuan P looking slightly nervous while
Bengi and Easy Hoon
just look kind of emotionless. So see if they can get it back together, if they can find the more mental fortitude and the spirit.
They are certainly going to have to demonstrate that here, because it's about finding heart for Vici. They have to come back if they want to try to turn this series around, and it all starts here.
And that's the thing, Vici Gaming have always been the brain of the LPL, but never really the heart. And it's just kind of sad that it could come to this moment where they simply are just too defeated to stand up on their own.
Well, it seems like they're taking some positive notes in picks and bans as they ban out Shen and Fizz from Dan Gaming along with Rengar from Karin, and they will prioritize a Taliyah counter pick away from Goon. That means that Kha'Zix goes through for Karin. He gets the chance to return towards his carry, and Vici Gaming with side choice, they have elected to take blue. Let's see how they continue to use this priority pick.
I already like the adjustments coming out of Pumandu there from the coaching position. I think that Taliyah was definitely the pivot of which a lot of Dan Gaming's success came from, and how they were sieging up those structures, next to the individual performances like Chuchu. But take that Taliyah pick away. Don't let them set up or pinch off Barons that easily. Don't let them trap towers and siege structures for free.
With that, we also get the Varus follow-up from Chuchu. He's counterpicking that away from Xuan P. Gragas is now locked in. That could be a flex towards Long or Bengi, though we do prefer seeing Long on the bigger carries, such as Kled and the like. That is still an option, but so too are a lot of the AD carries, and actually they are going to let it go through, so they see the mid lane, they see the support. There are a lot of opportunities for Dan Gaming to start shutting down the remaining members of Vici.
This already has the fingerprints of a Kog'Maw composition coming out, so I expect that with them prioritizing Thresh in the last pick, that Kog'Maw will be banned come second rotation, just because you have the safety of the death sentence, you have the safety of the Gragas for reset potential. It just seems fairly obvious.
On the other side, we do see a Nautilus turnaround for Lies in the top lane. We know he loves those tanks up top, and he gets the chance to split push with Nautilus this time. Could be into a Gragas, could be into something else. We now see the Ashe ban away from Xuan P for the next one, so targeting that bottom lane because they don't quite know where that Gragas is going just yet.
100% banned this entire series so far. We continue to pinch the support pool.
Now that is Zyra banned away from Cat.
So trying to empower that Thresh in the lane. It's really hard for Thresh to land those death sentences with those plants constantly popping out in front of him, but they don't ban the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, that's Caitlyn targeted away from Xuan P instead, and with that very fast Varus for Chuchu, you have to wonder, perhaps they could be forcing the Kog'Maw. They've already got Nautilus, they've already got a Kha'Zix for huge assassination.
It's going to be a gamble now and a dare. We have, like you said, that assassination potential and the CC lockdown potential, but we also have the Nautilus, who has that point-and-click ultimate into the backlines.
The next ban will be Malzahar, and oh man, LeBlanc locked in for Gung. That is, he's got a 66% win rate. He's played it 33 times. One of his most played champion of all of the champions that he's got. So this is a huge pick for him in the mid lane, taking it into that Talia. A little bit risky if she manages to get the Unraveled Earth out first, but we'll see how that works. And Chuan P gives us a last-second pivot. It's not Kog'Maw, but it is still a hyper carry. Twitch locked in.
But it's in that same vein, and it's also a Chuan P special there. So he doesn't go to the Kog'Maw. He goes to his other signature pick that he debuted in the LPL on the Twitch. Same idea, however. You offer a lot of safety, a lot of protection to the Twitch, and you just set him up for those big 5v5s.
Now we're looking to fill it out. Looks like that's Gragas going in the jungle. Kled back up top for long. He was massive in that game. And now, oh, the last second swap over from Dan Gaming. Lies gets the chance to take his Maokai if he decides to lock this in here. And that's going to mean that Nautilus goes bottom. Maokai is actually Lies' most played and highest win rate top laner. So Dan Gaming are on a very strong set of champions. Karan on his most played, highest win rate Kha'Zix, Lies, and Gung doing the exact same thing. But they're up against a lot of damage coming out of VG.
And Dan Gaming are also moving away from the 1-3-1, so they're looking more so for a 5v5. They can run 1-4, especially if Goon gets ahead in one of those side lanes. He is running the double teleport summoner as well as on that LeBlanc. The problem is eventually Maokai is just going to get blasted by Kled, and he's not going to be able to stand toe-to-toe. So he can absorb the farm that Kled will push forward, but Kled will just take the structures or kill him anyway. It's that timer and that pivot that Dan Gaming need to find space to force those 5v5s or in the game before they get to that point.
Not to mention they have to do it up against the likes of a Twitch, who we know can accelerate quite heavily if he manages to get some items under his belt. But this is it. It's game number 3 with a 2-0 lead for Dan Gaming. The Usurpers looking to escort the world champions of Bengi and Easyhoon and their coach, Pu Mandu, out of the LPL. Off the back of Gong on his most played, highest win rate, LeBlanc off the back of Karin on his Kha'Zix, Lies on his Maokai. This is a huge opportunity for Dan Gaming if they take the win here, whereas Vici looking very nervous. They get ready to load onto this game.
I mean, frankly, the only two players that really didn't get their signature picks are Bengi and Easyhoon. The fact that they went towards the Talia and the Gragas, and this is Vici also playing very heavily to their side lanes as well as their assassination and skirmish potential. Anytime this Twitch disappears after his Blade of the Rune King, there is kill threat on the members overextended. Talia's ability to cut in and out towards those side lanes, as well as the fact that Long will just be dominating the 1v1.
We've seen Vici see success with different parts of this composition. We've seen the Twitch go off, we've seen the Talia go off, we've seen the Kled go off, but they have to do it all together in this final game.
My concern is that the last time we saw Easyhoon on Talia, he actually blundered it quite poorly. He was unable to find the correct times to ult, and he was either too late or too early to meet up with his team.
And that comes down to the communication between the team members. You can hear the audience cheering out. Seems like we actually had a little bit of louder chants for Dan Gaming on the second half of that.
I think all of them were for Vici, but we'll see.
There were a few folks in the crowd a little bit earlier that had some choo-choo and cat signs.
That's true. They were cute signs, too.
They were. Very stylishly done, but we've loaded onto the Rift. This is it. Set point. If Dan Gaming win here, they are in. They vindicate. A whole lot of time spent in the LSPL trying to make their way up towards the top, towards the LPL Pro League. Whereas Vici Gaming, they've been in it since 2015. A drop here would be catastrophic for them.
Taking a look at the Keystone Masteries, it's not Courage of the Colossus for Caveman's Thresh this time around. He did run it in game number 1. As you can see, Cat procs his. Yes. It's Stoneborn Pact. And what's interesting is how much damage that actually gives for all-in engagements level 2. So Caveman's also holding an Ignite. I feel like this could be set up for Bengi making a very cheap early gank level 2, level 3, and just trying to capitalize on that Keystone.
Yeah, he gets a very quick leash onto his Raptor camp, as you actually saw Some damage now going on to Choo Choo, as that's a good trade from Chuan, a good hook, but he just turns back on. Flash Ignite. Choo Choo has to use his own flash, and Vici Gaming's bottom lane are desperate to win down here.
And that's the thing with Stoneborn Pack as well as Ignite, is you almost have to make it count on these early levels because you're trying to maximize the extra damage you'll do with your base health. Unfortunately, they just burned 2 flashes, a heal, and an Ignite for nothing.
That's 4 summoner spells from Vici Gaming in the bottom lane to go for that versus the 3 of Dan Gaming. So they still have Cat's Flash, but Choo Choo has to sit back and soak CS.
And more important, the wave is pushed in, so that leaves Twitch and Thresh exposed. They're overextended in the lane, which is why they immediately assist ping. This forces Bengi to respond to them. He needs to be around in case Kha'Zix is looking at them.
Karin rushes through his blue, takes Scuttle, and now Bengi looking for a counter gank or at least a counter play. There's a ward in that brush if he moves forward, but like you said, wasting his time down here on this bottom lane to keep them safe. And now Karin drops a ward. Scryer's Bloom is coming up soon, but he leaps over. He's actually sitting on it for now while he thinks about it.
Does slow down Bengi a little bit, but the fact that Karin also took his time to get the deep vision may even out, so Bengi might not be in too bad of a position, especially because he got a back in between his 2 buffs. So not a lot lost other than those summoner spells.
You see the recall out of Choo Choo as he's going to opt for a long sword and a refillable, so he's still even in CS with Chuan P, and this wave is still fairly even, though it will eventually start pushing out. Meanwhile, early on, we did see Lies actually give a pretty hefty leash to Karin early on, so that got him to the bottom side of the map super early. Then he took a super safe route to get back into the top lane. So you can see Lies is also respecting Long's Kled up top. In the mid lane, we haven't gotten a chance to check into Gung and Easyhoon because of that early excitement down bottom. Gung did get a bit of push pressure earlier to help look for that ward with Karin, but now he's just continuing to trade back and forth, and Karin shows his way back towards the bottom side of the map as he actually does not complete a recall after clearing his jungle.
The control ward was set up on the Raptor camp instead of in the Tri-Brush, so Caveman, you know, he's playing defensively looking for that dark passage for Chuan P, but it did allow Cat to cheekily look through a passage through the Tri-Brush.
You just saw that dredge line looking for Chuan P, didn't quite find it as Choo Choo tries to shove this in so that he doesn't have to miss too much CS. Chuan P doesn't quite get a full hold, so that wave is going to break. Bengi's on that side of the map as well as Caveman misses a hook. But Bengi's still there. They could still play with this.
The only flash remaining is Cat's Flash. He does not have Ignite. It's about to come up, though.
Caveman almost has the cooldown. He walks forward. There's Bengi. That's going to be the dark passage to get him in. That's the body slam onto Cat. Looks like they're turning for the support, but like you said, he's the one with Flash. Procs Scourge to the Colossus for a huge amount of health. They've even brought Easyhoon down there, but he's only level 5. And doesn't even burn his Flash to escape from that gank.
And frankly, another mechanical misstep from Caveman. That's 2 whiffed death sentences. The first one he was trying to predict. The second one he frankly just missed.
And recall means that Cat is allowed to upgrade his relic shield, get some more sustain with a refillable, and head back down towards the bottom lane. So things looking nice and slow for Dan Gaming as they sustain that early pressure that Chuan P and Caveman have been putting out. Also a quick note, this is the 4th time we've seen Nautilus on Cat, or Cat on Nautilus. He's not got a single win on the champion.
That's ballsy.
So if they were to take it here and actually win, it would be their first win and it would qualify them to get into the LPL. A big statement for Cat.
The statement right now, though, is the fact that Vici's bottom lane is absorbing so much of Bengi's time, and he's not getting a lot for it. He's constantly having to cheat down there, try to get them going. In fact, now they're going to pull an even cheekier play and rush them up. Either is going to go mid or is it going to go top? They've changed their mind. They're going back bottom. I was just waiting for Twitch to start ambushing into lanes.
Yeah.
But while Bengi has been locked up with the bottom lane, it's allowed Karin so much free time to get into Bengi's jungle, to place that deep vision so they can keep track of Gragas and try to exploit other places in the map with that information.
You see a lot of defensive wards on the bottom side from Vici Gaming. Seems like they know what they're going to play around this time. Chuan P, it's all up to you. Easyhoon is doing well in CS against Gung. He's actually not giving up any kills either, as he did take Flash Cleanse. As Lies procs Skarl, and inside of a minion wave, Long takes a little bit of damage, but oop, even a sapling to escort him on the way under the turret.
That sapling felt like it hurt more than it should have.
Triple Doran's ring. It's a lot of early AP on that Maokai.
The one build to rule them all, and Dan, lies. Trying to use the space that he's created in the top lane shove priority and cheat down towards the mid lane to look for a gank, something that a lot of Maokais do.
I think Duke was the first person to really popularize it in the LPL just by being so aggressive up top. Ooh, waiting out the timer on that.
I do attribute it to Smeb, though, although your statement was in the LPL. But it would feel like I was watching KT Rolster, and Smeb would always grab minion wave priority and immediately start cutting down towards his mid laner, who we don't talk about anymore.
That's actually charge from Long to get back into lane as he holds on to teleport and immediately uses his team to get a very favorable trade. Lies might be in trouble. He pops the Slicing Maelstrom way too soon. Excuse me, Vengeful Maelstrom, before flashing away so that he can survive.
Really nice flash to dodge the Q, however. But with this, Vici are also trying to make moves on this blue buff.
Yeah, they know they've got the numbers advantage and the teleport priority as Gung misses the ethereal chains. P and Caveman pulled up into the river as well. Karin has to be a little careful, leaps away, but only takes a single tick of the poison.
And everything settles back. I believe Bengi got the blue buff. So deny blue from Goon certainly will hurt, but not going to be the end of the world, especially across from LeBlanc, who's going to have wave clear despite that.
Oh, but they're still ganking bottom. Flash from P. Double teleport as Lies and Long look to make their way down there. That's going to be a chaotic fight. 4 members of Dan are there. Bengi gets the cast and Cat goes down. First blood to Bengi. Lies with no flash is walking as slow as he can to make it back. Skarl gets popped off. Bear Trap on a rope is going to proc. And with poison ticking down on him, he will walk away with his life. But Vici are still there. And Easy Hoon is like, fight, guys, fight. I've got it. Drops the Weaver's Wall. He's found Karin on the backside. Flash leap to get out of there. Teleport started and canceled as Gung was farming in the mid lane.
I mean, best case scenario, Dan Gaming did kind of limp out of that situation, but Vici Gaming seemed to have found their heart and found their brain because they make a great play and will break first tower.
Yeah, they've got enough minions here. Finally going to clear it out, and this is the first time we've seen Vici Gaming take a strong advantage in the laning phase and actually come out on top of Dan Gaming in that first turret race.
And again, off the back of Long's performance in particular, a huge factor coming into that teleport play. And even better is that it takes wind out of Dan Gaming's sails because it puts Choo Choo behind.
He's up by 6 CS right now as Karin steals away the blue buff. Long will try to punish him just a bit, still holding on to that flash. Is he trying to move past? Okay, no, yeah. I thought Scuttlecrab was just being the biggest jerk to pathing.
Just playing bumper cars with him.
Yeah, exactly. And instead just gets a nice escort back towards the top lane to start trading flies once again. Gung scouting out some of the vision, looking for Easy Hoon, looking for Bengi if he can find him, and trading back and forth with that mid lane. Meanwhile, he's also got some support from Cat, who's waiting just outside on the river brush.
Immediately you see the danger pings come out from Vici Gaming, however, so Easy Hoon cheating up towards the top side of his lane, making sure that he's not going to fall victim to a random death charge.
Meanwhile, Karin on his signature Kha'Zix continues to clear out in the jungle on that top side. Lung is pretty big. 22 CS ahead of Lies. He's got that first assist and is on track to become a massive Kled here in game number 3. As Boom gets the trade, sidesteps the seismic shove by popping his ultimate.
Good use of double distortion to make sure that he wasn't thrown back into cask range. Things could have gotten pretty dicey for him. And I feel like we've had very slow dragon RNG this series.
Yeah, another ocean dragon. So low priority on that bottom side of the map. Still a plethora of vision from Dan Gaming as they are prioritizing a lot of their CS and safety for Choo Choo.
So here is something interesting. P is on Twitch, and yes, the AD carry has been unleashed from his lane, but he hasn't done anything with that so far. And Choo Choo is doing a good job actually holding the wave and slowly building it back. He's not just immediately pushing it forward. It's kind of forcing Twitch to not really know where to stand. He's like, if I go back to my lane and pick up the farm, I guess I can grab this red buff. Am I going top? Am I going mid? He's just kind of been floating around for the last 2 minutes.
Seems like they're trying to fight over Dragon right now as Dan Gaming started out. Teleport not available for either top laner. And you saw Lung just cheating down. They managed to get Scuttle Crab as well, while Gung will clear out that minion wave in the mid lane. And they decide to pull it on back, respect the team fight from Vici Gaming, and Dan decide not to take the risk. Or they stay in the river and might collapse onto EasyHoon. Ethereal Chains missing is going to make it tough, though.
Again, Dan Gaming doing an excellent job playing around their vision that they have on river, and then making informed decisions about where they want to strike next. They caught that Vici were going bottom, so they hang out in between mid and bot, and they collapse onto the mid lane tower.
They've got 3-4-1 minion left. They managed to get some good damage onto it. Now there are pings bottom from Xuan P. Long is keeping Lies busy up there as well. Teleport's almost ready, but they're continuing to push forward. It's up to Bengi with his cask and Caveman to defend. But Dan Gaming decided instead just to play it safe and fall back.
They just had a limited window to try to make a play on EasyHoon's mid lane, so he absorbed it, denied them the kill, just gave them the chip damage on mid tower, and then Xuan P did the rest of the work by pushing that lane forward. So Dan Gaming at this point are actually just resetting the map. So Tempo's going to swing back over to Vici, and we'll see where they put their pieces in alignment for their next play.
Dan Gaming continue moving that 3-man unit now towards the top lane. Lies in the very extended lane, much safer against the likes of Kled. As they are rushing forward onto this, you can actually see the collapse from Vici.
Yeah, and there's EasyHoon sitting over the flank, and this is normally where EasyHoon blunders this play.
Xuan P stealths in to lead the charge for his team, but Dan Gaming, predicting the missing Talia, are recalling in separate bushes. Xuan P is there, and Choo actually forces the fight. Dan Gaming, oh no, they had the opportunity to leave, but they did not take it. And this is turning into a horror film as Vici collapse and pick up those 2 kills. Lies teleports in and walks through a turret to escape.
Disaster there. I think this is the first time that we've actually seen Dan Gaming be indecisive with anything that they've done the complete series. It should be a 3rd kill. There's no way Maokai's getting out of here.
Lies.
Oh, he
flashes
flashed.
the slow. Bengi's almost got a cast. Flash cast gets him right back in. He stalls it out and gets good damage, but that is heal used, so trading 1 summoner spell for 2. Meanwhile, Long is working on the top tier 1 turret to open up the map for Vici.
And that's the play that Vici normally blunder. EasyHoon never gets that flank correct. They've done it multiple times where they split up the team fight, they just get blasted, and then they lose another structure. This time around, they hold strong.
Yeah, and Vici Gaming commit to the strategy and find success. Boom. Getting some damage there as he just procs onto EasyHoon, but Bengi is there to keep his mid laner safe. The minion wave gets cleared out a little bit. He just takes a few hits. And Dan Gaming now find themselves 3,500 gold behind as they are 4 kills down. We're seeing the big carries for Vici Gaming really popping off. Long on Kled has been huge in game number 2. Looks like he's going to do the same thing here in game number 3. And Blade of the Ruined King is now finished for Xuan P.
And really important for Vici is the fact that they've put a roadblock on Choo and Cat. So Cat is, again, still the primary facilitator. Choo has had back-to-back MVP performances throughout the series, and slowing these 2 wrecking balls down will give them a lot more space.
Certainly buy time and allow Vici to play their patient style that they like, but they are playing a much faster style in this one. Dan Gaming again out-rotate Vici towards that dragon, and now Vici pressure up towards the mid lane and then ping towards top.
I think this is Vici actually just prioritizing the towers over the dragon instead. It is an ocean dragon. They've got inside track on both mid and top lane, so they're still actually pulling and ripping Dan Gaming around the map. They're doing a much better job this game than the last 2 at staying even with some of these macro decisions.
Yeah, and this is Vici Gaming seemingly pulling themselves together here in this set. I mean, we talked about the fact that they had an advantage in game number 2. Their coach just told them, you guys had it. Finish off the game. And they're opening up an advantage once again. They broke all the top and bottom tier 1 turret.
And at this point, you've got completed Black Cleaver as well as the Tiamat. Lies can't do anything across from Long right now on this Kled. So there's nowhere for this Maokai to be other than patiently waiting at his tower for the wave to push into him. So with this time, you'll see him constantly roaming around the map, looking to how he can help people out. You know, even going back to the last team fight, that really desperate deep teleport. He's like, please, I can't be anywhere near Kled, just 5v5. But that's the win condition for Dan. So as long as Vici don't fall for that, or as long as they continue to have a crisp, clean macro, beating Dan Gaming to his punches, They should be able to race ahead of them.
This is certainly one way to do it, as Karin, stealths and flashes, decides not to risk the escape as both Bengi and Caveman showed up in the river. That's Weaver's Wall used, so temporarily stalling out this pressure from Vici as they hunt for a pick and find a summoner spell.
Karin doesn't mess around. I feel like anytime he's put into a split-second decision, he's like, I'm out of here.
Yeah. There's a chance that this threat might escape instant cask. I was already auto-attacking. That's fine.
And this kills mine.
Thank you very much. Chuan P sneaks forward. Choo Choo almost with a 6th sense, playing nice and far back. Goon getting some good damage against Easy Hoon.
And this is the one Slain assignment that they can try to exploit, but it is very skill dependent. You know, if Talia does find that knock-up, LeBlanc can still be in a lot of trouble. So it's not 100% a guaranteed win, although this looks like it's going to be 100% a guaranteed flank.
As a cast, they managed to catch Cat, but he's actually knocked back. Knock up to find Caveman as Goon shows up. They're targeting the supports and the tanks. Here's Long on the side. Lies is keeping him busy as Karin looks for a flank and gets out. Goon tries to path around the minions, and this push as fight is turned around. That was 5 versus 4.
A lot of wasted ultimates, however, on the side of Dan Gaming, and Vici continue to pressure forward. Looks like they want to siege this tower, as well as Easy Hoon having top.
Hook onto Lies, he's very tanky. That's a chain from Gung, and that's going to push them back. You said Easy Hoon is top. He's now going to spot out Karin in the jungle as he's looking to rotate towards mid. Still no cooldown completed from that Weaver's Wall. But they're collapsing onto Karin. He quickly leaps over the wall. They actually race into the jungle, and now they're swapping towards the top tier 2. A lot of pings on that turret. Goong is able to clear out the minion wave along with Karin and keep it safe.
Just kidding. We're going back mid. Just wanted to sightsee, see what they can catch. Throw out the line, nothing hooked. Back to plan A.
Choo Choo is still clearing out these minions mid, though. He's got Piercing Arrow, though he is running low on mana. Hook onto Cat. The turret's at low health. They're going to try to burst through the Nautilus. Ignite burning down, but it's not enough. Goong teleported in from behind, but the turret has already died. He's found Banky instead of Long. Splits his damage there. Shatter Orb does not do enough. Lies is still alive as he's backing away from the front line. And Goong almost has the cooldown, pops over to the side. No one has died in this extended skirmish, but the mid-tier 1 finally fell down for Dan Gaming.
I find it shocking, actually, that no one died there, especially that Maokai. Excellent Weaver's Wall to deny the creep wave.
Ooh. Goong looking for the kill onto Bangy. It does not find it. They turn now back onto that tier 1. Karin for the flank forces Caveman away. They need to actually finish off the turret, though. It's at less than a stone's throw of health. There's a teleport flank from Long. He's looking to get in from the side. The turret finally falls, but Long is turning it into a fight, and this is going to be a bloody one as Cat is the first to die. They found some damage onto Karin. Meanwhile, a huge snare onto Chuan P, and they assassinate the AD carry. Goong is escorting Vici's Caveman and Easy Hoon back. Almost has the Shatter proc, needs to go in for it, but decides to respect the Talia instead and just focuses down those minions. Somehow, Dan Gaming trade 1 for 1 when they are collapsed upon. They get that mid-tier 1, and they are still keeping pace with Vici.
That team fight lasted so long that we got 2 rotations of Varus's ultimate. He threw out the first one when Vici were trying to siege on the tower, completely whiffed it, nailed the second one, and finally got a kill on the board for Dan Gaming.
Now at the 20-minute mark, that Baron has spawned. Ocean Dragon is going to pop up once again. Dan Gaming has just not had the best of luck with this. In game number 2, they managed to get 2 mountains, but if they can get this, Double Ocean is pretty good as well.
Is it?
Yeah, especially on the way towards 3 oceans. Oh man, that sustain is great.
I feel like we talk about this all the time, that if your argument is if I have 3 of the same type of dragon, it's finally good.
That's not my argument.
Okay.
My argument is that 3 ocean dragons are good. Compared to 3 of any dragons, yes, that is worse. By comparison. It's semantics. It's about different types of argument.
No, I feel you.
It's logic.
It's not what it is.
Because I'm saying A, and you're saying B. A is similar to B, but A is not B.
But my point is I would still rather have 3 Infernals.
Nice. So would I, but I still think that 3 oceans are awesome.
Excellent.
Yes, we have done it. We have had a logical argument, and Chuan P has made us look the fool in the meanwhile. He's split pushing top and is really doing a lot of damage to this turret. Goong shows up. There's Dark Passage as the Ethereal Chains misses. Meanwhile, Karin is going to get this second ocean.
Vici have control over both side lanes right now. So not only did they get massive damage on the top tower, but they also have complete control over the bottom side of the map. You can see Long setting up that wave, and we start moving our focus towards that Baron, especially now that there's nothing to play for on the bottom side. Dragon's gone. There's no reason to be there. I feel like it's kind of do or die for Vici on how well they can play around the epic monster objective with Weaver's Wall.
A lot of that pressure falls onto EasyHoon right now. He's up about 23 CS ahead of Goong, and you can see he's got his Abyssal Scepter working towards Morellonomicon. Meanwhile, Xuan T looks for the assassination onto Choo-Choo. He's got his whole team there. Chain of Corruption in there, charging in from behind. He's pinned against the wall, and Caveman lands the hook. That's a dead AD carry and support from Dan Gaming as Weaver's Wall brings EasyHoon in.
And Caveman stepping up massive with these death sentence. Should be noted that Choo-Choo had the ability to flash and chose not to. Goon now in trouble.
Leaps in and then immediately turns around to leap out. Lung escorts him on the way back. Lies holds onto his teleport, but that's Baron on the map for Vici. Karin's at half health and is spotted out by Xuan P, who immediately punishes that. This is Vici Gaming taking the Baron unless Dan Gaming can get a huge turnaround.
And this is a completely different Vici Gaming than we've seen this entire series. This is going to be a miracle if they manage to find a steal.
Yeah, Karin is zoned away by the rest of Vici as Bear Trap on a rope misses. Goon gets some damage onto EasyHoon, just tries to punish him a little bit. It's down to 1,000. They're taking so much AoE. Karin looks for the steal. He gets into the pit, and it's Xuan P who gets it, but they are at such low health. Lies wants to fight along with Goon, and he gets one. Looking for two now as he targets Caveman in the back. He's going to be knocked up. It's up to Long to shred through them. Goong is zoned out on the side as that's the respawn from Choo-Choo showing up. Caveman dies as he pops his way out. Cat follows up. Does not find anyone else. The rest of his team is gone. But somehow Dan Gaming find 2 kills off of the back of that. Flash onto EasyHoon. He's surfing to safety, but he is running out of time. Ooh, that Shadow Orb so close. Seismic shove back. Goong is actually out of mana. EasyHoon will die to the minions or the turret. Goong just has to stand there. Or not, actually.
He's trying to get back onto his rock.
There we go. Goong manages to finally get the kill as EasyHoon dies. So that's 3 deaths, still 2 Barons on Bengi and Long.
Okay, so I'm happy for Vici. They got the Baron. They actually played that quite well despite the fact that they lost a lot of members. EasyHoon going down, not ideal. Huge props to Xuan P, getting behind, trying to zone out Karin there on the Kha'Zix. But I will say this, Dan Gaming are a good team. They're actually super impressive, and they're really well disciplined. Like, to make that type of decisive call to say that we're going for the steal no matter what, normally when you get into a Baron scenario like that, it just looks like an absolute fiesta. There's just limbs flying everywhere, everyone's spamming abilities. Yeah, I know.
Goong has a GLP. All right.
Hit him with the hose.
Yep. But I definitely agree. It seems like Dan Gaming are, in fact, very disciplined in finding this set, and they are able to take advantage of Vici Gaming, who you would expect to be a team with exceptional discipline.
The fact that Karin even got into that pit, yeah, he didn't get the smite
I
steal,
know.
but that was like the cleanest attempt that I think I've ever seen from a Kha'Zix. Like, loop-de-dooped around the around the jungle.
I'm pretty sure he leapt over the wall twice.
Flashed in.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Goon's like, check out me.
Look over here. I'm LeBlanc. I will kill you. Just kidding. I have a GLP.
It's just, it's so well coordinated.
Yeah. This coordination is yielding results for Dan Gaming, but they're still behind in this set. 6,000 gold nearly, as the next Ocean Dragon is going to be up in about 3.5 minutes. But that means that with Baron on Bengi and Long, there is a brief window of opportunity. They're playing a 3-1 split push with Long down bottom. They've got Xuan P up top, looking to finish off that tier 2 he started earlier. And Vici are already setting up vision on that side of the map.
And they've got all their massive item breakpoints as well. So Vici are more than happy to look for these big 5v5s here. Poor little Lies is still waiting on his second completed item. He only has the Sunfire to his name.
Yeah.
It's one of the downsides of going for that triple Thorns ring build. It delays moments like this.
Still nice and tanky as he does have Spectre's Cowl and Glacial Shroud, but nowhere near enough to survive the sustained burst of 5 members of Vici Gaming. Runon's finished along with Quicksilver for Xuan P. Finally, the Morellas is finished up for EasyHoon as well.
And it's the fact that since Nautilus and Lies are both kind of behind the clock or just barely on clock, Cat for sure is behind clock, that Dan Gaming don't really have a front line. They're going to be really reliant on Karin and Goong making these crazy, scattered out plays by abusing their mobility, because they really can't just plant their feet and just create space and time for Choo-Choo to do work. Whereas Long is massively ahead. And you have Bengi on top of that. Like, that is a super big front line for Xuan P.
It really is a high-risk, high-reward play as Xuan P even going to steal away those Raptors. He gets it with the sapling, however. You can see that's still a net negative for Vici Gaming with that Baron power play, though they did take the top tier 2. Karin sitting just outside of vision of that ward. His sweeper does not spot it. Easyhoon's right there, and they have managed to burst him out. Cask and a hook, they stagger the CC, and that's a free kill.
He's probably just standing there like, how did they see me?
Yeah, I
swept. Where was the ward?
Yeah, a little unfortunate. Meanwhile, Gung rushing bottom to actually split push. He's got teleport available and pops on back. That does mean that we're seeing Vici Gaming push both mid and top. As Xuan P is finally feeling a little happy about his performance.
It's a very similar Xuan P that we saw in the previous relegation match.
Now he's turning onto the tier 2 turret. Meanwhile, Long is already working on that inhibitor top. Still, Gung bottom means it's 3 versus 5. Lies tries to catch Long and keep him busy, but with the rest of Vici collapsing, he's got to clear out that minion first.
And the window is closing on Dan Gaming to do something.
He's found Xuan P. A hook, but he manages to buffer it. There goes a great wall separating the tanks from Choo Choo and the rest. Chain of Corruption catches Long, and Redemption tops them off. Meanwhile, Gung teleports in from behind. He's found Easyhoon. GLP slows them, but he does not have enough burst damage. Piercing Arrow brings him down to about 600, but it's so close.
That was best case scenario for Dan Gaming. They layered so many ultimates incredibly well right there, but they don't get any kills for it. All it does is slow down Vici Siege, which might be enough, but the next Baron is spawning in 2 minutes, and they can't afford to give that one away. They need to get control of their creep waves, get everything pushed out, and get their vision there. And that top lane tower that's still standing will be a big problem in securing top side of the map.
Yeah, they are prioritizing this third Ocean Dragon. The final Ocean Drake, if they can kill it before the 29-minute mark. Oh, Bengi actually looks for the steal. I think that was right on the 29-minute mark. It might be Elder. But that is now 3 Ocean Dragons for Dan Gaming. Like you said, Baron's up in 70 seconds. Though they did stall this out, and yep, that's Elder Dragon spawning, so they were just a few seconds off. But Baron is up in 1 minute. Dan Gaming are resetting out their side waves. There goes the Frozen Heart finished for Lies. He knows he's got one single job: keep Long out of the fight.
Or try to find that Twitch as well.
Yeah.
I don't know how much he can keep this Kled busy just because Long now has his GA, is an unstoppable force. I think it's still Dan Gaming's best case scenario to look for 5v5s and try to pull Kled off these side lanes. Because you can see him, he's just running rampant down there.
Yeah, does Choo Choo have enough damage to kill this Kled if he's got a team in front of him? He's got the Blade of the Ring King Runons.
That's real close. I don't know. I think you're still so reliant on Goon's damage at this point as well. Just because he's also the member that's ahead with the 3-0 and 1 scoreline.
Xuan P is completely split from his team. There's no one here to save him. Bengi's making his way. Oh, and the GLP just misses him as he stealths to safety.
LeBlanc's the most important member right now. She has to do all of the hard and heavy lifting with her mobility and her wave clear to just stall out while Varus and Maokai and Kha'Zix try to catch up.
Yeah, Vici Gaming are turning onto the Baron as it spawns. There's a ward over the pit from Gung, and you see the recall from Lies as he makes his way out of base, working towards that Spirit Visage before he joins up with his team. Scuttle Crab is picked up, and now that means Caveman and Long get to reset. He's got teleport ready for a flank. As that's Flash trying to get Easyhoon, but a great reaction keeps him safe.
And it's one of those decisive plays that we're talking about that's kind of defying Dan Gaming this series. You know, no split second hesitation. They flash over the wall, they try to make the play. The execution doesn't work. Easyhoon, world champion, nice reflexes, absorbs 2 flashes.
Keeps himself nice and safe. Meanwhile, Bengi fighting along with the rest of his team to reset vision around this Baron. There's still a massive 7,000 gold lead for Vici Gaming, resulting in huge stat item breakpoints. And they continue to just play around the vision. They've got this window to play with.
But this is going to be a constant problem on the screen right now. And because that outer tower is still standing on the top side, they're never going to get the push priority on the top side of the map. And because of that, they're constantly going to have to send some member up there to deal with it. And poor little Lies, he's like, I can't be bot and top at the same time. Yeah. Someone needs to help me.
He's trying to cover it right now. as he's trying to cover the tier 2. Cat has no flash, remember. He used it to try to go for the pick. That means Caveman gets to all in. EasyHoon sets up the wall to separate the team. Meanwhile, Lung is racing up to join over with the rest of his team. This is not for a fight. This is so that they can collapse.
Everything settles. They're going to try to look towards the Baron, but Karin is still alive. It was only the support that went down, so the smite steal is possible. Karin had fancy feet work on the last one.
He did. He's going to have to do it again. His most played champion, his highest win rate. Can he get this steal? Vici Gaming pull back off of it, testing the vision. Teleport from Lies gets him up with the rest of his team. Vici are just playing with the vision right now. They're looking for another pick. They don't have Weaver's Wall. They don't have Charge.
But they need to get information on what Dan Gaming are doing up there. They finally step forward onto the vision. Unfortunately, they don't have deep vision back by the try.
Karin finds Bengi around the side as his ward gets cleared out by that control ward. Meanwhile, Cat has respawned. He's already got the half the cooldowns back on that flash.
I want to see Dan Gaming commit to pushing down the top tower in one of these Baron stalemates. Like, if they're going to call Vici's bluff that they're not brave enough to just try to burn the Baron, then you need to push that tower down. The problem is that since they didn't have any vision in the river, if they commit topside with all 5 members, Vici would then just either look for a flank or would run it down mid lane.
It really seems like this is one of the slower games that we're seeing out of Dan Gaming, perhaps the most respectful of the 3 that we've had so far, as they are just continuing to play around the map. Sure, they're still very decisive in their calls that they make, but the calls have been slow to come so far.
Ooh, hook. Normally when we see Barons like this, we constantly think of the imagery of like a tug of war. This one feels more like when there's a table in between 2 people playing tag. And you know, you're just kind of
moving
feinting
around
left,
the table.
feinting right, trying to figure out which direction the guy's gonna go.
Eventually, somebody's going to get annoyed and just leap over the table face first. Seems like that guy is Long as he takes down the bottom tier 2 and continues pushing onto the inhibitor. Goong is going to try to answer. He's the one with teleport, as Lies used his earlier when Cat died. And that's now going to be Long. Excellent timing, just backs away from the waves. Sits outside of vision.
The jumping over the table, just being done with the game that you're playing and breaking the rules.
Vici Gaming now turning onto the Baron. Scuttle Crab is going to spot this, though, and that's teleport ready for Goong, but all of the ultimates are back up for Vici. Vision is being tossed into the pit. So many control wards as the Hook finds Lies. He's the tank, but if they can kill him, they can set this up really well. He gets himself a nice, healthy shield, but has to walk through this. Choo-Choo is in the choke. Long is in front, soaking all of these hits. Meanwhile, Goong is ready to flank onto EasyHoon. He's found Chuan P, but that's Flash. Karin tries to follow up. Meanwhile, Choo-Choo is kiting it back out in the choke. Long is backing away. Finally, that's the tank of Cat dying. Flash cast from Bengi and a hook onto Cat means 3 members of Dan are dead.
And that's it. That will surely be the play that win Vici this game. It's not over yet. They still need to prove that they can close, but they expertly navigate that team fight. They'll get the Baron for free and hopefully break the base this time around. The only chance in hell Dan Gaming have is on Karin and his Kha'Zix.
It's his signature champion, walks up to the pit, immediately spotted, gets a little vision over the side. Goong goes in. He manages to get the kill on the back side, and again, Goong is going to try to go for the play. He's got flash, he's got stealth, he's got everything. The rest of Vici are just taking so much damage from this Baron. There's the Weaver wall, is Easy, who tries to get into the back. Karin goes in, looks for Bengi, goes down, and that's going to be the smite pickup for Vici Gaming. They've got the Baron. And Goong is going to back away. EasyHoon and Chuan P will chase Goong away. He uses distortion. If he pops back, there's a Twitch there.
And finally, over a 10K gold lead, Vici Gaming come out on top. But this is the play that started it all. All eyes need to be on Chuan P because this is his moment to shine. Dan Gaming are lured into a tiny little choke point, and Twitch is going to burn them alive, as well as the chain CC from EasyHoon. Excuse me, AoE damage from EasyHoon.
The potential flank from Goong and Karin is dissuaded as Cat goes down, and then Bengi, boom, flash slam.
Another death sentence after death sentence. I believe Caveman also has 100% kill participation. Oh, he's barely off.
Yeah,
13
so close.
out of 15.
We now see Elder Dragon being done for Vici Gaming. Cameraman's even surprised that this is happening as it's being finished off. And with Baron and Elder Dragon, Dan Gaming find themselves 13,000 gold. Their base hasn't been broken yet, but it is not long for this world.
Hopefully this game is along for the world for Vici fans. I don't know if they can take
a throw like this.
Yeah, that would be devastating.
That would be absolutely tragic if they were to fall from the height of a win.
But you can see on their player cams, they're feeling pretty casual. P throwing back some water.
Potentially looking for a pick onto Long as Weaver's Wall separates that fight. Temporary stalls this out. Meanwhile, P and Caveman continuing to shove in bottom. They're bringing in another minion wave. Last Whisper has been finished for Choo Choo, but a hook catches onto Lies, the frontliner. He's so tanky, but it's not tanky enough. He is shielding up as much as he can. Caveman is taking a few hits while EasyHoon is going very low on the side. Caveman backs it away. Long flashes in. Lies finally going to die to Bengi as Vici just raw stat bump. They catch Karen on the side with a big hook. He leaps back, but the poison is ticking along with the true damage. He goes down along with Lies and Cat. They turn onto the inhibitor. Vici Gaming now turn onto the Nexus itself. And the dive onto the fountain from P to get that 4th kill. Vici Gaming, from the brink of defeat on set point, come back in game number 3 to take the win.
So there's still some life left in the squad. Looked much more confident. Hopefully they can turn this momentum around and start looking for that reverse sweep. And on the other side, Dan Gaming will now be tested. You know, with all of that pressure, with their hopes and dreams of making it into the professional league on the line, will they freeze up at their first loss, or will they calm, cool, collected, reset, try it again?
Still not seeing a lot of happy looks out of Vici Gaming, but that was a very good game for them to be proud about. A little bit reckless here and there, but they were finally able to pull together and take that win. 18,000 gold overall at the 37-minute mark, and this is the style that Vici likes to play. Patient, set it up in advance, make sure you've got lots of vision, and capitalize on your opponent's small mistakes and turn them into big mistakes.
What was interesting for me, though, is that Vici They were making cleaner macro decisions for their mid lane, but I feel like their big leaps where they were leapfrogging ahead of Dan Gaming was off the back of 5v5s, or team fights in particular. And that isn't something that Vici have ever been good at. It makes sense with their composition. They have a lot of AoE, they have the line damage from the Twitch ultimate, they have the spread of Talia's damage, but again, that's not normally where Vici thrive.
Yeah, and it is good that we are seeing them take this game right here, because it could have been their last. They were one single match away from losing, and they still are. They have to come back 2 more times and reverse sweep Dan Gaming if they want to make it back into the LPL. With that sort of pressure on them, they cannot rest easy after this. They've still got at least 2 more games to try and turn this around. And like you said, this is the test for Dan Gaming. They finally dropped their game against Vici. We saw them lose against Sunin in the LSPL playoffs, and then they went on to defeat Starhorn Royal Club. So can they turn it around? Can they continue their momentum from the first 2 games?
It's just such a different platform, though. Like, just to kind of quickly talk about pressure game, because it feels very easy to say, you know, Vici, they've got so much pressure waiting on them. They're the heavy favorites coming into them. You know, that huge, long resume that we keep repeating. It would be a disgrace, frankly, if they fell out of the LPL. It's not what any LPL team wants to come across. Whereas Dan Gaming, I feel like a lot of people are like, oh, you know, they're the underdogs. It works for them. There's no pressure here. They've got nothing to lose. Where I actually think that's false.
Yeah, comparatively, they have everything to lose.
Exactly, and they're not used to playing against that caliber of opponent in an LPL team. Yeah, the TGA does throw some tournaments like Demacia Cup where we'll have some LSPL teams get some cross experience with LPL teams, so it's not as separated as, say, in North America and Europe. But you have to think that Young Miracles, Dan Gaming, they're still just sitting there like, this is what their entire careers have led up to, just this moment to promote into the professional circuit. They're just as nervous, and the pressure and the stakes are just as high.
Yeah, and they have to be able to pull through and execute on that nerves, on that pressure to close out these matches. And Dan Gaming, they looked great in game number 1, a little bit more messy in game number 2, but they were still able to close it out. Now in game number 3, this is the most disjointed we've seen them. They're still making confident plays off the back of Cat and Goong, sort of going for those aggressive flash plays. They did also get to play a lot of comfort champions, so maybe this was just them taking a little bit easy, looking for the style. I mean, Lies, Karen, and Gong all played their most played, highest win rate champions, so huge comfort picks for them. But also, Cat played Nautilus. That was the 4th time he's taken the champion. He's never had a win on it before in professional play.
I think the blueprint has been exploited, that if they don't get a 2v2 winning bot lane, Caveman and P will run them over, and Dan Gaming seem to crumble a little bit. Yeah, they're not a team that's really built around their bot lane, despite the fact that their 80 carry is popping off in this series. They're more about, like, their jungler, but it's how their jungler interacts with with Cat or interacts with Choo-Choo that leads them to success. So I feel like that's the number one thing. Like, get him away from Nautilus. We can't afford to take a melee pick, especially when Caveman's going to go off on Thresh like that. We need him on those caster supports.
And can we even really say that it was going off? He was flash flaying and missing, then just walking up and dropping a buff.
His lane phase was rough, but his team fight mid and late game, he hit several pivotal death sentences.
He did, and as you said, he's actually going to get the MVP in this game at 1, 2, and 16 because he was able to catch those people, the members of Dan Gaming, as they were fleeing the fights.
And that's what was so impressive to me and why I think that Vici actually started turning around those 5v5s, because I don't actually think they're the better team fighting team compared to Dan Gaming and the limited tape that I've seen of them in this series. But Caveman made the difference. He was finding the correct CC on the correct targets time and time again, come mid and late game. Lane phase, that was rough.
Yeah.
Late game, solid.
Still able to open up an advantage during that laning phase, though. We'll have to see if he can do that once again in game number 4 as we get ready to prepare for that. But this is that attempt from Caveman to find them. This is Dan Gaming being hesitant for the first time in this series.
And this is also where everything started to go wrong. It was relatively even to this point, but like you said, hesitating, not looking for the back. They could have gotten out clean, and then insult to injury lies like, guys,
team,
where'd you go? Hello?
Oh wait, they're dead.
And that's 3 very easy kills in the pocket of Vici Gaming, as well as then all of that tempo control over the map to do as they please. And it was from that point that they started to really snowball.
Also, we also got to see a very interesting style from Vici Gaming in that pick and ban in counter-picking away from Vici, prioritizing that Talia super early on, taking the Gragas and early rotating the Thresh for Caveman. They knew that they wanted to do this and sort of go for that hyper carry. You mentioned that they had the fingerprints of a hyper carry super early on. So coming in with this strategy in game number 3 with their backs against the wall with the plan and actually executing on it.
No, 100% agree, but I also think that it's very easy to pull the rug out from underneath that.
Yeah.
I think you take away the Thresh is probably the first one that will go. I don't think you look towards the Kog'Maw or the Twitch because you never know which one Schwanchuanpi is going to go for. He can bend his champion pool like that, so you take away the tools that would empower the hyper carry.
Well, we'll have to see if Dan Gaming can do that and recover. We're going to go ahead and get ready for game number 4. It's still 2-1 in favor of Dan Gaming and Vici. They need to reverse sweep if they want to make it back into the LPL. The stakes have never been higher, and it's time to see if they can make the cut. Hello everyone and welcome back. We're just about ready to get into game number 4 between Vici Gaming and Dan Gaming, a team that has been in the LPL since early 2015. 2.5 years worth of history, multiple world champions passing through their roster, and now they find themselves one game away from elimination against the Usurpers. Dan Gaming rising up from the LSPL to challenge and effectively take a huge advantage in game number 1 and game number 2. But finally, we saw Vici Gaming come together, fight back with a team fighting composition, something unexpected for the current lineup. And now as they take to the stage and get ready, they have to take one more win before we move on to an ace match. They have to reverse sweep. And we said it started with game number 3. They turned the engine on and they started rolling out of the driveway, but now they need to actually go the distance.
And you can see the looks on their faces. You know, they don't look super pleased with themselves over that win. They know that they still have a very long road ahead of them, climbing up that reverse sweep that you were talking about, where, meanwhile, this is who I was really curious to get a look at. What did Dan Gaming look like after their first loss? Are they organized enough that they can bounce back and try to close out this series, or will they choke right before the finish line?
It would certainly be a tragedy if that were to be the case. Of course, we know the other LSPL team, Young Miracles, is quite well known for that, going undefeated during the LSPL regular season, then getting eliminated 3-0.
And I do want to take a quick moment as we're looking at the coaches. The coach behind Dan Gaming is BBSY. He used to be the former coach of OMG back in their heydays. I'm talking about Season 4, so Season 4 OMG fans, get your hands up, as well as LGD, which we try to forget about that one. But and the fact that I want to give him credit is because I have very limited experience with Dan Gaming. We were talking between the break. I turned to Dom. I was like, I'm actually really impressed with this third place LSPL team. You can see the discipline kind of ingrained into them in their decision making.
And now we get the chance to see it once again as Vici Gaming. They finally were able to pull themselves together in game number 3. They have to do it again in game number 4. And already we can see Dan Gaming changing things up after their loss. That is a Kled ban away from Long. Again, 2 jungle bans towards Bengi and another 2 towards Karin. And Vici Gaming say, if you take our Kled, we're going to take your Talia. But that means Shen is now picked up for Lies.
So finally, a match without Talia. I think she has been the pivotal point of this entire series so far. So I'm glad to see what both teams will bring out without that type of weapon. The other threat still left on the board, however, is Caveman's Thresh. It was an MVP-worthy performance last time around. I'd hate, yeah, there it goes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Immediately hovered, and let's see if it's locked in. Yep. So, Frost, you were saying?
I think this means that there's a higher priority on Dan Gaming to pick up Zyra in an earlier rotation, because you have to think it's going to be immediately banned away should Cat not get his hands on it.
Now we get a chance to see if Karin goes back towards his Kha'Zix. He has a huge propensity towards the champion. He's played so many times in this series already, twice, and looking to make it number 3. As Bengi tried to pick it up in game number 2 and found himself facing a defeat. And it will be locked in once again.
There's also the option where they could pick up the Karma here, deny that away from EasyHoon. We know that he likes to go towards the Karma when the Talia's not available, and then use it as a flex between Goong and Cat. My only question is, I don't know if Goong actually plays it mid lane.
Let us find out. He does play it. He's played it twice and won with it once.
We're both wrong. Well, technically, I'm just wrong because he didn't make a prediction.
Yeah, it seems like Choo Choo is going to prioritize that Jhin in the bottom lane. I was surprised that he didn't take it in game number 3 because with both Lies, Karin, and Goong going for their most played, highest win rate champion, Jhin is actually Choo Choo's most played, highest win rate. So they are seeming to prioritize that bottom lane.
And while I do agree with the idea that you're then still giving at least one of your members priority, I still think that Cat's almost more important to prioritize here over Choo Choo, just because you had a number of 80 carry champions that would do the exact same thing for him.
And you mentioned earlier how important it is to get him on those playmakers in that he is the instigator in those fights. We saw mid-game when he tried to flash over a wall and hook EasyHoon blind. But with these bans, it's double support towards Cat to eliminate that ability to just point and click, lock someone down. With that, we do see a Cinder ban away from EasyHoon and an Ashe ban from P.
But EasyHoon can still go towards his Karma. He can pick up his, Vladimir if he wants. This would actually be super curious.
Yeah, let's see what he decides to round things out with. As P did some pretty big damage. Hovering back and forth between the two. Can't quite make up his mind.
I mean, Caitlyn would be the safer option, as would Varus, in terms of just kind of offering multiple things to a composition than Twitch, especially when you don't see the last 2 picks of Dan Gaming. So they want to prioritize that counter pick for EasyHoon, which they almost never do, actually. Vici very rarely give EasyHoon the counter pick just because his champion pool is so much wider than the rest of his teammates.
So that means a blind pick from the jungle and support of Dan Gaming. Already excellent at being blind picked. Not a lot of champions hard counter. I don't think there's actually any. Talia maybe if she manages to get Unraveled Earth out first. But it is already now locked in for Gung in the mid lane. The chance to see him on something new. He has a propensity towards assassins. We saw his LeBlanc in the previous one. Now he gets to go right down the list. And this looks to be the next pickup from Cat. Lulu is going to be the support of choice.
And here's the thing, he had the option that he could have looked towards the likes of the Nami. He could have gone for the Karma for more of a hard shove, but chooses to empower his AD carry instead and give a bit more tank front line to the fact that Karen picked up an aggressive carry-oriented jungler.
And now the follow-up from VG Gaming is Vladimir picked up from EasyHoon. I'm still stuck in the van phase right now. They took away his Syndra. They tried to lock him down with that early rotation, and now that is EasyHoon getting the chance to take this champion that he has seen success on with it before. He's got Lung on a carry, we've got EasyHoon on that Vladimir, Xuan P on the highly effective Varus. VG Gaming have picked themselves a pretty good composition.
A lot of comfort picks still going through the fact that, like you said, Caveman got the Thresh, that Xuan P has Varus, but more important, do not be fooled. Athena had a great performance on Vlad yesterday, but EasyHoon is the OG Vladimir in the LPL. This was banned away from him before anyone else really brought it out.
Even before Doindy?
Yep.
Are we talking like late 2016?
Yep.
Yeah. I was thinking like this split when I had been watching, and I thought Doinby was the first guy to break it out.
This split, it was Doinby that beat everyone to the punch, but EasyHoon, I remember it was just one day randomly in the LPL, suddenly all we saw were Vladimir bans, before Vladimir was even being played globally, and so it just caught us off guard. Check EasyHoon's profile. I see what happened here.
He has just been spamming Vlad games. Well, he gets the chance to carry on it once again. He has been well known for his carry on Shuriman champions, that Cassiopeia, Azir, Xerath during his time with SKT, but he has still maintained that control mage focus. As we get into game number 4, Vici Gaming still find themselves down 2-1. If they lose, they are eliminated. If they win, they advance to game 5, the ace match, the big decider. Whereas Dan Gaming, they've still got one more chance to lose before it becomes that clutch decider. And it's an opportunity for us to see if Dan Gaming can recover after a loss. Xuan P coming in to replace Endless has been a huge upgrade in that bottom lane. We're seeing Caveman really show up on that Thresh down there as well.
And that's been the biggest difference for me, is actually Caveman at the support position's performance. Yes, Endless was dying kind of solo when he was on the Rift, and Xuan P has fixed that, but it was really Caveman stepping up and saying, okay guys, we're actually going to win a game now. We're going in, press an R.
Yeah, this is the one that matters. And as the teams prepare to load onto the Rift, you can see a bit of conversation as everyone is getting ready. It'll be exciting to see how this match goes, because Dan Gaming has been fun to watch so far. They just need one more win, and we can watch a whole lot more of them in the LPL Summer Split. But if they lose 2 more times, they drop back down into the LPL, the elimination match, where they will join Game Talents and the rest of the LSPL teams. But as you can see, we've loaded onto the Rift. It's game number 4 between Vici Gaming and Dan Gaming.
Looks to be another clean 5-point spread from both teams. We haven't seen any crazy level 1 shenanigans over the course of this entire series. In fact, it's been fairly simple and standard jungle starts.
Crowd is getting quieter and quieter.
I thought for sure that they were going to cheer again.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, that was the Dan Gaming.
Got their own fans out there.
A few fans from both sides. We see Dan Gaming back on blue. Bengi looks to start off with his Raptors. He's got Rumble and Vladimir to help him out. Meanwhile, you can see Gung waiting towards his own Raptor camp as Karin splits off.
So not sacrificing pressure between Cat and Choo Choo here. Before, they actually leashed for Karin, trying to get him ahead. Oh god, please don't.
Oh man. the emote battle down here in bottom lane. You can see Caveman sort of inching forward, trying to bait him out as if he had hook. And even taking a look at the summoners, Cat took Ignite on Lulu and Exhaust from Caveman, so a different setup in the bottom lane. Probably not going to be looking for that early aggression, he says optimistically.
And you have to think it might punish them not having the exhaust, but you prioritize the Ignite there because you are across from a Vladimir.
Yeah.
So will help before that Mortal Reminder comes online.
Very early lane priority from Choo Choo and Cat as they shove this wave in and clear out all 5 of those minions. Meanwhile, Xuan P and Caveman are sitting all the way under the turret. A quick shove from Goong lets him get a ward in the jungle of Bengi to keep an eye on which route he decides to go for. He's spotted out by a ward, and double buff from Karin looks to be the name of the game. So they will be spotted.
But it's always going to be a question what you do with that information. EasyHoon just being a pest right now, knowing that he'll be able to out-sustain Ahri in this lane through the fact that he's a resource-baseless champion, and he can get his health back.
Karin finishes off red buff as Cat immediately goes for an invade. Caveman has been pulled up as well. He could cut off the escape, but there's also Choo Choo and Karin waiting there. Blue buff is already down to 1,000 health, and it looks like Dan Gaming might try to 3-buff Bengi. He's got his smite ready, so they try to look for the silence, and they force the flash, an Ignite auto attack. He gets the level up from what? From blue buff dying?
He has blue.
Did he get it from the red bird?
It must have ticked off of the red.
How on earth? Bengi, you lucky son of a gun.
That blue buff is MVP.
Oh, the breath of life as the jungle itself breathes life into Bengi.
And now, Cat can actually be punished. He doesn't have his flash. He expended so much on that. Except he's like, minions? What minions? Charges forward.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a cannon creep wave, Cat. Calm down.
Oh, man, and now Karin leaps away, flashes over the wall as Caveman manages to tag the dragon.
And suddenly, everything is going wrong for Dan Gaming in multiple lanes. They had the right idea, but again, the execution. Let's see if it actually is the red
he's got
buff.
his barrel there.
Oh, my God.
Wow. That was... I'm not sure if that was brilliant or just lucky.
That has to be 100% accident.
World champions, man. Sometimes things just happen for them.
Better players just abilities time perfectly.
Yeah, one of my favorite quotes from Rusty is that better players crit more.
That is not a quote from Rusty.
Yeah, sure it is.
No, it's a quote from an OPL player. King. That Rusty stole. I got you, Rusty.
We're getting our proper citations here in the LPL. But better players crit more. They have the exact same crit chance, but they crit more.
I forget if it's Rady or King that said it.
But that was a huge lucky crit for Bengi, keeping him alive in that very early invade from Dan Gaming. That would have been successful. They would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for that pesky blue buff.
I don't blame the barrel, although blue buff still MVP. Guys, a real bro stood
real still.
real still.
You mean on the barrel like this? Bengi
Right here?
invades into Karin's jungle.
Jack Sparrow of blue buffs.
Yeah, exactly. Stole away his Gromp, stole away his Direwolf camp. Bengi, with the luxury of surviving, now will turn towards his own jungle, not getting 3-buffed. Meanwhile, that Vladimir that you mentioned having a great old time against Goong. 11 CS ahead. In the top lane, we're seeing Lies is also trying to open up a CS advantage, and Choo Choo doing the same. But EasyHoon holding down the fort along with Bengi.
And it's still just this constant ebb and flow of both junglers peeking into their opponent's avenue, checking around, seeing what they can find, laying down deep vision. It's been such a very cerebral and very controlled jungle game. I feel like they're not so much predators setting up ganks or snowball mechanics for their laners as they are hunters for each other. Trackers, that's a good word.
More of the Rengar than the Kazakhs in this scenario. Or the Predators instead of the aliens.
It's a great movie.
I wish we could see them fight. Oh, wait. It's a different movie.
But otherwise, things still remaining very calm. We can check in on itemization. Choo Choo has Not a significant CS lead, but he does have a back lead currently, which has a serrated dirt. You'd expect that P could match that, however, by just pushing this lane forward, getting his own back.
We do see the invade from Karin. Gets a ward on the back side, very deep. Teleport is available for Lies, though the minion wave is pushing into that bottom lane, perhaps just trying to keep an eye on Bengi. There are a lot of pings going down from Vici that he could be missing. Cat shows up, gets some damage as Karin shows up. That's Stand United. Chuchu is left behind, but they bring in the Shadow Dash. They're getting good damage onto P. They've got Caveman. The crit gets one. Bouncing Grenade looks for two, and Goong shows up to finish off the second.
And it feels that the pace of every single game in the series is set by the initial bot lane gank. And only when Vici had Talia did things go in their favor. Bengi and Easyhoon are trying to get down here, but you could see how cautious Easyhoon is. He doesn't know where the Ahri.
Yeah, Goong completes his recall. That's spotted out by Bengi. That's actually Ghost used by Easyhoon to get up to those minions in time and protect that turret from going down. And Teleport even used by Lies to make his way back top and not miss too many minions.
We had questions if Dan Gaming would be able to bounce back after the initial loss. They looked much cleaner. Even after the blunder of the blue buff, they reset, refocus, grab a big wave bottom, and make a successful dive. That's now advantage for Goong in the mid lane and Choo-Choo in the bot.
Meanwhile, their blue buff will be stolen away by Long. He is level 6, and Karin, ducking just outside of vision. He doesn't have his smite, but takes the evolved claws for better isolation. Tries to pull that raptor out. Yeah, there he goes. Bengi still manages to get the smite, and Caveman's there. Charm misses. Bengi still has his flash. He did get it back after the early dive and invade.
Just trying to be brave, knowing that he had Caveman behind him with Dark Passage.
Be brave, Bengi. Be brave. His playoff life, his LPL life is on the line in this best of 5. And with Dan Gaming taking an advantage here now with that first game, Karin goes back and steals it. Large Raptor from Bengi says, "You take mine, I take yours. Eye for an eye."
Bengi did have smite as well. Could have tried to test that, as Easyhoon's now going aggressive.
Casually walking up to the Ahri.
Here comes the
still
cast.
holding on to the charm. Flash. Wow, Goong going to be really punished here as he starts his recall, and Deathfire Touch keeps him in lane.
He still has his ultimate available, so he's not in too much trouble despite burning the flash, because he will have the safety of the Spirit Rush either way.
Oh, and Choo-Choo is outplayed, going for the grenade on a minion, and immediately the collapse. Teleport as well. They get that kill. P locks it down. Cat is down there trying to hold the wave. There's no teleport. There's no Stand United. Great use of VG Gaming's window. Bengi's even down here.
I was going to say, even better use of the fact that Bengi's joining the party. There's the cast.
Cast knocks him under the turret. There's no way this Lulu survives. VG Gaming execute the dive and reclaim momentum. They're going to try to rush down bottom tier 1.
And VG match them blow for blow. They see them dive bot, and they one-up them.
Ooh, the charm misses. Long even stands on top of the Dark Passage just in case, as Goong will keep his bottom tier 1 turret alive, so it's not going to break open a huge gold or map advantage for either side.
And Vici won't have that window again because the Stand United will be up the next time for Lies, as well as the fact that he will have the TP advantage. You can see that they're offset slightly on the cooldowns.
You can see Choo-Choo making his way towards the mid lane along with Cat. Let's see if they stay in this lane for a little while or if they decide to commit to this.
I figure you would just clear the wave and then rotate back down to the bottom side, especially because the tower's about to fall over. Although if they have confidence that Goon and Karin could take it by themselves, then you'd have Choo-Choo stay here and then Ahri would rotate back.
Karin on the invade sees Bengi once again. He's got some assistance from Cat. Bengi with no cast gets his ward cleared out and placed down. Meanwhile, P and Caveman will be spotted as they make their way down. As you predicted, Choo-Choo clears out the wave and heads bottom. Goong with a recall picks up a null magic mantle to keep him safe. As Cat looks to cover his AD carry in that jungle. Lung finally gets the chance to head back top. Meanwhile, Easyhoon was actually the one who answered Lies split push up top. His recall is a very early Proto Belt finish.
We're just playing musical chairs all around the map right now. We're trying to figure out our lane assignments. Guys, it's only 11 minutes. Calm down. Big thing, though, that you pointed out is that Proto Belt from Easyhoon. He is a massive threat, so Vici can feel confident as long as they 5v5 or skirmish around him.
And Frosk, it's another Ocean Dragon. Going to be on the map for quite some time.
Why?
Easyhoon gets a great trade onto Goong. Now you can start to see why he needs to go for that null magic mantle.
You know, I said that Dan Gaming were the essential Mountain Dragon. I feel like Vici or Ocean.
Ooh, Cat actually eats a Chains of Corruption. That Stand United as Lies shows up bottom.
Slightly mistimed because their wave was just pulled apart by the AoE and line damage from Xuan P. But they pulled the trigger. The Stand United was fulfilled.
They're
so
bringing
they
the whole
need
family
to
right
push this
now.
down.
Yeah, 5 people. As Dan Gaming go forward, they've got Cask. They've got Piercing Arrow. That's going to do a lot to the minion wave, but the cannon is still able to collapse onto the turret. This is Dan Gaming taking that first brick and splitting the gold evenly amongst all of them. Long looks to answer back by taking his top tier 1, while EasyHoon gets a lot of damage mid. The rest of Dan Gaming continue to keep Vici occupied, but this top tier 1 is not long for the world.
But it's also a slight advantage to Long in particular, just because he's not splitting any of that with anyone else. Whereas, like you said, the whole family got in on the bottom tower.
Yeah, everyone got 38 gold, 2 minions per person.
I'm rich.
Plus the 200 from the turret. They now turn onto the Ocean Dragon. Karn is down there. Meanwhile, Bengi's on the other side of the map, so Vici will again trade objectives and lose out on the neutral set.
So what this means in particular for Rumble is you can see that he has his completed Leandries. He was also level 9.
Yeah.
So as soon as that he gets closer to ticking over to level 2 ultimate, it's actually a significant power spike, kind of a little bit of a springboard or ramp for Long in particular in these 5v5. So with Proto Belt, with Leandries, and with level 2 ultimate, which is just a level down for Rumble, Vici can hit real hard within the next like 2 to 3 minutes.
Currently they're playing around that top side of the map, stealing away the blue buff from Gung, and Long is split pushing bottom. So EasyHoon just clearing out these waves. He's so close to being able to one-hit that entire wave, the caster creeps, and keep going on. Meanwhile, Bengi sitting inside of this Tribush along with Caveman to protect Xuan P. It's dangerous, but Dan Gaming just decided to take the Gromp and back off.
Everyone just trying to get the farm where they can. These people are actually overextending pretty far into danger zones. They're trying to collapse on Easy.
Charm onto EasyHoon. He's got Flash and Ghost, and Bengi is there as well. Complete Flourish misses, but that's going to be the curtain call. Bengi's tanking these hits. Courage of the Colossus and Charm misses.
Unfortunately not connecting with the skill shots, so a couple of mechanical blunders there mean that Dan Gaming are unable to execute on what was a really good idea.
Bengi got nice and tanky from his Courage of the Colossus, was able to take those hits just fine, but Dan Gaming try to make a play, as we said. It's plain and simple. They set up for it. Does it work? No? All right, back up. Question is, what do they need to wait for in order to try it again?
The blueprint's much easier to follow because they do have the gen like that Ashe. They can just stand in Fog of War, open up that ultimate. I like to call it the Yahtzee of ults. You just kind of roll the dice, see what you got.
Yeah. Yahtzee!
If not, put it back in the cup, roll it again.
Yeah. One shows up bottom, gets some slow onto Lies. You can see the damage that Rumble is doing. Flash even used defensively by Lies. He doesn't want to risk being cast back in, even though Bengi doesn't have it.
But this is the problem. Because they made that big gamble on the play mid and they didn't execute on it, Vici now get more time where they get to execute on kind of long-term plans, which is taking that tower bottom.
I see what you did there, as all the gold went onto Long.
Yep.
Very long-term plans.
It's level 11.
Yep, finally ticking over, clearing out those waves so quickly. He is really going to hurt.
And the next dragon will be Mountain. So Vici are primed and ready to take a big 5v5, despite the troubles that Xuan P had in the initial lane phase.
They've got a nice set of vision just outside on that bottom side of the map. You can see how dark this is for Dan Gaming. Vici are just outside of the wards. Bengi and Caveman should have been spotted there. There are assist pings now going out from the rest of Dan Gaming as they back away. Xuan P walks forward along with Bengi. They've got 4 members. Meanwhile, EasyHoon is splitting up top. But they decide just to play the wave instead and not take any chances with any dives or chases.
Dan Gaming are still very patient and very disciplined. You know, you can see how conscious they are of Fog of War.
Chain of Corruption onto Choo Choo, hook onto Equalizer. He flashes back, and that is going to be enough to keep him alive. Wild Growth and Stand United.
See, even in a scenario like that where he was caught around a corner of Fog of War, you could still see that he was cautious of it, laying down his traps, trying to peek around the corner.
With all of those ultimates, 5 members of Vici Gaming now siege that mid-tier 1. They've even got a flank from Goong, but he's spotted out. Charm tags onto EasyHoon. They manage to get a snare, but that's a Vladimir. They're not going to be able to kill him. Curtain Call finding some damage, but they are so tanky. Dash in, hook onto Karin, and he is going to flash back. Somehow survives. Bengi escorts him, flash from Chuan P. He eats a charm, and that's going to be a lot of damage out of Choo-Choo. Trying to answer back. EasyHoon flanks onto Cat. He's turning onto Goong. Does he have enough? Choo-Choo is still firing, but he just cannot get through that health. And Lies gets them so low, but so far he's only able to get one. 3 members of Dan Gaming die for one of Vici.
And we said the next 5v5 should go in Vici's way just due to their power spikes, and they find it. They're able to execute and organize their team fight appropriately. Big shoutouts to EasyHoon and Long especially.
Huge flank in that fight to reward a lot of damage. And now we find the momentum definitely in Vici's favor. 1,500 gold ahead, 2 turrets to 1.
So we take another look at this. So Dan Gaming want to pull the trigger here because the equalizer has been burned. So they feel like they have an advantage because Rumble won't ult. But the thing is Caveman is hitting these chain CCs over and over again, and Long and EasyHoon are doing such a great job zoning on these small ramps with Flame Spitter. And then there's the flank that you were talking about. EasyHoon zones out 2 different members and makes sure that the Ahri can't help out on Shin and Jin doing the damage. So it wasn't just one member going Super Saiyan, it was about 3 different pieces of Vici stepping up to the plate.
And this is what we mentioned from Vici Gaming. We know Bengi and EasyHoon can step up and perform. We always have to look towards the bottom and the top lane, the side lanes from Vici. And Long is pulling it together in this set. He's doing a lot of damage on this Rumble. Chuan P is up 20 CS. He's been able to show up huge as Goong. Oh man, managed to follow up with the rest of his team. Long is there, doesn't have his Zanya's finished, and dies. They even get the kill onto Choo-Choo.
And for some reason, it just looks really impressive when they continuously make plays around Goong. He's actually been very solid this series, which he had a really rough year the last time we saw him on a professional stage in the LCK. You know, going out with Najin EM Fire was not a great look for him.
Yeah.
But looks better now.
Yeah, he's been getting some pretty clutch charms. His flanks have been solid as Karin, might die, but Stand United keeps him alive along with Red Buff healing himself back up. But that's Flash Proto Belt from EasyHoon. Meanwhile, Mountain Dragon has been started off by the rest of them. They know that Karin has no flash. They know that he's got no ultimate, so Bengi should be fine to secure this, even smiting early.
Gonna easily walk it down. That said, it will be a response by Ahri up into the top side. You can see that that tower is a stiff breeze from going down, so they should get something for their troubles.
Top tier 1 finally drops as Mountain Dragon is picked up, and when it's all said and done, it's only about 300 gold separated between the teams. It's rather balanced between them, even in top, even in jungle, close to even in mid lane, and close to even on AD carries.
But if we continue to go neutral, then it's going to come down to the execution of these 5v5s and who's going to outscale.
Whoa, Flash Polymorph. You can't take the Lantern when you're Polymorph, but if you land a hook onto Goong, you can force a fight. He dashes through 2 sides of the box and eats huge burst damage. Great setup from Caveman, and then an equalizer behind it. Choo-Choo is still rather high health, but without anyone in front of him, he has to back away from 5 members of Vici. They break down this mid-tier 1 off the back of Goong getting caught.
And for all of the praise that I was giving him earlier, that was a massive mistake. Not because he got caught by the death sentence, but because he decided to engage on a fight without Shin having ultimate. The Shin ult was used defensively bottom to save their jungler, which meant that immediately looking for a fight there is foolish. You don't have the Stand United. You're an ultimate down. Why do it?
Bit of a reckless play from Dan Gaming. Perhaps we're seeing the veneer crack a bit, as they have been quite persistent in this set, though they did lose game number 3. We're looking for them to recover here in game number 4, and now they find themselves down quite a bit of gold. I just listed it as being even. Well, now it's Vici with a comfortable lead now that they've broken the mid-tier 1. And as we crest over to the 21-minute mark and we start moving our vision around that Baron, around the eventual next set of dragons, got to start looking at those supports and junglers to continually refill. Cat and Karin hanging out already on that Baron side of the map. They've dropped a whole lot of wards over there.
And then as we start moving late game, we have to look at who the carries are going to be, once we crest that 25 into 30-minute mark. So it's pretty obvious that late game Vladimir is an absolute joke. If you've never played against it, it's busted. EasyHoon is going to...
much damage.
It's just disgusting. You can't kill him. He does ridiculous amounts of damage, so much zone control. And if you look at Vici's gaming holistically, I actually think it's a great comp for Vladimir. I feel like The fact that they don't have any real hard CC on their mid laner is compensated by the fact that they decided to go Varus instead of the Twitch, so we saw kind of that indecision there. Am I going to go the hyper carry? Okay, no, I'm going to play for the team. We don't have the Ashe, but I can have the Chains of Corruption. You then have great mid-game power spikes in the Gragas as well as the Rumble. Like, everything holistically about it is just so well-rounded. Whereas on Dan Gaming, I feel like all of the eggs are in the choo-choo basket. Late game, it's really about that Jhin.
Get that Jhin to late game. See if you can shoot someone with a big fourth bullet.
And Goon and Karen are doing a good job trying to inch him there. But once we go into 30, 45 minutes, it's now about how many picks and how many openings can we make for Choo Choo to succeed.
And a lot of that priority is going to be around the vision and setup. Bengi has been on point with a lot of his wards since game number 3, since he managed to pull it together. Now needs to continue this momentum. As Dan Gaming try to break it out, they managed to sweep it. Once again, moving as a collective unit. They've got Stand United, this 1-3-1 that they are so well known for. VG Gaming grouped up in the mid. They've got all 5 members here, as they don't have teleport on long, so we cannot afford to answer 2 lanes at once, but he will head bottom. Try to get some damage onto Flies, who is going for a Titanic Hydra second.
Interesting. I like the fact that Shin is trying to pull Rumble away from the 5v5. Obviously, Shin can always get to a team fight first in a side lane, so it's advantageous to play those side splits.
That's immediately what we see, as the snare is still going to catch Bengi. He's kept alive quite a bit. There goes the curtain call. That's going to be a flank from EasyHoon, though. He manages to get into the back and get some good damage before turning around. No kills picked up, but he gets the Hemo Plague before dropping into a pool. Some AoE, another tether. That's a Caveman setting the line and going down. Finally, Long is caught up, but the Equalizer is only going to find Lies. He used his flash already and doesn't have a Shadow Dash, so he dies. It ends up being a 1-for-1 top 4 support.
And unfortunately, the rest of his team was unable to follow up on Lies' big heroic play to try to turn the tide of that fight. It really was Schwan, it felt like, that had zoned them out, which he didn't have ultimate. They saw him in that bush, so that was quite curious.
Yeah, Vici now actually raced down the mid lane. They cut off Choo-Choo, and with that, they're able to get some good chip damage onto that mid tier 2 turret, so they definitely come out ahead in that regard.
However, EasyHoon did burn all of his summoners in that last exchange, so will not be able to make that type of play again, where he comes from the wrong side. He's like, I don't really want to be here. Ghost flash to the other side.
It seemed like it was great for him. He came into the fight, and there was a Jhin with his back to him. So he just showed up, threw some blood at him, turned around.
I definitely think he showed up, thought that he had Jhin unaware, and then Lulu literally flashed on top of him and ignited him.
Ignite!
What you doing? Stop looking at him.
Now we see Vici Gaming setting up for the Baron. P on this recall has finished off his Runeans and Blade of the Ruined King, working towards Quicksilver Sash, just in case he gets caught. Bottom is alive, still holding down on that wave. He's finished off his own Titanic Hydra. Still looking for a big buy from Choo-Choo. He's been sitting on these 2 components for quite some time. But Dan Gaming quickly answer back by clearing out the vision of Vici and maintaining momentum on that side of the map. They don't know that Long is bottom yet, but they will soon.
That's Stand United. What is it, just off of cooldown? It's so hard to tell with that one.
It looks like it's about 10-15 seconds from being out.
Oh, yeah, you are correct.
Got to close up on the upper left corner. Yeah, we're still seeing Long sitting just outside of vision as Dan Gaming sit back, running that 1-3-1, constantly alternating the one, though. Is it Goon? Is it Karen?
But it's advantageous for them to create this hiatus in the game right now because they are waiting on that Infinity Edge power spike for Choo-Choo. So they don't want anything to happen. They're happy that it's going to be an Ocean Dragon. They're happy that Vici aren't making eyes at the Baron. They need to continue to control the Scuttle Crab if possible, just so that vision can't get swept out, and continue to just absorb these side lanes.
Seems like they might have to sacrifice bottom here as Goon heads back into base, finishes off his Luden's Echo and a Negatron Cloak, and the rest of Vici immediately turn onto that Ocean Dragon, as looks like Choo-Choo will complete his own recall as well. So Vici Gaming now continuing their momentum and moving forward.
Still 625 gold away from Infinity Edge. And with the Ocean Dragon no longer there to distract Vici Gaming, the next objective will be setting up for that Baron, which is why it's not given to Jin here. It's the Ahri quickly running top lane like, I know you need the gold, take mid lane, we just need to shove these waves as quickly as possible because we need to get control of this pit because we need to contest the vision. You can see the on the way pings going. Like, we're too late, they're already there.
Yeah, Vici are sitting in the pit. Xuan P actually completes his recall, goes for a Hex Drinker instead of Quicksilver. Makes a lot of sense as Bangi polymorph to safety.
Cat is the most aggressive Lulu player I think I've ever seen. He's literally just like chasing after you with like bubbles.
And he's found Easy Hoon and tries to trade with him. Level 10 to level 15, Lulu versus Vladimir. You want to go?
Fight me. Turn you into a seal.
Oh, man. Just trying to answer back. Cat has been huge for instigating on this team. Now he needs to take a different role.
But after this wave, they still need to stall to get Choo Choo back in base, buy, and back out onto the Rift. So they completed step 1, but now they need to complete step 2 before they're strong enough to fight.
With Lives pulling a lot of attention up top, that could be a window of them for them to play with. That's recall completed from Lung. He's got his teleport ready as he's finished off a Void Staff on top of that Zanya's. So we're seeing big damage out of him. This is going to be a little bit more difficult for Lies to trade with. Charm catches Bangi. Snare stops the recall from Choo Choo once again. He's still sitting here in this mid lane.
And this is Dan Gaming saying that we're going to stall the back. You're not going to get the immediate power spike because Lies is winning that side lane so hard. They're just trying to buy time. You can see Choo Choo was step back kind of waiting like, Ahri, if you hit that stun, I can follow up on it. We can continue to apply pressure and keep Vici in this mid lane while Shin makes use bottom.
Yeah, so he did finally cycle that recall, finally completed that Infinity Edge. He's got a Hex Drinker finished as well, along with a dagger for even more attack speed.
I just like the fact that as a characteristic, like in that decision making, Choo Choo showed that he's here to play for the team. Like he'll be the guy that picks up the pentakill, that can do back-to-back MVPs and hard carry, but if his team asks him to stay, he'll do it to open up opportunity for Shin. If that was Uzi, he's like, I don't care.
I'm backing.
I'm backing.
Sorry.
Take my lane.
Playing for the team, super important for Dan Gaming. Again, the LSPL teams, the up-and-comers, the usurpers, as they've managed to catch on to Karen. Flashes back outside of the box. They get teleport from Long as well. It's canceled. That's going to refund part of the cooldown, but Stand United was completed from Lies.
That said, he still has his teleport, so not a lot lost there. The fact that the teleport was canceled by Long also means that Vici can absorb that loss.
With Easy Hoon continuing to shove in those waves up top, he is getting bigger and bigger towards that late game Vladimir. Xuan P, is that an Essence Reaver? The Caulfield's Hammer? Oh, that's, no, the Maw of Malmortius, you're right.
Yeah.
You didn't even say it, but you're right.
No, I was like, Caulfield's Hammer can build into multiple items, Dom. What do you think it's going to be with a heck?
You're still right. Great job on the desk, Frosk. But now the team moving around that Baron. Again, Dan Gaming playing the team game 1-3-1. They know they've got a power opportunity in that Shen. He's split pushing bottom. Level 16 is even more reduced cooldown on that Stand United. With Lung's teleport on cooldown, he's got a group with his team, so now is the opportunity for Dan Gaming to play the map a little more aggressively.
And you said level 16 on Shen. We also have level 16 on Rumble. So it's that much more of that emphasis. He doesn't want to just play with his team because he can't stand across from the Shin, but he wants to play with his team because he wants to hit someone with his Leandri's Hourglass Void Staff build.
Yeah, the only thing he's been able to hit is Lies and minions.
I'm waiting for the Banner of Command.
Oh, man.
That would just be the
Rumble's bane.
The nail in the coffin.
The only person who can deal with that is Xuan B. Ooh, that is unfortunate.
It'd be
interesting to see Vici Gaming.
Banner of Command would be a great item here. Like, think of how much magic damage they have, first of all.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, Flash, Chain of Corruption, and a Tether. That's also going to be the curtain call. Xuan P is getting backhanded for that attempt. Equalizer on top of Choo Choo, and the cast knocks him out of it. Karin is burnt down to half, but that is a lot of ultimates. Meanwhile, Lies, still holding on to Stand United, finishes off the Tier 2.
A great flash from Choo Choo. It wasn't just the cast that caused problems, the fact that he flashed from the back half of it and then was flung even farther out to safety.
Now that Ocean Dragon is topping, Dan Gaming off. Goon goes in, misses the charm. Dark Passage means Bengi's going to be able to escape, and EasyHoon's there to follow up if a fight were to break out.
You do not want any of that, Bengi. Cat does not mess around. He will turn around. He will polymorph you. You will be sorry.
That is a scary Lulu.
Every time I see him,
you should be afraid.
he's on the front lines. He's just like, that tastes purple.
Yeah.
I almost said it.
Oh, man. And now we still see Lies playing with that power spike. He's actually taking some damage here. His Guardian Angel and Spirit Visage not doing too much against the penetration of that Rumble, but still focusing around that vision as these tiny vision skirmishes move back and forth. It's even to turrets, just about even in kills. We've got an Infernal Dragon up in 20 seconds.
Our first one of the entire series.
Woo.
I'm so excited.
In Game 4.
Especially because everyone has their big items out now. So other cool core itemization that was picked up is the Mortal Reminder coming out of Karin. So now they're not only reliant on the Morellonomicon and the Ignite.
Vici Gaming are on the pit for that Infernal Dragon. EasyHoon managing to hold a lot of the attention as the rest of Vici finish that off, and now we've got the swap from Dan Gaming. They're sending Lies up top. Looks like he's going for a Knight's Vow. No, what? Locket?
Who are you looking at right now?
Lies with the Aegis?
His name really throws me. It's a Banner of Command.
Is that actually built into Banner?
Now you've psyched me out.
Because I thought it was the Point Runner, the Raptor's Cloak.
Oh, you're right.
Interesting. But meanwhile, they are going to defend against this. Actually, Lies has got a head bottom to deal with long. He's been pushing this entire time.
I just want a Banner of Command. Please, Lies. Just build it. Then you never have to be in a side lane again. You could push multiple side lanes. You could put your Banner of Command bottom. You could run top. Someone's caught.
Yeah, that's a fight. Chuan P goes down as Karin gets the assassination. Goon goes in, and they set up a great shot, but that's going to be a cast to reset it. Meanwhile, Lung is flanking from the far side. Lies is holding 3 people down by himself. EasyHoon gets into the back. He's found Choo Choo and does not have enough to kill him as Dan Gaming take the fight.
They may take more than that. They're continuing to charge on. Bengi's still alive, which means the possibility of a smite steal is there, but they will turn on Baron.
His smite is on cooldown. He's got flash. This is going to be so close, and you can see them waiting over the pit to zone him away. It's all up to Cat now as Bengi has found the support undefended, aggressively seals him. That's a barrel to keep himself safe. He's already down to half. The charm misses. They're taking a lot of damage from the backside of this. They need to respect the vision a little bit more, but they decide to finish it off, and they catch the snare on the way out.
They zone appropriately, and with that, Dan Gaming have now put themselves in the driver's seat. That could potentially be Vici Gaming's careers.
That would be absolutely huge. So it turns out Aegis does build into Banner of Command.
Are you messing with me?
I was incorrect. Here's that fight again. They catch Chuan P, a huge pick from Goon.
It sets up then, the other big thing is Choo Choo is going to open up into his ultimate. Bengi does a great job finding the cast, but the thing is Jin doesn't have to do the damage right now. Goon is going off in this fight. Ari hits like a truck, and she's just going to nail charm after charm and chase after chase.
And turns out Aegis does build into Banner of Command, but look what he turned it into. Locket of the Iron Solari along with Cat. Shields on shields on shields.
I don't know if I'm more tilted with you or him.
For bringing this up?
No, just because...
Making you doubt yourself.
Yeah, I've started doubting myself on my ingredients, and I was like, it's a Banner of Command. You're like, no, it's not. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, oh, God, now I don't know.
No, it isn't. Oh. That means we have achieved trust, Froskirin.
That was a trust fall, and you dropped me on the ground.
And I brought you right back up, because now he's going for something different.
Just like baby head first.
It's okay, it's soft. It'll soak and fall. They continue pushing onto the mid-tier 1, though, and are trying to get into the LPL. Vici Gaming, if they lose here, they are eliminated. And Dan Gaming, the LSPL up-and-comers, are trying to close this series. They've got Baron for another 2 minutes. Elder Dragon is going to be the next one to spawn as we've crested over the 35-minute mark, but they've got Lies pushing bottom, and the rest of the team just needs to hold Vici down mid.
Dun-dun. Cat is just a shark.
He's a Lulu.
That's why it's so funny. He's just standing. What are you going to do, Cat?
Aggressively glitter lances nothing. I like it. Karin actually shows up. They might try to assassinate Long. He's doing a lot of damage, though. He doesn't have his Zanyas. Karin does not have enough to kill him as he's able to get a scrap shield and back away. Redemption on top of Karin. EasyHoon doesn't get anything. The mid-tier 1 falls, and Dan Gaming are pulling Vici apart.
The Italian job bottom here, just like in and out, got what they came for, make the great escape.
The Shen shows up with a briefcase, and suddenly Kazik sleeps out of it. Very unexpected.
It's Ocean's 11.
It is. Because Dan Gaming have been getting ocean after ocean after ocean.
Oh my god, I hate you so much right now.
And at the 36.5-minute mark, Bengi is looking across from Gung, the man who kept him out of Worlds in 2014, the man who eliminated his chances. And now, what sweet, sweet payback from Gung to be able to do it again here in the LPL Promotion Tournament.
This is worse.
3 years later.
He would relegate Vici Gaming. They've been in the LPL for, what you were saying, 3 years?
Yeah, 2.5. As EasyHoon, not even you can affect that Shen. Look at the damage Lies is doing. He doesn't even use his Locket of the Iron Solari.
Oh, how the mighty are falling right now. Vici, you need to dig up.
Yeah, this is the sound of a dynasty crumbling. Vici Gaming are falling further and further behind. They've caught Bengi. A huge crit is going to finish him off. They open up with the curtain call. Equalizer on top of him, and Chuchu is just sitting in it while he's firing away. Gung is doing some huge work and continuing to push forward. Dan Gaming, 5 versus 3. They've broken the inhib line.
And they've taken the bottom inhib, so should this game go to another Baron, surely they'll get it for free, but they're not going to stop here. Karin has prepped the wave mid lane.
She's bringing those minions in. Xuan P tries to clear it. It's his last hope. All the minions have been reset, but the next wave comes in. Another charm lands. They've got the CC. Another assassination. It's 5 versus 2. EasyHoon trying to come up big. Stand United from melee range. Lies is right there, but the next inhibitor has been broken.
The death timers are relatively short on Bengi. 22 seconds on Long. Dan Gaming, the redemption, they're going for it.
It is so close they can almost taste it. Turning onto the Nexus turrets. The first one is going to be targeted. Bengi is there. The 2 world champions in their AD carry trying to keep themselves alive here. They managed to get the kill onto Lies. He's caught on the way out by a Chains of Corruption. Flashes back, but the chase is denied. Charm lands onto EasyHoon, but Vici Gaming get a brief respite here in game number 4, the set match.
But you see immediately the pings. They know, back to the wall. They can no longer sit in their base and clear. They have to get to Elder.
They're trying to fight right now, and Bengi again eats a huge amount of damage. The equalizer is used onto Chuchu. He's chunked down to half. EasyHoon is flanking. Flash slow, but Cat gets away. EasyHoon's almost there. He's got Flash, teleport from behind. And Lies has got a long way to go to catch up to his team. Set to flank onto Vici, but they're slowly being escorted out by Caveman.
They just need to be zoned out of the area. Jhin ultimate.
There's the curtain call once again. EasyHoon is healed up, but that's Karin doing great damage. Xuan P is escorted away. Lies forces his flash, gets into the back. Cat goes in. That's 1 down. That's 2 down. EasyHoon is trying. He gets 1. Looks for Chuchu. He's Zanya's to stall it out. The charm misses as well. That's a dash to try to kill him, but they have got enough damage. That's the crit. EasyHoon from the grave has now put all of his faith into Bengi, all of his faith into Long, because it's 2 versus 4, and Dan Gaming are chasing forward.
And the creeps are on the Nexus towers. If they want to, they have a wealth of options. Elder Dragon or look for the end. Dan Gaming are rushing the base.
They're going for it. That's going to be the Deadly Flourish missing. The Nexus turrets fall. It's 5,000 health between Dan Gaming and the LPL. Bengi goes down. They leap onto the Nexus, and Dan Gaming have defeated Vici. Cheers of victory as they have escalated into the LPL.
And with that, you can see Vici, solemn faces, no expression. Across them, the underdogs. In their hooded sweatshirts, their printed t-shirts, will calmly shake the hands of those finely printed leather jackets.
And on this day, 3 world champions fell. Pumandu of the organization Vici, along with EasyHoon and Bengi. And 2.5 years of history come to a close today as Dan Gaming have removed Vici Gaming from the LPL. You could see the audience is cheering. Dan Gaming fans nice and loud, and you can clearly tell who's a fan of Dan Gaming and who's a fan of Vici in that audience.
The LPL, meet your newest qualified team. If you haven't heard of them, you should get to know them. They're disciplined, they're patient, and they are sure as hell fun to watch.
Absolutely, Dan Gaming. There's going to be a party in their house tonight as they take all their things and get to rest for a few months because they will be returning in the 2017 Summer Split. Very sad faces from Lung and the rest of Vici as they make their way backstage. It's been a long trip, and it is always sad to close up the chapter on one of the team's books, but time to see what's next.
And what's next is this guy on your screen right now. Choo went absolutely massive in all of those games, but you have to think it was individual performances across the board from Dan Gaming. Goon was going off in the Ari late game. Cat was always leading the charge. Even Lies up in the top lane, who's been kind of one of the stragglers for the team, finally putting up those numbers and out-split pushing Long.
Yeah, and we got an opportunity to look at how the priority for Dan Gaming has shifted over the series. They showed that they can play through Lies when he becomes massive. They showed that they can play through Gung when he gets those huge charms on Ari. They showed that they can definitely play through Choo, nailing those huge team fights time and time again. This is a team that has a lot of threat coming into the LPL. And like you said, we've still got the LPL playoffs going on right now, but you've got to imagine Dan Gaming, they're going to be feeling really good about moving forward.
But check out that damage done to champions graph. Gong, he made sure that Bengi and Faker and Pumandu didn't go to Worlds in Season 4. And today, he struck back twice.
Yeah, another second hit to the old SKT players. And despite EasyHoon trying his hardest on that Vladimir, despite a huge amount of damage from Long on that Rumble as well, here you can see where they try to take the fight that decides the game.
And a deep teleport from Lies sets this up, as well as the Jhin ultimate. So Lies is going to fly into the back line, find a clever taunt, and then once the damage has been done, everyone just flies back there with him. The immediate trust fall. Karen goes over the top. Goon kites back with the team.
I don't know if you noticed that, but Xuan P was grouped up inside of his team, and he was still hit by 3 shots of that curtain call. Huge aim from Choo to follow through. You can see the big cheers coming out from him.
Super hyped.
Yeah, as he is able to close that out and take the win. Dan Gaming, they have done it. They have defeated Vici 3-1 and advanced on to the LPL. 3rd place during the LSPL regular season, 3rd place during the playoffs in defeating Starhorn Royal Club. And now they get the chance to move on and try their mettle against the best teams in China.
And unfortunately, at this point, we need to also then close the chapter on Vici Gaming. So while I'm super excited to have Dan Gaming join the LPL, again, very limited experience with the team, very limited tape. This was the series that I got to know them as well as hopefully the LPL audience got to know them. And I'm excited. I'm stoked for it. I hope they maintain the same roster. I hope we don't see too many changes because it feels like they have so many cool pieces to work with. But on the other side, you know, Vici, this unfortunately has been a really long time coming, it's felt. The fact that you can have 5 world champions go through your roster doors and never find over 6, that's a problem.
Yeah, that world champion in the mid lane, EasyHoon, had to deal with this guy, Gung, who gets the MVP in game number 4, the one that actually got the win, landing some clutch charms and doing huge damage over the course of the game.
And he was just explosive all over the map at every aspect. The early game, the mid game, and especially the late game. You could see that Dan Gaming were a team that were playing with momentum. What was once very disciplined, very patient play, at the very end, you could see that they could taste it, that they were so close, that Vici were on the ropes, and they weren't getting back up. And suddenly, instead of playing this calm game, they were just getting frantic.
Yeah, and that was all off the single charm from Gung, setting up this huge fight that his team immediately took the trust fall. They followed up, and they found the kills.
And we now have 2 mid laners from Najin. We have both Tank and Gung in the
That's
LPL.
right.
So we've got the duo, the set is complete, and it's good to see another star like this join our ranks.
Huge follow-up in order to do that and close out the sets. But again, just to run through some of the accolades from Vici Gaming, they've been with the LPL for a grand total of 2.5 splits. They joined after the 2014 Summer Promotion Tournament and then played through, like we said, 2.5 splits. They went to playoffs in 2016 Spring, 2016 Summer, 2015 Summer, and the only time they didn't go to playoffs was 2015 Spring when they first joined as a new organization, and now this last split, the 2017 Spring. So 3 out of their 5, they were able to make it up and really try to make a good run for the end of it. But this is a team that has never found success in the LPL. They have never placed higher than 6th place. And now they find themselves, unfortunately, relegated into the LSPL.
They still have the chance they could auto-promote back in. It's a well-established organization and massive organization.
Absolutely.
Not just in League of Legends. Of course, everyone knows their Dota squad there. So they definitely have the structure and the finances behind them to kind of regroup and rebuild. It's now just a question of what faces can Vici possibly do that with. You know, will they maintain EasyHoon and Bengi and try to fight their way back through the LSPL, or are we going to see these, you know, contracts open up and these players appear on different rosters? Because there's a lot of talent there. You know, Long could exit to a different team.
Where you saw Xuan P absolutely pop off in that last set. Yeah, Caveman on Thresh is really putting up some good numbers. But I think even continuing that, the fact that Vici Gaming, they've always been an organization that's been about growth, trying to improve their players by mixing and matching sort of these Chinese rosters, by bringing in world champions time and time again, and it just has never quite meshed out well with them. And even when you look at other teams with the likes of LGD, they seem to struggle and have difficulty. The only team that seems to have found success is Invictus Gaming with Rookie and Duke.
It's also the fact that even with their Chinese talent, they haven't been able to level it up. So you take World 6 as probably the easiest example. World 6 is now the current jungler for OMG.
Yeah.
Guy looks amazing, doesn't he? Well, fun fact, he used to be on Vici Gaming. He was actually the guy that put Dandy up into the top lane because he came in as the jungler. Obviously, that was an organization choice, and Dandy choosing that, hey, I'll do this for the team. I'll go up into the top lane. It's not like World 6 was like, I'm the jungle now. Like, I know you're a world champion, but you need to calm down.
The craziest thing was Dandy still played jungle champions up top, like Hecarim and Zac.
But World 6 was also still struggling in that jungle position. He didn't look as good as he did now. So I like to say that he was, you know, discovered between Dandy and Mata, but he bloomed and was developed by OMG. So time and time again, it's not just the fact that Vici have kind of failed to capitalize on their world caliber talent, but also in just growing their own domestic talent. It seems to shine better on teams past them. Yeah,
and sort of looking through the history of this roster, the likes of Dandy, Vasily was on the roster for a time. They had Punish, they had Mata, World 6, as we've said, Amy, Wayless, currently Godv of Team LGD. We know he's a huge mid laner. And then just so many more. SMLZ even was on that roster for a brief time. This has just been... So perhaps, yes, they are a foundation for new talent growing through, but it's just not showing up while they are still on the roster.
Just the inability to organize all of the talent that they have, I think, is probably the nicest thing that could be said.
Yeah, but again, it is with heavy hearts that we do have to say goodbye to Vici Gaming in the LPL. They've been with us for 2.5 years. Though they aren't eliminated, it's not like they are just dead or executed. They're in the LSPL. They're still going to be competing. You can find those games if you want to. If you're still a fan of the team, we'll see what happens for them in the summer. But now, turning our attention towards the newcomers, Dan Gaming. Like you said, there's so much cool stuff that we're seeing out of them. This is a team that is just fun to watch.
This also puts a lot of heat on LGD across from Young Miracles. Dan Gaming were the 3rd place LSPL team. Young Miracles are the 2nd place LSPL team. So theoretically, Young Miracles are even better. And, you know, LGD finished lower than Vici did.
Yeah.
So are we potentially going to have 3 LSPL teams qualify for the LPL?
It would be a crazy day. It's hard to imagine if something like that were to happen. But again, thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and get ready for our next set. It's LGD going up against Young Miracle in just a few. Thank you so much, and we'll be right back.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the LPL and the continuation of the promotion tournament. We're here with Young Miracles and LGD coming up next, and it's going to be a real task for LGD because Young Miracles came in as the 2nd seed out of the LSPL and looking incredibly strong. My name is Pauls. I'm going to be here with Raz as well to break this one down. And Raz, this feels like this could be the end of the line from LGD.
Yeah, it really could, especially after they have to follow up that show. Recognize that the 3rd seed was able to take down Vici Gaming. That is a higher seed than Vici, or at least LGD, by the way. So Vici higher seed than LGD. LGD recognizing that. You said that Young Miracles coming up at 2nd seed, which is true. But Young Miracles throughout the regular season in the LSPL were the 1st place team, bar none. No one could touch them. It was sitting at the very end. And so everybody looked to the finals in the LSPL finals in the playoffs. And it was a choking experiment coming out of not experiment, experience coming out of Young Miracles. So Young Miracles, they choked at the end, and that's just a constant for Young Miracles, that 5 times they've gotten to that moment where they can and maybe probably should be able to promote into the LPL. Now it looks like this is going to be their 6th chance. We'll have to see if that's going to take it.
Sure. Do you think that Young Miracles, if they went into that last matchup against Vici, would have put on the same performance that we saw out from Dan Gaming? Because Vici, I mean, we just watched 2 world champions get relegated to the LSPL. I mean, that is like insane by itself. But was it because Dan looked better from the LSPL, or was it just because Vici just didn't find their footing whatsoever?
It's the latter. So they didn't find footing, and I think it would have been the similar problem with Young Miracles. And the reason for that is simply the proactiveness of some of the players. Gung is one of them. Chu, as we saw, he was really a star performer in that one. And they were just constantly on the offense. And so that's something that Vici always had a problem with. And Young Miracles at the same, they have Knight in their mid laner who is always going to be looking to exploit some part of the map. And Vici are an incredibly reactive team. And if they don't catch you out doing something, they're going to fall face first. So that's a problem that Vici has had. And it's kind of tough because it's tough for Vici. And I understand how they feel because the spring split goes by very quickly.
Yeah.
And they had a lot of long-term problems that they were resolving. Bengi, of course, was learning the language. And if you are supposed to be a calculated team, if you want to be able to get to those team fights, you need to be able to communicate with the rest of your lineup from point A to point B, 40 minutes on constantly so you can be on the proper page. Meanwhile, you're going up against teams who have been together for a long time or have been just full Chinese lineup. And so they had a long road up against them. The focus was, of course, through Worlds. They had the talent. And so they had to get past that one hurdle, and they weren't able to get through that. And so suddenly that dream is dashed.
Yeah, and it's tough, you know, going up against these very hungry players coming out of the LSPL. And that was Dan Gaming, but let's talk about Young Miracles. So what do Young Miracles have coming out here as their strengths? Because these guys seem, I don't want to say meta slaves, but definitely go more towards the common picks that we see nowadays. Of course, Vel'Koz was on the cards for Dan Gaming in their support role, but it seems for the most part these players are going for the meta.
Yeah, they are a strong meta team. The only difference would probably be towards the top side of the map in Klaus. So Klaus he will look towards carries. They're still meta carries in Chinese terms. You'll see, like, for instance, the Kleds, Renekton. So that's what's good about them, is that they are disciplined more so than the rest of the LSPL teams, and that they will trust their solo lane carries. And sure, they're not going to be like what Dan was able to showcase here, but that's a strength, especially going up against LGD, that you can say that they definitely look to experiment a lot of times with their picks.
For sure. So if we look at the strengths from LGD as well, of course, Imp has just kind of turned it on in the promotion tournament. He said publicly in interviews, I'm going to carry this team to victory. I'm going to carry my team at a promotion tournament. And we saw it 3 games in a row when we saw them play 2 days ago. So when we look at Young Miracles, will their bot lane be able to stand up against what Imp's going to bring?
Ooh, that's a good question. Voy and Killua, that's not there. And that's their bottom lane. Voy is their AD carry. Killua is their support. They are not the primary focus for Young Miracles. So they're the lane that they want to be able to get even or just not bleed out too much. So that's going to be an issue, a real issue. Because LGD, even though they've come in as 6th seed, they are starting to perform incredibly well and just through their star players. They've always had those star players, but then it's always that LGD frustration.
Yeah.
Are they putting in 100%? And if they are they really playing to an overarching goal as a team? And if they are, then are they playing meta picks? Are they playing proper picks? Are they going to decide to go towards a Kassadin with no early game? You see those frustrations constantly coming up. Those are getting resolved as the split goes on. So last week, you're starting to see more Victor picks. You're starting to see picks that are A, meta, but B, that can really carry along a composition. And Jinu has been playing a lot better too. So they've just decided to put Jinu in the top lane and not so much Funny, because Funny has just not been performing well on that top side of the map. So if there is no clear weak links on this team, especially with Amy starting to pick up his slack, that is a LGD that Young Miracles do not want to face. So they don't have a choice.
Are you saying that the individual talent coming in from LGD is the same, if not better, than the sides of Young Miracles if they're performing at their peak?
That is the case. LGD, if they're performing at their peak, should be top 3 teams, which kind of goes back to the bet that someone in the back had. Froskarin. But LGD, if they perform at their peak, that's the case. But we can't realistically expect that with how many times that they have failed. Yeah. So with the what we have seen, let's say throughout the entire spring split, is a PYL that has just been getting caught out and getting killed time and time again. That cannot happen now with how Young Miracles, who has been boot camping since their loss up against Suning Gaming. So they've been boot camping with PDD. PDD went out there and said that they will 100%, they know that they essentially deserve that loss and that they're going to be grinding it out up until this one set to get in back in, or at least get into the LPL. Yeah. So this is going to be really, I guess the first game is going to tell a lot. How much of Young Miracles moved forwards? Are they a team that will continue to choke in those prime positions? And if LGD's even, are they performing at their peak? And if they're performing at their peak, no one will beat them. But we just saw Vici get out of the LPL the last set. So you know what? Anything is possible.
Anything can happen here,
Anything.
Raz. So what type of team is Young Miracles? Because we know what LGD are. They have multiple threats, and most of the time it doesn't come together. But when it does, it's incredibly strong when the players are performing. But Young Miracles, what are they looking towards?
That's a good question. Their team used to be around their bottom lane when Ning and Ming was in that primary carry position, so they play through bot lane. But they have prime players in the top lane and mid lane. Knight has come in for Viper. Viper was a control mage. Now Knight is an assassin through and through. So I want to see Knight and I want to see Klaus pick up those primary picks and go into 1-3-1. That has been what's been getting them kills, and they're great in terms of diving their bottom lane. But immediately we're going to go into the Young Miracles lineup with Klaus in the top lane, Ning in the jungle, Knight in the mid lane, and Voy and Killua at the bottom lane.
Yeah, of course, Voy's old name was Voy without the B, so he just added a B in there for apparently no reason. So we're going to keep calling him Voy, because that was his old name, right, Raz? So we'll look towards him in the bottom lane. See if he can stand up to Imp, because Imp has been going off. Doesn't matter what you give him in the bottom lane. We saw a Cive, Caitlyn, Cogmore, like he'll bring it out there, and he will take down his opponents. So it will be tough for Young Miracles to make that happen in this one. Also interesting, we have Knight there in the middle lane as that assassin player. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, LGD, Jinu in the top lane, Amy in the jungle, Godfrey in the mid, with Imp and PY out once more on the bottom.
And so that's the big key. Just to hit on Void too, because he's had experience. He's the Korean player in the team. He's been on Starhorn Royal Club. When they went to the promotion tournament and faced, I think it was Swift's team in NewBee. Yeah. So NewBee was the team that went into the promotion tournament. They lost to LGD at that time, so they had to go up against Starhorn. It was a relatively easy set for that team. The problem was Voy, when it came to those tough situations, his positioning was fairly poor. Throughout this split, his positioning was actually on point in the sense that in team fights, he has a team fight AD carry. He'd pick those Varus picks and then get through laning phase, and he would be a clear cut, be able to clean up those fights. He'd be a janitorial AD carry, is the expectation for him.
And there's a bit of history as well. If you have been watching the LPL split, of course, the support now on RNG, Ming, came from this team, Young Miracles.
That's
so
true.
they were a breeding ground for extremely good and strong talent that has now made it onto arguably one of the best, if not the best team in the league. So it's worth saying that Young Miracles, could be coming out here extremely strong against the bottom of the table team.
That's that juicy narrative drama points right there. When you're just talking about Ning and Ming, you want them to reunite, Rob in the cradle at RNG, taking the man away from Ning. But now Ning has that opportunity, if he gets into the LPL, to be able to just go up against the team. He won't be an AD carry.
Fight his brother.
It won't be in the bottom lane. But maybe that jungler will pay an extra bit of attention to that bot. Yeah, just
come down there a couple more times than usual.
A few jabs.
I can see it. It's also interesting that their mid lane Knight is a assassin player. You feel like a player called Viper would be an assassin player,
Yeah.
and a player like Knight would be a control mage player, but it's apparently the opposite in this one.
Just trick him a bit. Give him that. I was like, oh yeah, I'm going for a straight punch overhead.
Just kidding.
You didn't see it coming. But yeah, Echo is a pick that I've really liked on him.
Mm-hmm.
When he gets on Echo, he's able to do a lot. He's a very confident player, which is something you'd like to see. He's a player who's been on the up and up. For me, came out of nowhere going on to came out replacing Viper.
Yeah.
At first, it was a 6-man roster, so they'd be switching up. But then as the split went on, he came in late, but he still accrued the most kills out of anyone in the LSPL.
Yeah.
The most kills, because this guy would be able to get into the sideline. This is why his kill participation is fairly low. Be able to get a lot of solo kills for himself. So Knight is someone to watch, going up against, of course, GodV, who is a veteran styling mid laner himself. So that's a true test.
And he's an Echo player, so we're going to have that shared pick in the mid lane, as well as Victor, and also Syndra. Those have been some big picks for GodV in recent weeks, and of course, kind of all time. He's been that Echo Syndra kind of two-trick for a long time. We'll see how that turns out in the mid lane. I'm still looking towards the bottom lane, though, because if there's any way that LGD are going to claw their way back into the LPL, it's going to be on Imp's back, and we saw it a couple of days ago. He's been going off. He's really just being at the top of his game. Almost the Imp that we saw at the start of the split when we had some queries. We even said, is he the Piglet storyline?
Yeah.
Is he past his prime? And then he turns up, and it's like, oh, apparently not. And then multiple back-to-back bad weeks for Imp, the guy on the screen right here. But he's picked it up again in his promotion tournament. He's been trying real hard to drag his team back into the LPL.
And so that's why LGD, I would say, have a good matchup up against Young Miracles, and it's going to be tough for this team, is that bottom lane, superior bottom lane in PYL and Imp. And then on the other side, you would expect Klaus to maybe look to outclass their top laner, but then Genu has been playing really well and on carries, so they might even look to counterpick that top side. So if GodV and Genu play to neutralize their lanes, hell, if they outright beat them, then we have a problem on our hands if you're Young Miracles. Then PDD is having a few beads of sweat coming down that man's face. He would not expect that. Maybe expect it. Not so
He doesn't want it.
Yeah, you don't want it. You don't want
No,
that.
he wants it all. There's a way that LGD can come into this game. That being said, Young Miracles simply has strong star talent that they can leverage to try and win out these lanes. And I want to see if it's more consistent than LGD, because they are all over the place. Sometimes you'll see GodV just have an insane game, sometimes he won't. And that's why we've seen him actually go more towards the Victor picks. Is actually, you know what, I'm just going to play more of this control mage, not look for these 1v1 outplays, but just have a solid game. Let my carry in the bottom lane, Imp, right now, who seems to be meditating, have a good game. But PYL has been surprisingly high in the morale along with GodV over the promotion tournament. It seems like these guys are just kind of ready to rumble.
And you have to, because the worst thing that you could have in a promotion tournament is silence. Silence is one thing that could really kill you, because you just don't know what your friends are thinking.
Yep.
And on top of that, you know you're in a high-risk environment, so you need to be able to keep your emotions up. Otherwise, yeah, that could really... There are two battles happening here. It's the battle, of course, against your opponents, but it's also a mental battle. You don't want to lose the mental battle before the actual set begins. So
Lose one, you lose the whole thing.
yeah.
Both equally as important. We're just waiting to get into game here. Looks like there is a pause on stage for whatever reason. We'll find out what that's about in a second. But it's also tough for a team like Young Miracles. Of course, this is the team who have tried to qualify time and time again into the LPL, but it's a little bit different being on this big stage, fighting for your professional career. For a team like this, it's difficult, and we saw even OMG struggle under the pressure in the playoff tournament. They were really finding it difficult because those new players, Icon, World 6, even 5, being stuck in that situation where they're just waiting to get into their game, it's hard. And if you're not a veteran, if you're not like an Easy Hoon and Bengi, who even just got eliminated just a couple minutes before, it's hard.
It's very hard. I think that Frosk and Dom said it best in the last set, that it's not so much that, like, for instance, Young Miracles coming into this, it's not them thinking, oh, we have nothing to lose. They have a lot to lose. if they come in and if they lose the amount of work that they come in, amount of time they spent to try and promote into the LPL, if that goal is lost simply because of how much choking they did in the actual LSPL finals.
Yep.
But then it just feels like they'll disappoint PDD, because PDD has been with this team for quite some time, Klaus and Ning as well, and the amount of failures that they would have accrued for themselves, it really, really beats down your motivation. So being able to take this win obviously means a lot for them. So every single one of those players are going to be driving through. And then the opposite end, of course, LGD, the branding, the strength of that one, incredibly powerful, and these players have been together for some time, so they want to keep going. Summer Split seems like a very strong reality, of course, if they win this set, but also getting into the playoffs. Anything could happen with LGD.
It's just insane how much is on the line for both of these two teams. Like, never really would I have thought coming into the LPL here that I'd be seeing Vici and LGD fighting for their professional careers in the LPL.
And a fun fact for that one, because remember, Amy is sitting on this seat. He was the reason Vici got into the LPL. His Lee Sin play in the expansion tournament, I still remember that, because it was what made his name so strong. When Vici went into the LPL and they replaced him with Dandy, he was a hot number. Anyone wanted him. So he went to the UP, Unlimited Potential. And then after this, he found his spot right here in LGD. And so he's a jungler who is still fighting for his name. So being in LGD, performing much better now on that very same champion. Showcasing that he still has, he still got it. Still got the mechanics. I want to see how he's able to perform in this one.
Also just thinking, imagine if we see Imp as well get relegated from the LPL today.
Oh, I don't want to think
three
about
world champions in less than 5 hours.
Oh no.
How insane would that be?
Mind-blowing. Actually mind-blowing. There are a lot of... There's a perception, of course, is that if you get that one major player, if a Faker came to China, someone like you can solo carry the team. But this game has changed. You really have to work as a team. It's so difficult. The game has become so team-oriented that one guy wins his lane and everyone else is losing. Well, guess what? You lost that game. You ain't coming back. It's kind of like Russell Williams. Oh, I probably killed that one. Oh, no.
Bail. Abort.
Abort. Get out of here. How's your life?
Pretty good. I'm just watching GodV right now, who has been better and better. You know, this guy, through the split, has had some up and down performances, mostly down, honestly.
Yeah.
Kept going for those Echo picks, those Syndra picks, and challenging people to duels. And more often than not, he would die in those 1v1s.
Yeah.
But now he's stopped doing that. He's gone towards these picks, being a little bit more conservative, played around the power points in this team, and it's worked out for them. And on top of that as well, Jinnu came into the LPL, was good, then was bad, then was good again, and right now he's kind of again in that peak. So it seems like the stars have aligned somewhat for LGD to try and take this win, but it's still scary going up against Young Miracles. And until we actually get into the game and see how they'll perform on the Rift, it's difficult to say how this series will even go, because there's such peaks and troughs in both teams' performances.
Yeah, that is the case. LGD, even though they were able to take down Game Talents in such a way, in such a fashion, Game Talents looked like they had no edge in that set. LGD, you would expect for them to be able to deal with this fairly easily, right? Those expectations are there, if those players are, of course, on point today. So that's whenever you say, oh, you know, this one player, it just depends on how they play on the day. Well, that's especially true for LGD, because if you're holding any sense of expectation for this team, well, guess what? You've already failed. You've already lost that one.
Yeah.
It is a true casino. Every single time you try and bet on LGD, you're probably losing 80% of the time.
Well, now that we see the coaches on our screens, we know that we're into Champion Select with Young Miracles and LGD. It feels fun to say a new name every once in a while here in the promotion tournament. And we'll be bringing in the bands here. So Cogmore against Imp. So it looks like Young Miracles have done their homework. Ivan as well against Amy, taking any of that off the table. Talia and LeBlanc. Man, LGD are going hard against Knight.
Good idea. The man is an incredible player, an incredible assassin, and the Stilio pick was nice. So I do want to see what Knight will go towards. Hell, if it is even a third, third ban towards the man.
Wow, really interesting to see the LGD fear Knight so much in that mid lane up against Godfrey here. But still, the Echo, the shared pick, is still on the table for both of these players. So we'll see if that comes to fruition. Young Miracles did ban out the Syndra as well, and we'll look towards the Kennen. So Kennen can be flexed, but more than likely into the top.
Yeah, I was wondering if Young Miracles were going to go towards the Graves pick because of how much Ning has played it, but he's also played a healthy amount of Lee Sin. So he's pretty confident in his pool, at least in the first 3 picks. So I'm just going to go towards giving Klaus the Kennen, especially with how much LGD has prioritized that on Imp alone. It ain't even going on a Jinnu most of these times lately. Imp has just become the Chinese Reckless. That's just his life now.
It's true. It depends how you rate Reckless as well, I guess.
Oh.
But LGD will pick up Fizz here into that top lane. And we are now waiting. It's going to be a Victor. Wow, okay. So Godfrey's saying, you know what? Echo's on the table. I know that Knight plays it. It's my, like, signature pick. But what really works for LGD right now is Victor.
And that is weird because it gave Ning the insta-lock. Yep. Yep. So instantly they're like, you're not taking Graves. We'll take Graves. You just pick Vector immediately. We'll take Echo. These are all these picks is what Young Miracle wants. And it's in the same, let's just say it's a very confident lock-in. For them, they would think that this is the best 3 picks that LGD could have ever given them.
They just feel so incredibly comfortable because this is what they've been playing all split long in the LSPL. So good luck to LGD. Clearly they have a plan. We'll have to see if it actually plays out in the end. Lee Sin will come in as a priority jungler. And we're waiting on bot lanes from both teams.
And so the Lee Sin, we mentioned it just a little earlier on, Amy's been performing incredibly well on this pick. And of course, the only reason why Vici was in the LPL was because of this man's Lee Sin plays. So I do like to see him sport it out.
Yeah, Amy is a very mechanically strong player. We just don't get to see it a lot of the time. But in that final game that LGD played the other day against GT, man, was he popping off on Lee Sin. So it's cool to see him once more, given that pick, given the opportunity. Thresh banned out here against Kahlua, and Nami towards PYL, so hitting the support pools at the moment.
Alright, so LGD should be in a power position because they have the first pick after these support bans keep getting levied, so Young Miracles might want to hold on just a little bit, not just completely gut these pools.
I mean, Lulu's still up, but right now that would be the priority for LGD, surely.
No, I would say LGD would go towards Karma with how much. I mean, Lulu would theoretically would be the best idea, but lane focus wise, Kilo has gone towards the Karma more so. I want to see they should just leave both open. Yeah, okay. Yeah. They should just like in the best interest of Young Miracles. They don't want it to be an easy answer for LGD to go towards just one if the other was banned.
Very true. Caitlyn will come out here against Imp.
They don't even have to ban. They don't have to pick the support here now that they know both are up. There's no reason for Young Miracles to pick up the Karma or the Lulu. They're just going to go towards the Karma anyways. All right.
And that's locked in. Okay. Wasn't necessary, but Young Miracles will most likely get the other, which is Lulu, alongside any of the remaining AD carry picks, which is Ashe, Varus.
Voy has been more comfortable on the Varus pick, but Ashe is the same, and they don't want to give away Ashe and Karma for shove. So it's smart for him to be able to take both the Ashe and the Karma. I do wonder what LGD is going to go towards. Maybe they have a cheeky Twitch pick. We've seen Twitch already in the previous set. And Imp was watching it. Maybe he's getting ideas.
I feel like Imp had the original idea, though. He is the OG Twitch player.
Maybe he's... Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me.
Maybe Imp is keeping up the tradition of playing a new AD carry every single game, but it's going to be Varus in the end. Okay. I mean, it makes the most sense. If it's still up and there wasn't a ban towards it, why not?
I can just imagine him having the war on stage with his coach. The tug of war. Varus. Jinx, though. Varus.
Could go Jinx.
Jinx.
It's a possibility.
I saw Def play.
I have enough threats on the rest of the team here, but we have the full compositions. Young Miracles with that Kennen in the top lane. First pick. The whole top side of the map was locked in before we even got into the second phase here.
Yeah. And so I do like Young Miracle's composition just a little bit. Victor has been coming up a little easier, and his laning phase versus Echo in the first 4 levels, not that bad. He's gonna, you would expect him to get the Deathfire touch. Should be able to harass Echo. Echo's early on until level 6 has been kind of a wet heifer. So I would love to see how this goes. This is going to be great for Young Miracles in that they play towards top side anyways. And so they should be able to keep that Fizz down, especially with the Kennen harass coming through.
It's a possibility on the side of LGD. Once more, Varus, big pick in the hands of Imp, but also they have the Fizz. Now Fizz did incredibly well in the regular season, but I feel like the more and more that we see it given to people in the playoffs and in promotion tournament, Fizz has been taking hits on that win rate.
It's when a good idea comes through. Start telling your friends. And you realize that they just don't know how to use it.
Yep.
It's like, wait a minute, I should have just kept this one to myself. Just don't tell them that you played it.
Completely ruined. I haven't seen a single smile on Imp's face for the entirety of the promotion tournament. And probably through week 10 as well. It's been like 2 weeks since I've seen a smile on Imp's face.
And you got to feel the pressure coming into this one. It's game 1. It would be a weird time to get a smile on your face.
I don't know, PYL and Govy are having a giggle.
Oh, but they're in the zone now. They've already picked their champions. You got to believe that they're starting to discuss how they want to play out level 1s, especially with the Graves on the field. Seen Graves ruin a few people's lives earlier on. They're going to have a good time against this Lee Sin too.
That's true. And we're back to our original camera pan to start off the game here. LGD against Young Miracles. Game 1 in this best of 5. Winner goes to the LPL. Loser relegated to the LSPL.
And that just feels weird, just to hear that. Where are they going after this? LSPL?
Chinese Challenger.
Ooh. Yeah, that's hot fire. That's lava. If you're LGD, you don't want to touch that carpet. Just leap right over it.
Feels real bad. There was a possibility for 3 world champions to go down into the Chinese Challenger League today. In one fell swoop. Absolutely insane. And pretty much for the most part, these keystones, pretty standard across the board. Of course, Lulu going for the wind speakers here over Thunderlords, for example. Victor going for Thunderlords, no Deathfire touch.
And he's in a melee matchup, so easier to get those Thunderlords procs off, so understandable. What is interesting to me is that Ning is going to be starting up on his own Raptors. A lot of times, junglers just decide to bring in their top side, just going for an invade. Immediately just to track out the enemy jungler. But at the same time, you force their hand. Either they lose Raptors, or they have to contest yours in a weak matchup. It's not going to be the case here.
Fan vote, of course, over to LGD. They still have the fan support. But Young Miracles, hearing good things about them, despite the choking that they had within their own finals in the LSPL. We do need to respect this team. Knight is already jumping on top of Godby.
Showcasing dominance on that one. Of course, it's just simple trades. He has sustained for himself. Didn't go towards Corruption Potion. Going for that. It's a ring called Dark Seal. All right. I always want to call it a ring because it is.
I mean, you're right. You're not wrong.
Call it the Black Seal.
The Black Seal. Also not wrong.
Yeah. But yeah, gives him a bit of sustain.
That's true. And triple bans towards Knight in the mid lane as well. Clearly LGD are fearing this guy, knowing what he can do. So I'm excited to see what he actually brings onto the Rift in the end. At the same time, Young Miracles, pretty much in the first 2 rotations, got everything they wanted. And LGD let them have it. So maybe this is one of those tactics where LGD give Young Miracles everything. If they lose it here, they break them for the rest of the series. But Amy will back away. Ning with the initial engage.
And that's why I was kind of questioning why the Graves went across. Now Lee Sin, once he is able to reach level 6 point, it's going to be difficult for Graves because play potential is going to be on Amy to be able to get his lanes on him if there is a contest with that ward hop kick. But of course, Graves is able to always get that pressure early. We saw what EDG was able to do with that pick in the playoffs. Fire Lolly went massive on the pick, especially with winning lanes. Not going to be the case here because, of course, Young Miracles' bottom lane getting smacked up a little bit.
Yeah, I'm taking a bit of damage from Imp and PY on this bottom lane, but it's almost to be expected. So it is Imp in the end, and he has been going hard It's Kahlua just takes so much damage from PYL, just clearing out these wards here.
That's a positive thing for LGD, is that he was going for those wards, but he had Lee Sin hovering on top. You usually did not see that with LGD. The wards would be coming down whether or not the jungler was there, and so PYL would definitely get caught out time and time again against enemy junglers. This time around, there's definite move, there's a definite change.
Oh, Ning. Unwelcome visitor in his Krug camp. Amy gets a couple, but jumps over the wall and will immediately start recalling, look for his initial back. So, nothing really burned here.
The feel when you open your refrigerator, close it down and see another man in your house. Like, wait a
In
minute.
the refrigerator.
Oh, in that fridge.
Like, what are you doing
there?
there?
What happened?
Well, Ning's initial response was to bring out the shotgun and chase him out of the refrigerator.
That's what happens when you live in Texas. You really got to expect everyone to have a shotgun when they're every single person, every human being.
There you go. That's Void taking a bit of damage in the bottom lane. PYL has just been getting some honestly fantastic trades for himself. And we're just kind of in a pretty even early game so far. As I said, I'm looking towards the top lane where Jinu is getting absolutely bodied. I was looking I was working from the bottom up. Yeah. I was like, seems alright. Yeah, seems normal. Yeah, Klaus has double the CS of Jinu.
That's incredible. I was on the same mode of thought you were. I was like, all right, okay. It's not that bad in the bottom side of the map. 1-6 to the man with the 19 CS. Yeah, but Jinu's been having a tough time. We've seen this matchup just recently. Of course, Ken is going to be able to shove in, harass constantly. Fizz, if he backs away, he wants to get Sunfire. Just wants to be able to get the chance to mitigate some of this damage. Likely he wants to get the Ninja Tabby first, so he can actually just sustain up with this. Ah, he's going to go double ring, so that's fair for him. But once he, usually, of course, you see Fizz go towards tank, and then, of course, Trinity Force. Second item, Trinity Force. Maybe even have a Sheen in the meantime, so you can at least think of trading if you do have a jungler by yourself. Oh, Ning.
It's just all over Amy right now. Pushes him out, and Amy, at least we'll get this mid away, so it's all good.
That works out for him. Not so much for Victor. That's just Victor realizing that he lost that little bit of a lead he had in the mid lane, so it's a little sad for him.
It's not too bad, but looking back at this this top lane, Klaus has gone back to base and picked up a Negatron Cloak to start this one off. Up against Jinu. An interesting buy. It looks like he's looking for the early Wit's End, I would assume. Double AP threats on the side of LGD.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. Seen that coming from Cannon Picks, especially up against Fizz, who will deal a lot of magic damage. Even though it's Bruiser Fizz going in for Trinity Force, that's just, especially with the changes going on to his W. Get the crit magic damage, don't want that on you. Alright, Amy. I like what Amy is doing this game. Constantly looking out for Ning so he doesn't get constantly shoved in, losing out in the Raptors camp. So he's contesting Krugs quite often. And the only reason he's able to do that is simply because Imp and PYL have just been constantly shoving out. So he's recognized the strength that he's had in this game. That 1 point of strength being his bottom lane. And he's taking good advantage of it. He has some nice boards on that bot side jump.
Yeah, for now, Godfrey will just pick up his blue buff on his bottom lane. Still trading away, and at the very least, LGD's power points are getting ahead. And by power points, I mean Imp.
Yep. That one power point.
Yeah, the one big power point.
That's all you need.
But we can see him just kind of pop off in these games and literally just 1v9. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Knight and Ning looking for this invade, taking away red buff. And Amy, what's he doing? He's on the bottom side trying to trade with a gank in the bottom side, but it's not going to happen. And there's a gank being set up on the top here by Young Miracles.
Yeah, that is a massive wave, so Jinu has to get out of here.
He's already used the E, and now he's not in good shape at all. Clouds with the ultimate, and it was not going anywhere. Knight jumps away, and he barely took any damage from that trade. He just got RNG'd right there as he jumped back in. But Young Miracles take the first blood, probably taking the first tower on top of that. LGD will trade in the bottom side as Void looks to plug the hole in the mid lane.
But take a look. You already said it. Void's going into the mid lane. He's plugging that hole. I like what Young Miracles did across the map. So there was no opportunity for Amy to make a play and get a kill for himself because the bottom lane was already moving. They were like, I know what you're doing. I'm 2 steps ahead of you. So now LGD have to pick up off that point. They're going for an early Cloud Dragon, so they would have been much happier if it was something else, obviously. But even if it was something else, Young Miracles would have had a different set of priorities. So this Young Miracles setting the pace of the game. All right, so let me take a look at these items. 'Cause now Jinu has a bit of a problem. I want to see what he buys. Ooh, he's getting nothing. Yeah, the guy is just absolutely dirt poor. That's the life of a Fizz.
Well, it's the life of Jinu, more specifically in this game, who's getting completely destroyed. I don't even know what happened up there. We didn't even get to see the laning phase, but Cloud somehow just annihilated him.
That's just standard, mostly because he was
Is it standard? I don't think it's usually this bad.
Ah, it's not this bad.
Yeah.
Standard for the matchup for him to be behind, but that far behind, yeah, is an issue. That's that stuff you don't like.
That will, I'll agree on that point, but being this far behind, and to be fair, there was pressure put up there as well from Young Miracles. But yeah, it has just kind of been exacerbated into a very not good scenario for Jinu.
Yeah, and so even though you think of it as the 1v1 matchup too, it's like the compounding pressure of Knight regaining control of the lane, but Ning constantly living topside, and so Amy had to play towards bottom lane. And with how often Amy was playing towards bot side, Jinu just didn't want to get dove. Oh, here we go.
That's a big fish, Raz. Cloud's gonna get knocked up, but he gets the stun in return. It's gonna be a close trade. Jinu is chasing after, comes in, nice flash coming in from Clouds as well. Jumps in with the Urchin Strike, one more to attack, turning around, finds it. And even being so far down, Clouds having the wit's end, a full item. I mean, Jinu had table scraps. He literally didn't have any items, still gets the kill.
Yeah, Clouds is still incredibly squishy, and that is what is very, very troubling if you're going up against the Fizz, who you can just constantly shove in, constantly deal with. It's the same case with Rumble, where Rumble, yeah, you're going to be shoved up to your tower for how long? But the moment Fizz, of course, gets ulti, the moment he's very comfortable with the items that he has, but it's just table scraps. But it was good enough for him to recognize, I'm going to be able to win this all in. I have my sums, I'm going to be able to all in on this. So he, used Ignite, and you have to be very worried about that. Clouds got caught off guard, and he had a very long trek back to his turret. He just didn't reach it.
I mean, the difference pretty much between that Kennen and the Fizz in that trade was the Ignite damage. So well played to Jinu for recognizing the fact that he could find that 1v1.
Ooh, that is very troubling. For Jinu, is that he knows that bottom lane, Clouds is able to freeze it up. So freezes are very, very troubling for both teams, to be quite honest, because then Fizz, he doesn't want to go back bottom lane if he can't clear it out for himself.
Yeah. Okay.
There we go. So he wants to be able to make a play topside. He has TP. It should be on LGD to look to dive this. Void does not have his ulti because he decided to Enchanted Crystal Arrow onto Imp, which is good for LGD.
And sometimes you just need to look for those plays. You just have to loose the arrow and see what you hit. If you don't, unfortunate. If you do, then it turns into a play. In the mid lane, see how Godfrey's doing. He's actually like 4 waves over Knight at this point in time, just because Knight did go to that top lane. So even in terms of raw gold, he's probably slightly ahead of Knight. I would say probably like 50, 100 gold at maximum though.
Keeping into that mid lane. Meanwhile, Knight was just trying to pressure roams. Even though he immediately went topside, there was just him playing towards bot, playing towards top, seeing if he can make plays, especially with how Fizz is being positioning currently. That is a play that he can go towards if Fizz overcommits. So that's him just threatening side lanes that, yeah, Jinu is feeling that pain, and Imp and TYL should as well. But that's just a sole 1v1 matchup that Godby is going to be happy about. If he's getting accrued CS leads, able to get those hexed cores upgraded, he's like, all right, we bought enough time. That's good for us.
That being said, Voy is very far behind on Imp, who is probably as far ahead as Godby is on his own respective opponent in the mid lane. Phase dive away from PYL as he looks for the roam as well. At the moment, only 1-1 in terms of kills, 1-1 in towers, so we've had a bit of a trade. No real scraps, no real skirmishes so far in this game.
What I like about this because both perspectives are fairly strong here. Young Miracles, their perspective is that if Knight... Oh,
it's happening again here, Raz. Clouds didn't even have the magic resist ready to go. I'm not even sure this is going to be that close. Clouds shoots into the brush, knows he has Knight on the way, but Jinu finds the first kill. Now into another 1v1. Knight chasing down Jinu, doing what he can, but the fish is too slippery.
Yeah, that is incredibly damaging. Cloud's knew it too, that he didn't have Flash. He should have played that one very passively, or at least have Ning on that side of the map. He didn't have either. Ning was not attuned to that play, so you lose everything. Knight even completely lost pressure of mid, so he's making the best out of it to look to pressure this lane. He might even be able to take it, so that is a positive, but they lose so much for it now.
That was the one part of the map that was going exceptionally well from Young Miracles, and now LGD have just evened that one up and are, if nothing else, maybe actually ahead of that one. This Knight really wants his tower, finds it, jump back on the spot. Jinu in this 1v1, Knight will jump away. They're actually good to go. In the top lane, it will be traded to LGD.
And Jinu's a beast. This is really troubling. Young Miracles have been trying to set up a play topside for a good bit. They've been trying to create clear out vision so that they knew that the bottom lane of LGD were in a very long lane, that Knight had pressure in terms of looking for a flank if that was well and available. They even had ward for it. That's gone. Now they have to reassess the situation because Jinu's eating so much pressure for LGD, which is fantastic if you're looking to get the your carries across. And Victor's being able to just, he's 0-0-0, but he's so far ahead in CS. You've even mentioned the bottom lane. So this is Jinu really showcasing his strength this part of the split.
We saw it even the other day against Gimgoon. He was holding his own as that Jason in the top lane against the Kennen. A very similar matchup. He just kind of had his number and was able to hold on. The rest of his team was doing what they needed to do, and that was the game in the end from LGD. And it's just a more composed team. When you watch LGD play in the promotion tournament, you actually see an LPL team. When I saw Vici play, when I even saw Snake play, I would say Snake was closest to what we're seeing from LGD, but it's just more coherent than what we've seen traditionally from the lineup and what we see from challenger teams. So it's just weird that we see them turn it online now.
That's the truth. It's the same last split too, where LGD, they look like a really good team, and it's not even like, oh yeah, they're going up against worse opponents. That is the case, sure. But you can see the degrees being so massive where, yeah, they are disciplined this time around. Their early game has been really strong, constant force of them constantly just thinking about what the next play can be, rather than individual play, individual failure. And if there is an individual failure, you wouldn't see Amy, or at least Intruder, or any jungler that has been on that team looking to really play to that side. You can see it's just a solo mission. This time around, Amy has been playing towards bot side when they've had that very clear strength. And this time you can start to see him looking to give Jinu a bit more love now that he just has randomly 2 kills to his name.
At this point in time, LGD also picking up those dragons. So we'll have that over Young Miracles as well as this game progresses. Looking towards the first couple items though from everyone. Klaus did pick up his Witten earlier on in this game, of course. Looks like he's moving towards a frozen mallet now as Amy caught out in the jungle, chased down by Kahlua. But he'll jump towards this blast plant and be good to go. So not the worst in the world from Amy. Did have to burn his flash, however. Just give up a little bit of pressure. And all in all, it is just a bit of a trade down in the bottom side. So nothing to write home about just yet.
Yeah, it's just a lot of gold now being taken back. Early on in the game, Ning was able to take and accrue so much jungle experience, so much gold in invading Amy's side of the jungle. Now he's just been playing towards bottom lane so heavily, and now controls red side for LGD. And it's a good trade-off. What this does mean is as the game goes on, and once Amy's able to accrue a lot of items for himself, that being said,
Amy caught in place. He's taking so much damage. PY, what a great kick low from Amy. That's actually surprising. He made it all the way over that wall instead of getting stuck on it. Ning finds Godby in the mid lane. Big damage. Has to do collateral damage to get out of the way of the orb. And LGD starting to ramp.
Yeah, Godby cut out tempo, so Ning could not look to move towards that play. Now he has to go back to base before he does anything. And Amy he's able to steal up a lot of camps and just cut out that one play that Knight was looking to get. Knight saw it as a great opportunity because Amy had no flash of the previous play. So he tries and fails, and this is now frustration on Young Miracles, that nothing is going their way. Their early game was very strong, just for their top lane and jungle matchup, but that's not even a strength for them anymore.
No, it is not. Herald also going over to Jinu, so if this matchup was bad for Klaus, it's about to get a whole lot worse. And that was when Klaus was even ahead in this matchup, so good luck to him. It looks like he may even go with Sterak's here, and honestly, of any other time I would say that shouldn't pick that up. Maybe this is one of the times he has to in the side lane.
Perhaps. I think it's going to be going towards Frozen Mallet.
I wanted to.
Yeah, I really do too, because if he goes Frozen Mallet, that can shift how the trades go on, because then that would be a little harder for Fizz to try and jump on him. A lot more ability to kite out that all-in. If he goes to Sterix, that would just be hopeless. Hopeless, I would say. For that team. I really would dislike that. Okay,
Ning getting caught out. Don't bring it to Ning. Okay, well,
sad.
Ning's pretty sad because he just took a lot of damage from that. LGD, it did stop the push, however. Ning is doing what he can just to clear out some of these Raptors, not allowing Amy in here. Gets the smite down, gets most of his health back as well. So that, in the end, will fizzle out the play from LGD. Arrow connecting onto Amy and pulling the trigger instantly. Collateral damage comes in. Knight wants the kill. Knight finds the kill. And falling onto Godby and Imp now. Kahlua forced back by the ultimate in from Godby. And PYL's turning it around. Looks for the flash, but Knight jumps away.
Oh.
Big laser. Not enough to fill Kahlua. Or kill Kahlua. Man, he has an annoying name to say, but that is one more kill over to Young Miracles.
As a weeb, I thought that'd be your favorite name, but no.
Hey, it's fine.
Okay.
It's just annoying to say. When I want to say kill Kahlua.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Then you just
Yeah.
Okay. I sympathize. But that's Young Miracles turning it on. Able to get the kill. They're gonna try and hold this tower and still get a net positive. So they're not out just yet. Even though LGD are able to gain these small incremental leads, that play is gonna be available to them time and time again. Just send Knight right in there if they have a good chunk on anyone. And then the Lulu ulti to just back him up. Really well played, able to get themselves that one kill and back away. Yeah, Amy does have to watch out for himself. He still doesn't have much items to really protect himself from any all-in points. Especially if he lined up to the wall like that, then that's easy for Dave to be able to get his end of the line. So safety, everybody. Safety first.
Safety first. In all things.
It is a Frozen Mallet. Okay, thank the Lord.
Yeah, thank you.
Whew. All right, Klaus, I was second guessing.
I got a little bit scared.
Yeah.
But that extra Ruby Crystal, it's like, well, I hope this goes into the Frozen Mallet. Otherwise, it would have picked up an extra longsword. But still, yeah, Frozen Mallet fits the bill and makes it a little bit harder for him to die to Jinnu and his burst. Because Fizz doesn't do the percentage damage anymore. So there is a reason to build just flat health. And more magic resist. So there we go. That'll be good. 10 seconds left on this next dragon. Luckily for Young Miracles, it is another Cloud Dragon, but these things will mount up as the game goes on. And if we hit late game and Elder Dragon becomes the thing, Young Miracles will regret some of their past life decisions.
Yeah, and that is something you really have to be afraid of because they would have to worry about the fight. And still, of course, 100% contest these Elder Dragons or the Baron coming forward. And with how Jinnu's able to accrue this lead for himself, a Jinnu Fizz flank or a while of course the Imp is setting up with his ulti as well. Yeah, you're gonna have a tough time.
Arrow.
Okay.
Whoa, connects onto PYL. That was an interesting hitbox, and Knight will instantly take him down. Kahlua confirms the kill.
In and out. That's all they get. And now this is gonna be a dragon for them. Sure, it's Cloud Dragon, but that's Young Miracles getting small kills, small leads, just for gold even. And reset position. Now LGD has to reset planning and say, what are we doing wrong here? Why are we getting caught out like this? They just have to play as a team and recognize that grouped up, that's when they should be able to find strengths. But if they're going to find themselves alone like that, that's an issue. PYL didn't have flash, so he was going to get hit by that ulti, no matter what. So.
True, but it was very close to PYL. It was like the edge of the hitbox. That's when it's like, maybe I shouldn't have done all those squats because it literally just hit my butt. And that's apparently stunned me and killed me. So.
Invisible butt at that, because remember, that skin, that arrow is some kind of madness. The tip of it is so small, you're like, I'm fine. And then something clips you and you're like, wait, I'm not moving. I'm actually stunned.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
Great skin.
Love it.
Love it. It's not the same as iBlitzcrank though.
Oh, I love that.
That skin is some BS.
Yeah, it is. It is definite BS, but I'm gonna keep using that BS. That's my
Take it to the bank.
Yeah, that's my LP game.
That one's an interesting skin. Well, Young Miracles will get their dragon, so that is one thing, and they got the kill as well, so it has put them slightly in the lead in terms of gold, but it is negligible at this point in time. It's not massive, but I am looking towards the fact that a lot of the gold is centralized on the carries from LGD. 50 farm advantage to imp in the bottom lane is enormous. And as the tower goes down, LGD reclaim the advantage.
And that's what's really struggling for Young Miracles. Oh, boy's gonna find new struggle.
Here's the fish. It blocks up Lulu from getting to her ADC. Woo. Arrow comes in, and I cannot believe it went through every single member of LGD.
Yeah, that's a solid 3 points right there for everyone involved on that one, on that play. But here's my issue with Young Miracles' composition, and they're starting to feel it. They're starting to recognize it because even every time they get themselves that one kill, it's like, well, suddenly LGD is back on their heels. They have a nice 1-3-1 comp, but the man in your screen right now, Clouds, is not able to get a shove out. Will get all in on, and so he recognizes that to a point where he's only accruing farm underneath his own tower. That's not real 1-3-1 stream. Fizz is out pushing him, and so that's always going to be LGD's power point because Clouds is realistically, understandably going to be afraid of the pressure coming at him at all times. So, Young Miracles, they're forced to make plays now. They're forced to make plays because they're really only relying on Knight's push on top side. And if that's all they're worrying about, then it's going to be Knight's responsibility to flank mid lane if the sieges keep coming. And if that's what you're going to be seeing probably likely for the next 10 minutes, 5 minutes even, unless if something happens and focus is going to be on the next objective. Thankfully, it's an Ocean Dragon, so there's no reason to peel off the pressure LGD has. And so Young Miracles are once again back on square one where they have to keep making these plays to, at the very least, shove LGD away from the structures.
It sounds to me, Raz, that you are definitely favoring LGD to take this game in the end, and it does seem like that, just in how the game has gone and how we've seen the individual outplays.
Yeah, I agree with that. I would say that in the position that LGD is in, they should be able to take that W. But the problem is, we've seen so many times where it's like, yeah, this is happening. In fact, Game Talents is really shaking that faith because during the cross-conference, they would be like, yeah, we're losing, we're losing. Oh, 2 skirmishes in a row. Chaku's another good example. 3 skirmishes in a row that we win. We won the game, even though we were behind in the gold lead for about a solid 20, 30 minutes. And so you have these compositions like what Young Miracles have right now that always have a chance depending on how they play out those flanks. So a lot of pressure's on Knight. Hell, it's even on Clouds. If he can start to... Oh, no. But yeah, if he can somehow outplay the position that Junu's forcing him in constantly.
It's so difficult though, because Jinu has the Herald on top of that. He's got the Triforce, so he's hit the spike in terms of damage, and now he's moving towards just tanky stats on top of that. So it's hard for Clouds to make it happen. It feels like it's just a roadblock right now for Jinu.
Yeah, I think Young Miracles might even be going towards teamfights. We've seen ourselves some teamfight cannons where they get, it's not AP, but it is like you get the usual Frozen Mallet, all that, including the non-Hurricane. And suddenly you're just a slow bot, Godby.
Cleanse used. So now he's a target in around 3 minutes from now.
I'm always surprised how quickly they can just pull out the shower and cleanse themselves from that. Because that was pretty quick. The follow-up was going to be coming up, but he's like, nah, get me out of here.
Yeah, it was a fast cleanse. It wasn't frame perfect. We definitely saw a couple of those over the split.
Oh!
But LGD has started the Baron. Yeah.
Instantly redemption.
Redemption, Hawkshot, Young Miracles knew exactly what was happening right there. But Godby, the fact that he doesn't have this cleanse now, as soon as Void has his ultimate back up, he's going to be ready.
Yeah, and that's what I love from the builds coming out of Void. Void doesn't have it now as we look into the far scenery. Thank you.
Amazing.
You go into, a lot of Ashes went towards Fade with Black Cleaver and made up for the old, for the loss in CDR that you would get with the Essence Reaver build. That's something that Prey would go towards, the Essence Reaver into crit, so you get a lot of just basically 40% CDR, and you can just constantly be throwing out ultis as if it's volley. But he's not getting it for now, so he's not getting a lot of CDR at all.
Uh-oh. Well, this is going to go badly for someone. Someone's day is about to be ruined. But luckily it was Knight, and Knight can rewind time, so he's actually fine.
And it was max range ulti too, so no one's going to be following up on that. Who's going to follow up on that? Nobody. So they just reset position. That's pretty bad from LGD that they recognize that, okay, whoever we hit's going to be, we're going to jump on them. Oh wait, no one can jump on them. All right. Next time.
Jinu and Imp really want this red.
That was close.
That was very close. Shot comes up, no one to eat. And we're on to the Dragon, a second Ocean of the game, but it doesn't really seem like Young Miracles are that interested in trying to contest it.
Yeah, Ping is coming up top side, so that's going to be Echo looking to pressure it. Doesn't know who's going to be here, so there we go. He has himself Lich Bane too, so he should be able to get it.
Yeah, just making the most of these procs, and it's gone. So that was honestly a pretty good trade for Young Miracles.
Is he going to get out though? Oh no.
That's a great question.
He ain't getting out.
There are many people here. We'll jump back towards Jinu, who is ready and waiting.
Wait a minute,
pretty
he
much
flashed?
trying to buy time. Oh, he's teleporting
no,
away.
he's dead.
Nah, not happening.
All right.
Too much damage.
That's a big committal.
I could see what he was going for.
Yeah, I understand.
It would have been sick had it worked out.
Yeah, if he had HP, sure.
Very true. Amy, there's a lot of damage coming in from Void at this point in time. But Jinu, flank TP.
Wait.
He's corralling Ning into a certain corridor, which has Plow in it. So I guess he's okay with that.
But now that they know where they've been pushed, that's going to be LGD likely starting up Baron. Just look at Jinu. Wait a minute, they ain't starting Baron. What you guys doing? 100% with Jinu just taking down 3 people. That should have been a Baron start. They don't have enough time now.
Well, classic LGD in the end. Find the pick, don't go for Baron. Jinu found the assassinate, but then he walked back towards the team.
They have an incredible Baron speed too. Sure, they don't have any Earth Dragons, but Blazer King on Varus, of course. Lich Bane on Victor. That's all you need.
I mean, he's triple item right now. Victor's pretty big. Well, he's been locked down. Was actually considering not even using his QSS, but used it at the last minute, just in case there was someone else there. LGD is just kind of throwing resources at Young Miracles, and they're just absorbing it.
And remember, this is first game between both teams, so of course they're just it's essentially a warm-up, a lot of tension, and that you have to expect that out of a promotion relegation match. Young Miracles, they don't want to be. No one on that team wants to be the reason why they lose.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, LGD, same reason, but they also, you can tell there's definite confidence that they don't have to overreach in certain aspects. That Jinu's lead is currently fine, just take advantage of it. A lot of confidence in individual players, but sometimes that confidence means that okay, we'll just sit on it. We won't go out for the Barons. We won't do what we have done in the entirety of the LPL split. So we're seeing different teams here.
But there's a lot riding on this warm-up game here, Raz.
Yeah.
Because it actually means something in this best of 5. Both teams would definitely like to have this initial win under their belts, but they're just playing a very, very slow game.
And that's Young Miracle's problem, essentially, in a nutshell, where it's the 6th time now. Of course, different Rush is the only person who's actually, the only 2 people who have been through that pain. Of course, Clouds, Ning. And as I would say Boy as well. He's been on a different team.
Yeah.
But same pain, where you play one way. There's a lot of expectations on you. You get to a major match like this where you really, that's all you've been working for. It's a dream for you to get into the LPL. To be able to compete. To be able to make a real name for you. Because even though LSPL is on LAN, there's no crowd for it.
Yeah.
That is just a hollowed building. So having people cheer your name. We even saw a Karin sign in the crowd. People, instantly fans coming across for these players. So it's a dream to be able to get to that position, and you don't want to be the reason why that's not being achieved.
So close. One best of 5. We'll sell them.
Where are that going? Oh, they're just getting vision on it.
Nailed that
Okay.
Baron.
Yeah. He has
Hawk shot though.
Yeah, he definitely has Hawk shot. He definitely has Hawk
That was
shot.
an expensive Hawk shot.
Yeah, he has it, and he was like, ulti's better. Send that out. Oh,
Oh, hello.
he found some people in there.
He did. He opened up the freezer this time.
This time
There's
it was
2
like,
people in there.
why are people favoring the freezer over the fridge? Actually just saved them.
This is an interesting game, Raz. By interesting, I mean very slow.
The reason why it's slow. Oh,
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, he needed to do that, which is hilarious. Because the reason why. Why you?
What
All
the-
right.
okay.
All right. You know,
You calm
getting on to
down.
the point. The reason why it's slow is because LGD has held this position for so long. If there were any wards that they haven't been able to kill themselves, that's 3 minutes time, 2 minutes even, depending on if it's a trinket. That's just gonna be gone. So they've held position for so long. There's no vision from Young Miracles other than one they've just pressed, but it's already being pinged out by LGD to kill it. Imp is crazy.
Oh, instant cleanse out there, and Imp's gonna have to use the slash and the heal to get away from Void.
That is the most expensive reason to stop a man's back. All he wanted to do was stop Killow's back, and he's like, oh, I have to flash and heal. Well, that was a bad decision.
Voy is actually really strong at this point in time, it turns out. What is he building, in fact? He has a Caulfield Warhammer
Yeah, he's going
and a
into
Hex
Mom.
Drinker.
Yeah. Small Mill Nordius. There's a lot of the AP just coming out of Fizz and Victor, so that's understandable. In this case, I would have liked the Black Cleaver, but oh well.
Oh well. Maybe another day.
Yeah. The reason why, if he just stays alive and allows Knight and Cloud to, of course, do the work, then that's fair.
Arrow.
Ooh.
Doesn't quite land onto PYL.
Oh, TP coming in behind.
Amy, good kick onto Ning, but he'll immediately jump out. Big ultimate comes in for Godfrey, but Voy is going in. Takes out PYL. Amy dipping around the outside, finds the kill onto his counterpart. It's a 2-for-1 so far. Knight went in and died somehow. And Jinu looking for the follow. Voy is doing a lot of damage in return. Clouds with the ultimate gets the triple lockdown, but down goes the Ash, and down goes Clouds. Looking for this clean ace to come out here from Jinu, and he wants blood. He wants Yordle. And that'll be a 5-for-1 over to LGD and the Baron.
Yeah, clean ace for them. They've just lost PYL. LGD with an incredible TP play coming up. In fact, they already won the fight before Fizz even joined in. The man is sticky, so of course, he was able to get the few kills and net it in. So that's free Baron for LGD.
8-4 now. Big swing and momentum in this game, and it all happened from this engage. Great kick by Amy.
Yeah, incredibly done. Ning already lost a lot of his HP, and Voy had to flash away and move away from the rest of his team. So Ning had to deal with two people. Ain't gonna happen, and this is just the Jinu show from here. The man, of course, has an incredible amount of mobility, so at this point, the rest of Young Miracles have to commit to this fight, because the only safety they have is turrets that are miles away. In fact, don't even flash. I don't know why you're flashing.
I actually think that Knight screwed that one up though, because he jumped in, died, didn't use his ultimate. There were two people in that fight from LGD who were incredibly low who definitely should have died. And maybe we could have seen a different fight, but Knight just simply didn't use his ultimate. To be fair, he died from like 40% HP instantly. But he has an incredibly squishy build, so he should be aware of that fact. So
yeah, it's actually kind of interesting. I would have liked to see Zhonya's, because Zhonya's on Echo is very nice, so you can have a little bit more flexibility, but of course he's doing a lot of damage now with the items that he has. So that's just him having to take care in these fights. Be more mindful of the damage coming towards you so you know when to get out. Right now, Godby has a lot of damage on himself, so you just don't know when you're going to get bursted down.
I mean, he has to hit the R button, is basically it.
Yeah.
It's kind of he jumped in and jumped out. Maybe able to save someone.
It's the tried and true Tryndamere problem.
That's true.
Ah, I didn't expect to die here.
What? Arrow didn't connect. Collateral damage, why not?
Get out of my
face.
face.
Whatever, you didn't hit it, I'm still going to jump in. And Voy is still hitting very hard, but in the end, LGD with disadvantage. Really pushing this one in.
They really want to defend this turret. They actually have to complete it. They're trying super hard.
He's
That's
gonna
Baron.
fish. Here comes the fist right into the middle of Young Miracles. Not going to hit anyone though. As Clouds being forced back into the base. Jinu wants this kill to happen. Imp on the outside, putting a damage down onto Ning.
Ooh.
Meanwhile, PYL following up. Knight now coming into this fight. Jinu assassinated. Knight trying to turn this one around, but a great gravity field in from Godby will put an end to the aggression from Young Miracles.
So suddenly you start to see the win condition coming out for Young Miracles and how tough it is for LGD to really sit on top of them. Because Jinu's their one opening factor. If they can get that fight for them, then jump in there. But they can get kited out incredibly easy, and there's a lot of upfront damage from Young Miracles. They still get towers, but that's suddenly something that Young Miracles have in the back of their minds. They can take these fights if they play it properly.
They have the resources, they have the ability to make it happen for them. If nothing else, I've been very impressed by Voy in this game. His positioning, his mechanics have been honestly on point. Even though he fell behind in the laning phase against Imp, what I've seen is that he is an exceptional teamfight AD carry.
Yeah, that's in his strength in the regular season split. That's actually been the strength of his split in terms of Starhorn Royal Club. It's just when it started to really get pressured that he started to fall out and be that reason for their losses. So it's nice to see him here, really performing well. People won't remember him as when he was in Korea because he went in a challenger team. His name at the time was Repacker. I like Voy better.
Yep.
just you know, off principle. Why not just be Packer?
Repacker. He likes adding things at the beginning of his name. It's a silent P.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. I wonder what it stands for. It must be there for a reason.
Yeah, probably. This is when I come out and tell you that my name's actually Arento. I'll tell you right now.
Arento box.
Yep.
Yep. Up today I learned.
There we go. Decided you had to.
Every B is silent. Wouldn't that be a realization? Wouldn't that shake the world?
I'd make a movie about it. Tarantino film.
What would it be called?
Ooh. Arento Unchained.
Okay. All right. Well, LGD have 4 dragons. 2 of them, or 3 of them, are actually pretty good for sieging, so we'll help them out here in the long run. But Baron has worn off from LGD, so it's going to take a little bit for them to push this in. Jinnu is also in the top side, so they're also waiting on the fish to push in this wave.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that Knight is not in a position in which he can look to flank. That's the one condition that they have to succeed a lot. So him just pressing W is just a straight space. But then that's, whoa, there goes that space.
Knight's being caught, but he's going to have to back away. Still has the ultimate with the teleport being used by Jinnu. He was expecting a full-blown fight. At the very least, LGD will take this tower and increase their advantage.
Yeah, that is the easiest way to deal with that. Knight needed to be in a flanking position, needed to be in fog of war, but where's that fog of war going to be? This jungle here has been lit up, which is so good coming out of LGD because their vision control has been okay, whatever. Because Amy and PYL just don't work together. But that has just been different, especially since now, of course, they're in a power position, so you would expect...
Well, Kalura and Voya very much dead. Oh, great dodge out of that kick coming in from Voya. I mean, he's still dead, but it was cool. Ning coming out here, and he was also going to die. Knight, all right, 1 by 1. Young Miracles have played a lot of lemmings in their time, apparently. But Knight and Clouds are still alive. This bottom tower's dead, and honestly, that may have just been the win to LGD right there. Very anticlimactic.
Yeah, Clouds doesn't know what he can do at this point. There's really not much you can unless if you can get a kill onto Imp immediately, but LGD are going to be able to take this.
Cloud's getting chased out. Knight is going to try and jump in here, do what he can. He's going to jump back with the ultimate, but trading off against Imp does so much damage. The Guardian Angel is going to give a second chance at... Never mind. Clouds is dead once more. And LGD onto the Nexus Towers and looking to close this one out. Just a matter of dealing with the paperwork at this point. 41 minutes and an LGD take game 1.
They're feeling good about it. And it's this man in front of your face. Jinnu was able to create so much pressure for this team. And so now Young Miracles have to figure out what went wrong because that should have been their own pressure point. Kennen was that first pick, and unfortunately, that first pick didn't do anything.
Well, it did until Clouds got solo killed twice. And at that point, something has gone horrifically wrong. The fact that you're a Kennen and you lose with a full item advantage over your opponent is mind-boggling. So that was a problem that Clouds needs to think about.
Respect people, my friends.
Respect people.
Just
Look at
respect
the gold graph. That is actually insane. There was almost 0 advantage up until the 33-minute mark.
That's like an earthquake chart. That's when you're like, oh, everything's nice and we're all whoa,
whoa! 8.8 on the Richter scale.
Where'd that? Oh, that was apparently in the middle of China. LGD happened.
Everyone felt
happened.
that.
I felt that. It's a pretty massive earthquake.
It's true. We're in Australia and we still felt it. LGD, look at that damage coming in from Godvi and Imp. Really just carrying this one home.
Yeah, early on, you didn't see much damage coming out of them because they were just scaling up. They were in that chamber, that time chamber. And it was all Jinnu. Even though he didn't do much damage, this was a great play because Young Miracles were setting up here. They missed out, and you see the TP coming up behind him. And even though, yeah, he didn't have much pressure because the play was essentially done and over with before the Fizz arrived. An incredible kick into on Ming into the rest of the team. So from this point forward, the Fizz is just going to run them down. They're able to accrue that kill and go straight onto Baron. Yeah, that's easy for them. And that's plays that I like to see coming out of LGD, that they're utilizing Jinnu so well. He had the early lead, and he's able to TP on point. And remember, one of the biggest keys to really like those TP plays is the initial setup, because being able to place that deep ward when they had LGD was initially shoving in, and then having the state of mind saying, yeah, we set that ward up about 2 minutes ago. we can use it. And Jinnu recognized that, got there, right in there.
Yeah, I'm also trying to figure out what happened tonight in that fight. It looked like he just took a bunch of blight stacks and just all got popped at the same time, because he was like on 40%, jumps in, insta-dies, doesn't use his ultimate, which could have changed the course of that fight. And that was the fight that really just changed the course of that game, because that was then a Baron and then towers and constant team fights. There was the 2 picks on the bottom side as well, which was very detrimental. That basically just ended the game from Young Miracles. But of all the good things that Void did in that game and Kahlua, I would say, well, the game was pretty much over that point anyway. It was just a matter of time that just put the final nail in the coffin. I did like the mechanics, though. I said it before, but even in that pick, the fact that he QSS saved out of it, hit the QSS, then flash cancelled the momentum from the Lee kick is like very difficult to do, even in a high pressure situation. So he has the mechanics, and he's almost a person I would say put more resources into if you're looking to try and pick up a win here if you're Young Miracles, which is surprising when he's facing down someone like him.
Yeah, I think that's a really surprising factor. It would be tough because of how much that would shift Young Miracles' usual playstyle and playing towards Clouds and Ning, or at least playing towards Clouds and Knight. But it's almost necessary seeing how poorly Clouds was able to play up against his counterpart. And so that's really tough for Young Miracles, knowing that their one point of focus that they have gone through for quite a long while might have to be a shift, or just have a conversation with Clouds in the back and see what really went wrong and what he needs to succeed. Maybe that's just extra jungle pressure if he's getting that shove in, because that's a very long lane from him. A lot of the times if he's pushing out that long lane, you would want your jungler to be able to help you out in that aspect. But he still had flash. He knew what he was essentially constantly pressuring out and winning that matchup. So that's just, at the end of the day, you have to be able to, A, communicate to your jungler, or just back away.
Yeah, just back away. And with respect, that's 2 solo kills, though. You cannot let that happen when you're a big linchpin of your team in that one. But all credit to Jinnu. The fact that he did get those 2 solo kills on top of him with a full item disadvantage is still insane to think about. With that Ignite, he knew exactly how much damage he could do in that trade, and he made it happen. So Jinnu, once again, in the promotion tournament, has been stepping up. He's been doing that more and more as we've been seeing him. So I'm glad to see that growth as him as a player. But it's kind of disappointing to just see that from Clouds, where he is meant to be a large part of this team, and at the very least going even so that he can transition well into that mid game.
Yeah, I think that instantly the easiest thing to deal with that would be a ban on the Fizz, because Jinnu was playing that champion, gets the MVP. But ban the champion because sure, he was able to bully it time and time again, but the moment that Fizz was recognizing, yeah, he has Ignite, he had a bit of health because of the Doran's Ring he initially had, and on top of that, the Ruby Crystal.
Yep.
He just all in and he was able to win out that one skirmish. And if Fizz ever gets 1 kill, he's going to be able to just steamroll that game.
Pretty much, and looking for those opportunities as well. It's honestly not that damaging towards a Fizz if he's behind. It's just like, I'll chuck out the fish, go with my initial combo, see how it does. Do I have enough to carry on going? If yes, I kill him. If no, jump away with E, and then I'm probably safe with Urchin Strike as well if there's minions there. I can create so much distance, especially with a pick like Echo as well. You can actually do that. So there is a chance for him to kind of test the waters, as it were, and just make it happen. And as it turned out, he was a lot stronger than he thought he was.
Yeah.
Jumped in, killed his opponent. And if you're Kennen, there's not much you can do outside of once you've committed to the trade, because you've used E because you need the resistances, and there's no getting away.
Yeah, and what I think is really damaging is why Fizz will be picked or banned away is because even when that TP came in through Echo, that was not a safety net. He was going to get killed too even after that tower. So we need to see differences here. We need to see change.
Yeah, for sure. And LGD's just kind of exploited all of that out from Young Miracles. And as a result, we'll take game 1. We're going to take a quick break as we set up for game 2 between these 2 contenders. Welcome back to the LPL Summer Promotion here with Young Miracles and LGD. LGD currently lead the set 1-2-0. And it was honestly a convincing win after the 30-minute farm fest that we found ourselves in, Raz. But it was just pretty much a one mistake into loss coming in from Young Miracles. But that being said, they had a pretty big advantage and a big power point in the top lane that they kind of threw away. And at the same time, you look at LGD, their 2 power points in the mid and bottom just had a great game. I mean, they had massive gold advantages, and it was nothing that Young Miracles could do about it as the game went on.
And one thing to really even piggyback off that point is Amy. Amy, who was in a bad jungle matchup, even saw him losing a few Raptors, but he didn't really just sit and contest as sometimes he would. It was more so, I'll play through bottom lane, because that's a winning lane, as you mentioned. And he just farmed up the enemy Krugs. He was always in an experienced trade, and so even though Fizz was just in a bad position and was getting dove once, and then was just getting completely starved of experience, he just found that one play, and this is something that LGD are going to have a lot of confidence in, knowing that they can make those plays confidently and know that their solo laners can pick it up and say, hey, I might be incredibly far behind in this matchup as a Fizz, but I know that I'll play this out properly in the next 20 minutes, right? And I know that my team will succeed with the pressure that I'm eating.
Young Miracles need to find a new way to win the game.
That was just the fact that that wasn't even him sipping the cup. That was him downing everything inside of it. I don't know. I'm sorry to cut you off.
He needs that caffeine boost.
At this point, you'd expect him to take off the lid.
That's true. It seems highly inefficient to get those last little bit of scraps out of that coffee cup. But I don't know, man. Like, how have Young Miracles typically found their win? Has it been focused around the top side, Clouds getting ahead, just dominating the game?
More often than not, I would say Clouds would be in a win, like outplaying a lot of the times because he would be on a Renekton or he would just be on a Kled, and maybe he wouldn't have the jungle pressure because jungle pressure would be going through mid lane first. But he would be able to outplay that individually. Perhaps now that is not looking like a possibility with how LGD individuals have been playing. What I do now want to see is more emphasis on Knight. Sure, Knight had a few mistakes in the last game, but don't change what has been working for you, especially since for a good part of this game, they were in it. It was fairly even. It skyrocketed in the opposite direction, but game 2, do what you've been practicing, do what you've been boot camping in for that 1 week in between LSPL playoffs and now.
Let's see a little bit more from Young Miracles, because of course they did take the 2nd seed. We are expecting a little bit more from them from Dan Gaming, but Dan Gaming still toppled Vici, so that was a big feat in itself. Regardless, we've got a Kog'Maw, an AB ban, of course, of the Ivan, and a Syndra towards Godvi from Young Miracles on the opposite side. Talia, LeBlanc, and Jace. Teams at Young Miracles will be Lee Sin as a priority pick for Ning, taking it away from Amy, see what else he has in the tank. Graves, of course, still open, and the cannon coming out from LGD.
Yeah, we might be seeing a swap in position. Young Miracles have to be afraid of this cannon going to the AD carry positioning, so they would have to pick up Fizz now if they want that champion, or you would find LGD picking up both Kennen and Fizz, seeing both priority picks for themselves. And suddenly you're like, okay, I guess we're just going to be in a tough spot. So I want to see what Young Miracles go for here in the 2nd phase.
So Lee's coming in for Amy as well. And Jinnu finally gets his hands on Kennen, which is pretty interesting because Jinnu has constantly been put in these situations where he's been against Kennen.
Yeah.
He's sometimes called for his team just to ban it, get it away from him because he's constantly put in these horrible laning phases where he can't do anything. But then he always finds the solo kills, or he finds a way to crawl his way out of the matchup, where it's actually very beneficial in the end. It may suck for Jinnu for the first 15 minutes of the game, but once he actually gets there, he does do wonders for the team. So regardless, he's not going to have that one this time around. Young Miracles will lock in the Echo again for Knight. It was a good pick for him, but he did have that blunder in the mid game. And Lulu towards Kahlua.
It's a blind pick here. It's interesting to see them really going all in on the composition that they've known quite some time. They might even recognize that, you know, Godby will just go back to the victor because of how well it was doing in the lane. The Young Miracles, if it's a comfort point for them, especially since they saw good points in their last game, saying, hey, there were times where we were able to get 2 individual advantages just being together for these plays. Sometimes the simple answer is just, hey guys, let's play better.
Yeah,
oh, what
maybe.
What are we going to be doing in the back for the next 5 minutes? I was like, okay, we can just twiddle our thumbs.
/r/Korean advice right there.
Ah, yeah.
Just, you want to get into the LPL? Just play better. That's all you got to do. But Victor will be locked in for Godv once more against Ning, against Knight rather, with the Echo coming out there. So they knew pretty much that was going to come through. And Godv has had some amazing performances on Victor. I almost wonder how the split would have been if he'd picked up Victor earlier. But regardless, Fizz banned out by LGD, so not going to go onto the side of Clouds. Interesting that there is the priority on Lee Sin, Echo, and Lulu, and there was no priority there on the Fizz, because it is so incredibly strong in the top lane.
It is. There is still a worry, I suppose, for Young Miracles that they don't want to put themselves in that position and saying, okay, they might as well go towards Kennen here. Play even better around that pick than we did last game. And then I don't want to be that Fizz who's 50 CS behind. You're like, all right, what do I do now?
Able to get ahead once more, yeah. Makes sense. Two support bans from Young Miracles, however. Karma and Nami coming in, while Rumble aimed at Clouds again, so double top lane bans. Bit of respect. Both the solo laners being hit again in the second set, in the second game of this set, I should say.
It's good that they banned out the supports because of how LGD could have still flexed that cannon towards the AD carry position. So just hit the supports, make it a lot harder for LGD to find positioning around that, have a stronger lane, relatively.
Miles a half for LGD. It's more specifically down to Imp in that bottom lane. And Young Miracles, back over to them. We are looking for a top laner. And we are looking for an AD carry. And top lane is going to be Gragas for Clouds. So less of a carry, more of a tank.
Could be the difference here for them in those team fights. Now it's not going to be all on Echo to really get those fights going for them. A lot more space for him. That change could be very beneficial for them. And now it's going to be the, of course, Gragas versus Kennen. Now Kennen has to watch out because this man, once he gets a lot more armor under his, he could take the pain, of course. Has a bit of sustain in the lane. Now he knows he's going up against the Kennen, very likely. And be able to survive it through if the jungle gank does go top. So I want to see what Clouds, or what Ning does early on. He might just play towards mid and top once again, or even bot, because apparently now there's an Ashe here. Some pressure there at level 6.
That's true.
Ooh.
And Voy had some very good plays in the last game. Yes, he got caught out in the end, but he is very mechanically proficient with the Ashe pick. That was a Fiora being locked in for Jinnu, which will send the Kennen down to AD carry for Imp.
I don't know. I feel like I'm not even surprised about that. I should be. I really should be. But I've seen Imp pick this champion far too often in the week 10, so I'm like, all right. It's essentially going to be a Kennen AD carry. So the fact that they were able to get this for themselves, remember Young Miracles last game were first picking it because of that threat that LGD would just do so much with this pick. And now Jinnu's on Fiora. He's had some good moments.
Yep.
He's had some bad moments on that pick. You don't want to remember the bad moments.
Sure. I think he's had more good moments than bad moments.
Yeah, that's why you don't want to, because sometimes the negativity could just overtake the positive career.
Yeah.
As small as it has been so far for Jinnu.
There you go. Not the worst in the world. But Jinnu, when he's on that Fiora, he is really on. He can really make some things happen for that team. Garvey just, I don't know, still relegating himself to that Victor, but I say relegating like it's a bad thing, but he's doing so well with the pick that seems like no reason not to play it. And if I'm going up against LGD, I'm saying to myself, why actually don't I just ban the Victor?
Yeah.
We ban the Syndra, we take away the Echo, but even when he's given both of those opportunities, he still goes Victor.
That's the thing. That's what's really perplexing, because no team wants to ban Victor. Because he's first rotating that. He's first phasing it.
Yeah.
So you're like, you usually want to ban it and say, okay, let's pinch out more mid laners in second phase. But then you're really committing to a first phase ban on Victor for the champion, for the guy. And it's working out so well for him because funny enough, it limits him, which is hilarious to say that it's working out so well because it actually limits him in the lane. Because sometimes he'll go a little bit too crazy when he's on the Kassadin, when he's on Echo, when he's on Diana. We haven't seen Diana this split, but it's just been a legacy pick for him. So
still,
now that he's able to just play out the laning phase well because he's a strong laner, oh, there's fans out there.
Yeah. Young Miracles, they still commit to the first phase ban to mid lane, and it was Syndra. So, I mean, if you can just swap that one up and put a Victor in, and pretty much the same thing because they're willing to do it, clearly.
Yeah, that's true. But every single time someone gives off the Syndra to the man, Godby does a little bit too much. He has those games where he goes a little too crazy, and it's like, all right, we're putting you back on that leash.
Yep.
You're not allowed to go on Syndra anymore.
That's what I'm saying. Like the Young Miracles ban onto Victor would take the leash away from him.
Ooh.
It would unchain the Godby, which is possibly good for Young Miracles.
Could be good.
That's what I'm saying here.
That man's too much of a rabid dog. You just don't know what happens when you take that leash off. It could work very well for LGD.
Yep.
Or it could just bite themselves. That owner's...
Yeah. Is he
Probably
biting
had
the
a-
mailman or is he biting the owner?
Yeah.
I don't know.
They're going to keep on to that, man.
But I'd rather take that 50-50 of Young Miracles other than just straight up lose that matchup.
Ooh, that's true. I suppose so. But it's opened up the Echo pick for him, and he's...
That's true.
Wait a minute.
He's proficient. Godby, oh man. Well, so I was expecting the aftershock damage, and I was like, well, with level 1, so clearly that's not going to come through, but otherwise that could have been pretty bad.
They just dunked him a little bit. He's going to be able to get every single one of those Raptors, so it's not too worrying. He's going to be not sustaining all too well in that jungle.
Yeah. I think Lee lost 1, I think, because there are 6 Raptors in the pit.
Ah, yeah.
But it's not that big. It means Godby will be very slightly fast to level 2, but Knight has already gotten level 2 advantage because he was in the lane faster. So all in all, no real advantage. Bottom lane, Boy gets the initial push onto Imp, so that is nice for him. And Imp will be forced to farm under this tower for the first wave. Well, perfect CS gone.
All right. Don't want to heavily criticize the man, but that's tilting me too.
He was so close. Cancel like 5 auto attacks.
Yeah. I play AD carry quite a bit, but I'm just bad at CSing. That's
Correction, you play Lucian quite a bit.
All right, that's true, but he's an AD carry, so I play AD carry quite a bit. But it makes it feel bad. In fact, I'm just gonna queue every wave just because I don't trust myself. Oh, okay.
That somehow hit around the spiderling. He's going to take a bit more damage from Ning, who does have his red buff. So Amy low on mana, and Kahlua coming up with the push coming in from Young Miracles. This will be a blue take.
Yeah, strong communication coming out of there for Ning to know that his lanes are shoving up for him. And Kahlua is able to immediately back up, or at least back him up. You would think that maybe Godby would come in, but Knight was expending so much mana to get that wave shoved in, so a lot of effort for that play, and it pays off.
And just staring forwards. Just focus on the lane. Don't look at anyone else. Don't look at anything else that's happening on the map. Jungler just lost their blue buff. Just focus on the lane.
This is when the solo queue, you just be like, all right, just don't look at chat. Don't feel the jungler's tilt. It's like, why don't you guys collab? I can't collab. No, then immediately the argument's starting.
Slash mute all. Focus on my lane.
That's the answer to all life's troubles.
Slash mute all.
That's what I've been using.
Imagine if you could do that in real life.
That would be helpful until... Actually, no, that would be awful.
No, that'd be terrible.
I don't yeah, no, just kidding. Don't do it.
Yep. That's not great. Bottom lane being pushed back out. And we have these very slow laning phases once again as junglers are going through their usual paths. But Ning has triple buffed Amy. So let's see what he can do with this advantage now.
And that's the thing. That's the difference between this game and the last, is that Young Miracles have the winning lane in the bottom side now. Ooh. Knight knows what this man's up to.
Amy's in the jungle. Good repel. Gets himself out of the parallel convergence.
That's all he needs. Knight's in tune with his jungler, so now he can't even get the Raptors. Ning's going to be able to get that for himself. And so this is the difference in pressure, is that Young Miracle's bot lane getting shoved in so much. Knight has been in a positive position himself. Ooh,
okay, well, now. Amy is trading off against Ning, but he is level 3 versus level 5. Man, Ning is hella manly. Kahlua came up as well to assist his jungler, but I guess he knew he could do it since he had A gone back and B was level 5.
This guy's a little too crazy. There's a lot of hair growing on this man's chest at this very moment.
He's got no smite.
He's going to get beaten down. His ass is beat. Get out of there.
This Krug is going in.
I'm coming after you. I ain't taking tower shots, buddy. I'm going to shoot you. Takes out his Glock.
Oh, hello.
All right.
I don't know why he did that, but okay. That was pretty random. I don't know what he was expecting to happen.
I'm really afraid of this. Of anything.
Of what?
Yeah,
because it's level 4 PYL. He doesn't have ultimate.
There's not much that should be afraid of. In fact, him using flash. Level 6, he's just getting pushed off so he can back away right now. So that's smart from Godby. But just hitting that point in the bottom lane now that he doesn't have flash, a Pekenin who hits level 6, and a PYL who hits level 6, you're going to be pretty sad that you lost flash early on because you were too afraid.
Yep.
So Killua has a lot, he has a task ahead of him. Let's just hope that he's able to protect this man.
Oh, well, this is about to get a little bit bad from Void. PYL stepping up, turning it around though. Imp, exhaust coming down. What are Young Miracles looking for here? They're turning it back onto PYL. He may have to flash as well. No, he walks away. Teleport coming in from LGD. Double Storm coming in from Imp. Fights one, turned around. And it will be Kahlua picking up the kill while Jinu turns it on to Kahlua. But the teleport in from Knight, in from the mid lane. Tries to make it happen, but Flash coming in. Grand challenge has been completed. And Jinu is not dying in a hurry. 2-for-1 trade, favor LGD.
Yeah, beautiful flash from Jinu to get out of that stun range from Knight. So that's just a TP trade. But Cloud's going to be a little happier about that. Sure, kill is on Jinu, but he has a little bit of alone time with the farm, which he hasn't had in a long time. So, yeah, everyone equals out. I'm pretty sad that that entire fight happened with not a clear winner. Only clear winner for me, I suppose, is Jinu. I suppose.
The clear winners were the supports of this game, who both picked up kill each.
I'll give him that.
Accelerate, more vision. That's pretty good in the early game. But yeah, Jinu getting that kill will be nice up against Clouds, though he has gone for the triple Doran's ring and the double cloth armor, so he's not going to die in a hurry. Bit of a trade, bit of a scrap happening here in the jungle.
And one thing to recognize, that is Infernal Dragon, which will definitely be pulling a lot of pressure in this side. So, vision getting cleared. There's not much more control wards on Young Miracle's side. They already have one placed. They have one in their inventory on Lulu. So they can't afford to lose the vision control they currently have. Control wards. If they do, then they essentially would just give up pressure, because there's 2 in LGD's side. Okay. You definitely got seen doing this. Yeah, Elise is in the area.
Woo! Good dodge from Imp. Flash kick in from Ning. Still looking for the kill onto Imp. Finds the sun coming down, but Imp is still dead. Ning, does he get the return kill? No, he's still alive. Amy coming down into his bottom lane now. Comes out of the repel, looking for the benefit fight. Finds it. 2 versus 2 now. And PYL coming out ahead here with LGD. Kahlua turning around the damage, but Void locked down. Kahlua, can he get the kill in return? Oh, barely. A 3 for 2 all in all.
That's a triple kill for Elise, though. So guess who's going to be coming back? Immediately gets that AP jungle item for himself. So Amy doubles down because he knows that's blinking red HP bars out of Young Miracles and gets a triple kill.
Man, big win for LGD, specifically Amy, and see if he can convert that pressure. LGD knew he was in this brush.
They definitely knew, and they thought they could outplay. That's flash on Kennen. Doesn't react fast enough because that's really well-timed W from Killua, so that he was essentially silenced. He was not going to be able to flash out of that kick. Nig didn't want to Q right back in. That's the one thing I didn't see out of that entire play. I'm sorry for that, Killua. That was a play that he made, and unfortunately, they all pay the price for that one failure.
Yeah, Ning definitely should not have queued that many. I have no idea why he thought that was a good idea.
Yeah, it was a combination, because of course that one vision ward that caught Lee Sin going bot side meant that Elise going bot side as well. So they thought that Elise was not coming, didn't know about the play. So Lee Sin queues back in, but also Void doubles down to walk towards PYL. They thought they can get more, but ladies and gentlemen, that's greedy.
Yeah.
I looked in the dictionary. That is yep. And that's the term for that.
Greed. It's one of the 7 deadly sins. Not good for you.
Guess what? One Lee Sin didn't like that. You're welcome.
Thank you. LGD. Back to the jungle, and all of that pressure that Ning had over Amy in that early game. Null and void. Amy 3-1-0 as his full completed jungle item and boots over Ning right now. And the fact that Dragon is still on the table for both of these two teams has definitely put it back into LGD's court.
Yeah, but Young Miracles still have the ability to constantly look for those plays, so it's going to be on Ning to choose when that does happen. Boy has Enchanted Crystal Arrows. Spoiler alert, that happens a lot because Enchanted Crystal Arrow has a fairly low cooldown. Even though it's early on in the game, yeah, sure, it's long in a sense, but a lot of times people don't look to track it all too often. So that's just a constant play that Young Miracles will look to constantly. Maybe not. Maybe they want to stop Jinu while he's ahead. That would be a very risky play. I do not believe that'll work out. Jinu can and does have a lot of options to get out. Has Flash, has Q, and W, of course. A lot of options to get out of that. We've seen time and time again Jinu be put in these 2v1 positions and outplayed them to get himself a kill. So.
And now the fact that Ning is on the top side means that LGD will go towards the Dragon, and I don't see a way that realistically Young Miracles find a steal or any type of contest. It's just a matter of what pressure do Young Miracles get on the opposite side of the map, and that's down to Ning, who places down some deep vision. He's waiting on that red buff to spawn. He's still looking for this gank. I don't like it, Raz.
I don't like it either. I don't want to see it. So let's see what happened here in the mid lane.
Well, staring contest right onto Knight, and he is not winning that one. He'll jump back towards his turret using his flash.
Oh, this is, I don't know, Ning. All right, let's see what we have.
Okay, waiting up. Oh, okay.
Don't do it. All right.
Well, I liked it initially from Ning, where he was waiting out the riposte, but then he just kicked him in the face anyway.
Sad. That's all I got to say about that. Well,
sad.
LGD just get a lot out of it. They're already going to be pressuring onto that mid lane. I think, yeah, Ning is definitely... Whoops. Why'd you got to do that? Oh, they're setting it up!
Double TP is coming down. The Knight already into the fight. Does so much damage onto Godby. Here comes Kahlua and Clouds as well. Kahlua just gets every single kill in these fights. I don't know how he does it, but he is a kill secure master. PYL coming up to support Jinu. Meanwhile, Amy trading off against the jungler. Oh, actually, it was Knight, in fact, and that would just be the one kill onto Godby.
Yeah, that's an Evo mind blown, my friend, because I didn't see that one coming. The Ash arrow hitting, I was like, wait a minute. Young Miracles already are far ahead in this trade topside. They ain't even in position for that, and then immediately follow it up with the TP. Really well played out of Young Miracles. They ain't dead yet. Just 1 point down in the series, losing game 1. And then game 2, they're already firing off. With a goal lead, though, of course. Kills may not be in favor, but ladies and gentlemen, it is not all about the kills.
Nope. However, 3 of those kills are on Kahlua.
Oh.
So
yeah,
that's like 900, over 900 gold on the support. So it's not necessarily where you want it. It will get him further ahead. So he has mobility boost, he has the side stone, and he's building towards his first item. So that's great. But look how much damage this support is doing now. Ning coming out there, and we'll get this kill regardless. So that goes right over to Ning. I actually thought that Kahlua was going to somehow find that one as well. I was like, if this doesn't execute him, Kalua's getting it.
At this point, Killua is just, he ain't even channeling the anime character. He's just the fact that he's able to kill these people.
Oh, okay. Imp wants this, but he's just a lightning squirrel at this point in time. Misses the shuriken, but Amy's coming in, wants the assassinate. Kalua's still alive! Someone needs to finish him off. There you go, Amy. And Imp somehow is still on this field, but he's got Knight behind him. And Voice coming in as well. So it's just a question of who's going to pick up the kill.
Ah, there we go.
And he commits Sudoku.
But that was really scrappy. And it was a good start from Young Miracles. They found the Malzahar. We talked about it a little bit. And then they kept moving. And so, yeah, it's not looking good. Oh,
he wants this kill, flops down the ultimate, wants to stay in range. Not going to happen. Knight coming in from the sidelines. But Amy and PYL was still there, so bye.
Yeah, this is getting scrappy. Really bad coming out of Young Miracles. Though, that being said, LGD, a lot more cohesive with one another. That Godby's going to walk in, and he ain't going to do it alone, as we've seen previously. This time around, he has his team by him at all times. Amy knows where to be throughout the entire game, and it's good because that's where the gold has been going. And so, you can only expect for him now to just be going straight AP. There is not going to be a single tank on this team. I can guarantee that. If he goes tank, I'll be set. With how well he's been doing, he's always been there for his lanes. Yeah, this is looking great for LGD.
Yeah, at this point in time, you have so much cash in the bank just from helping people, doing so much charity work that buy yourself something nice. You know what I'm saying?
Just for once.
Go back to base, pick up Leandries, pick up a Death Cap. Ah, no.
No, don't do this.
And he gives it all to charity.
Yeah.
And like, I can respect a person for doing that, but sometimes you've got to keep your own morale high so that you can help others.
You may be a holy man, but when you win that lottery, some of that money better be going to yourself. At some point, the percentage of that money that's going to charity work better be minimal.
You gotta take a cut.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Keep yourself afloat. Well, Amy does not adhere to that.
He's an outright priest at this moment.
Look at him. He picked up 2 control wards as well.
Oh, of
Insane.
course. If the coach in the back ain't feeling happy about that, then I don't know what will please you.
That's true. Maybe he's just making sure that he stays in the series. Intruder doesn't get a look in.
Oh yeah, Intruder is trying to talk to the coach. He's like, hey, you know what? I'll get 3 control wards.
Nah, you wouldn't. No,
Giants,
you go down into Intruder.
Cinderhulk.
I would sell my Runics. Go Cinderhulk. So much money. The Young Miracles, I don't know what is happening, but they are not in a good position. And they just don't seem like the same team that I was promised, Raz. I'm going to start asking for a refund soon.
All right, I mean, I promised a lot. I'm just saying that if they were not playing against LGD, their chances would be better. LGD are just some beast.
Hang on a minute.
Hello?
So you're saying that if they played against Vici, the team who was higher
I'm not
in the
making any more
standings-
guarantees, all right? And you can't prod me any more than I've already have, all right? I'm telling you right now that LGD is some freak monster. That when it's down to promotion tournament, they turn it up.
I'm giving your store a 1-star on Yelp, my friend.
Oh, don't do that.
You can't remove that. Those Yelp reviews stick with you.
I will create 4 fake accounts, and they will all say great things about me.
All right, man. I just don't think this is working out because Young Miracles keep looking for these plays, and that one was a flash, great, but it's no kill. Back to the drawing board. Meanwhile, in the top lane, we're looking to see if LGD can make the same plays happen, but Jinu does so much damage with Godby. Grand challenge completed, and Jinu just simply walks away.
That was very stylish, and the only reason that was able to happen is just because of that roam coming in from Godby. But it's a nice response coming out of Young Miracles to try and stop to get this mid lane tower. If they do that, that is actually a big win. I would actually favor this more so than the kill itself. And sure, you can top lane, but if Clouds does, he's already playing a tank in the Gragas, so if he can just hold that pressure back, there's a lot of vision that can be created just through that mid lane pressure alone. So Knight will have a little bit more flexibility just based off of how he's able to use that extra push in mid lane. That being said, lose that bottom lane too.
A little bit unlucky. Couple seconds there, too late. Another advantage to LGD, who are opening up now with the gold advantage on top of the Infernal Dragon they picked up, and Amy will look to solo up this Rift Herald. Probably good to Ginny, yeah, who's in the way.
Gonna help just in just a second.
Blast bounce over. So yeah, that top lane is about to get a whole lot worse. And Cards even went for the early Frozen Heart, which... What do you think about that item? Because I have my own thoughts, but I'm interested in yours.
Yeah, my problem here is, of course, Frozen Heart is great if you're going up against heavy auto attack that you can deal with in team fights, etc. You know, that's all that good stuff, but you need help. You need a lot of help. Sunfire Cape does best of both worlds. So you can A, deal with your own lane, get the armor that you need and require, but you need the extra HP because someone's going to be gunning you down. And I think that I would much rather have Sunfire Cape in this instance.
Yep. Because even against Jinu, it's like, oh, it's Fiora, lots of auto attacks, but Lunge is used during that time. When you pop the ultimate, it's about hitting those vitals, and it's not going to matter that much. It's more about being almost a spellcaster in those circumstances.
That's the thing. In this instance, there would only be value if he actually goes into these team fights to impact int as well, but that's not going to be his life. More often than not, he's just going to be dealing with Junu's constant push in the lane. So that's the main reason I would dislike it.
Yeah, pretty much. Doesn't really matter. The extra health is really what's going to keep you alive here. That effective health. Regardless, LGD has sat in this bot side. Around this dragon, it is a Cloud Dragon, so it's not on the top of the priority list from LGD, but they do want to stop Young Miracles from getting a free one.
Yeah, the 3-man strong of LGD, they're just constantly looking. They even have the Fiora in the mid lane pushing up, so that's a lot of strong people in the bot side of the map. And pressure is going to be on Clouds to get shoved, so they can force something, but LGD wants something now.
Here comes the teleport. Arrow onto PYL. Needs to do something, and we need to do it right now if you're Young Miracles. PYL dropping low, and it will be the execute damage coming in from Void. Ning did not choose to kill steal that one.
Yeah, really properly played from Young Miracles. They definitely needed something out of that because that was a TP advantage for Jinnu. What LGD wanted out of that, sure, they force TP, they back away, they create that play once again when Clouds is forced topside without TP. And that is a problem they didn't want themselves to be put into. So Young Miracles double down and they get a proper Ash ulti. Aces to Void played that one really well.
LGD looking to defend in the mid lane now. So at the very least, Young Miracles are trying to fire back in this game. Pity it wasn't a Mountain Dragon or an Infernal, but there is one coming up next. Jinnu with the teleport flank. Let's see how it goes. Clouds has been initiated in the middle lane. And Imp is going in. Goodbye, Void. You don't even get a chance to fire some arrows off in this fight. 2 kills to LGD, and they are beelining it towards that Baron.
Yeah, Young Miracles lost focus for 1 second. TP comes down, and they instantly get down both the tank and the constant DPS of Void. So now, they need to steal this. There is no way they could take a fight. It's all going to be on Ning.
Imp is putting up the damage onto this Baron. Jinnu over the wall, zoning away Ning, doing what he can. He's looking for the steal, connects the Q over the wall. Ning is dropping low, and it's not going to happen. Jinnu secures the kill. He's jumping onto Knight as well, who gets a bit of health back, but Imp is right there to catch him with open arms. 2 more kills to LGD and the Baron.
Really well played, and it's all based off Jinnu pressure. They had to kick him away. He is such a beast at this point in time. A was off of his TP flank, and then after that, he just zoned out Lee Sin. That one faith, that one hope was in that smite, and he didn't have a chance. So now Young Miracles, they are put back at square one, or -1.
-1.
Yeah, definitely -1 because they're going to be climbing on up now.
They're going to try, but LGD are pushing this pressure in now. It really just look like a different team coming into the promotion tournament. Just in themselves, it's very easy to say, well, they look so much better because they're playing against weaker teams. They're not playing against LPL teams, but just in how they've been playing their games, individual outplays, the moves that they try to look for are so different to what we've seen previously. Every player is turning up, and Jinnu for sure. I mean, his guy came in later on into the split, and he has been putting on constantly good performances.
Yeah, you see the level of cohesion definitely much better, regardless of the opponent that's ahead of them. We've seen that in week 10. They were able to take sets off opponents. Which opponent did they take a set off of in week 10? I'm trying to remember. It was very clear cut. I think it was ID. I'm going to put that out there.
It would be a good guess on that one because IG started losing against everybody.
Yeah, there we go. I know that'd be a constant.
We're looking for this top lane push currently. The ultimate popped by Imp, but he's still under this tower. No one's killed the tower, and that kills the Imp. Young Miracles turning this one around, taking out the ADC. Ultimately, it is an AD carry for a tower, while Jinnu wasn't even in the fight. He actually just took the bottom tower, so it's a big net win to LGD.
Yeah, LGD were going to back away anyways after that one. Get 2 kills and back. Someone had to back faster. I guess it was going to be Imp on that one. So, Jinnu kind of playing a little risky.
He's stepping up. Amy coming in from behind. Clouds with the ultimate. Popped onto Jinnu, but a great riposte. He can't make it over the wall, though. Lunges right into the wall. Not going to happen. And that will be another kill over to Young Miracles.
Yeah, that's when it comes down to discipline. At that point, you just... one mistake. Sure, red buff is up, but you don't need it. You're winning anyways. Just get proper back timings off. Play that disciplined role. You're already winning the game. It's not like you're trying to say, oh, history will remember me winning this a little harder. Making this a bit more of a stomp. No, no one will remember that. It's a W or it's an L. Now take that win.
Exactly. Draws do not exist in League of Legends. Well, technically they do, but they're very hard to make happen. I'm pretty sure there has never been a draw in the history of competitive League of Legends, for certain. It was, in fact, IG who got wrecked.
Yep.
He also played Snake in that week, LGD.
It's a good time for LGD. You can see them definitely bringing it up as the split went on. And sure, I would say it was more so Amy getting a lot more confidence, playing those carry champions, and definitely being a lot more convincing. And then, of course, Jinnu was, as the split went on, became their more reliable top laner. As they had Funny at the initial point of it. And Jinnu, he played carries, has a lot of individual plays and a lot of individual success. So there's a lot more faith in him. Then, of course, it looks like a very clear-cut decision for them. And maybe even a good shot at Summer split. So we say that a lot about LGD. It's just all up to them, really find that consistency during the regular season.
For certain. And still, Young Miracles are putting up a fight, and this is still a promotion tournament team, right? So LGD are still a long way off competing with the top as Godby comes in with a massive ultimate onto Boy and Kahlua. Godby's going to be knocked into the enemy team and will go down courtesy of Knight. Here comes Amy and PYL going to turn it around as Jinu and him are on the way. Kahlua found himself a cannon in a very dark alley. PYL will get locked up in the back lines and finally be unleashed from that stun. Amy following up, doesn't land a cocoon, but Jinu is hungry for blood. Chasing down Clouds, connects the lunge. He's going to continue the chase. Imp coming in as well, and Clouds trying to get away, but Imp just gets stalled out by the Time Winder, and Jinu finally is pushed away and peeled off from Young Miracles.
Talk about an amazing race. Neither team really expected that fight to happen. So Jinu came in just a little bit late, and Void was nowhere to be seen. Was in the bot side of the map just farming away. Threw an out an ulti and it hit PYL, so thankfully he had just a little bit of impact. But Young Miracles need to clean this up because they were making this play, and I guess Void was actually in there to start, so he was in the play just from the beginning. This is how long that play was. But I guess it's important to just take a look at Knight because he was doing a lot of damage. As I say that, bot side, as you can see, it looks like a play is happening here.
Yes, it is. Young Miracles have taken the dragon. Jinu was off to the side, but LGD did not get the contest happening. 2 minutes until Baron. And Young Miracles back into this game. As much as we were praising LGD, Young Miracles are clawing it back.
This is definitely a back and forth game. The composition is much more comfortable for them. Now it's just up to them to group up. Now we've got Clouds doing a tank role. If he can be that front liner. And the team fights are a lot more clear. Knight is definitely playing a lot better because he's not the initial focus in these team fights for LGD. Has to be off the tanks. So, much better from Young Miracles. Some flubs, few mistakes. But relatively speaking, I'd be a little happier to how they're playing.
For sure, and this has become a game that is up for grabs by any team. Still, Young Miracles are down, but the fact that they have the dragon advantage just Baron up in a minute. There's another dragon ready to go. It will be another Cloud. Cloud has been rearing its head multiple times in this set.
So, as you mentioned, Baron's going to be that primary focus. Jinu's already in the right side of the map. When they look to LGD, they need to be top side. They don't have control wards, so they should. They already have a few in the map, but not effective ones. They should get some proper backs off. But they seem pretty set on a siege here in the mid lane. I think that's wasting time, but Ning has a plan on his own.
Here's a plan. It starts with F and ends with Hank.
Oh.
Here he goes, lands the ult, lands the Q onto Godby, but he just took Boy with him. Here comes him, Amy, everyone from LGD unleashing onto Knight. He didn't have a chance to ultimate. And Jinu just backs away from this one, barely scathed from the ordeal. 2 kills for 1. LGD push up the mid lane.
Yeah, they got the kill on Godby, but it just wasn't enough. The stun city coming out of LGD is just getting really annoying for Young Miracles. Malzahar ulti on top of the ulti from him really is a lot of control, and LGD is trying for this.
Clouds pops the ultimate on the minion wave, makes it harder, but LGD are looking for the dive anyway. The call has been made, and Clouds is quite squishy for a tank. And Imp is trying to zone away Ning, and he's doing a successful job of it. The Spylings will be the band-aid as minion wave comes in, but it's actually a transition to bot side now from LGD.
Just as soon as we were getting impressed about Young Miracles starting to make plays for themselves, that was off the back of Ning's play. LGD were able to get themselves 2 kills and the 3rd one later on. So they're just getting under this, not an instant pop on Godby, but then immediately from this point forward, it was tough. Imp gets right in there. Knight was just stunned for eternity, could not do anything for quite some time. LGD have proper responses.
And what I've learned from this series, Raz, is that we shouldn't praise a team until they get 2 team fights in a row.
Yeah,
because this has been a team fight back and forth, over and over and over again for the last 15 minutes. And it's really just down to whoever gets the final fight will probably end the game. And if that syncs up as well with a big monster objective, that seems to be the aim of the game for both of these 2 teams. But really just can't call it because it's someone trying to make a play and then the other team punishing that play. And sometimes they don't.
See, I agree with that. But the context is what matters here. We gave them context. We said that these teams are doing well for instance, Young Miracles making proper plays. Able to do it on top of Godby and Imp. Problem is that Young Miracles went in for a positive play. Here's the thing. So, Lee Sin coming in from the back, able to instantly get the kill off Godby. At that point, they need to find an instant way to back away because PYL and Imp still having their ultis. Those are all going to be on Knight, so I just want to see what their plan of action here is to deal with Malzahar ult. Or just relative CC. QSS has been on Void for quite some time. You would expect for it to be on Knight as well. Or even maybe even a later Mikhail's Crucible. Any way to deal with that? Oh boy.
Oh my god, Jinnu does an incredible amount of damage. He actually just blew up Ashe, and I don't know where Kahlua was, but he also died, and I'm just getting flashbacks to game 1.
This happened so fast. Jinnu has just been on point. And it looks like LGD have just been able to take this, and maybe they want to push forward. No, they're just gonna
Baron's up.
Yep.
Take the Baron, play it safe, got the 2 kills, and this is exactly how game 1 ended. The bot lane getting called out, and I can praise the mechanics, but take a look at
what
this.
Is he doing there? Ulti will 100% give you extra movement speed as well. Cloud gets stunned up, but of course they're not going to follow up.
That's when you check the death recap, and it's 3,000 damage in 0.02 seconds, and you're like, well, this is not okay.
Yeah, what have I done? They constantly forget. Here's the thing, you constantly forget that, oh, maybe I can kite away the enemy top laner. I'm Ashe. I have slows and auto attacks. Oh, right. It's a lot of movement speed being gifted to Jinnu just off of his ulti activation. Of course you have to respect that. He's going to blow you up. So, just not being thought out by Void. It's a situation that they need to really go back to the drawing board. It's going to be harder now because their drawing board is pure defense. That's Baron on everyone on LGD, so they definitely don't have the decision anymore. That's not in their court. The ball's in LGD's.
Very much so, and if they secure this win, they would be just 1 game away from securing their spot back in the LPL. And even that in itself, the fact that LGD was a 3-0 the other day, this would be another 3-0. Teams like Vici only brought out a single win in the promotion tournament, got smashed by Snake, got destroyed by Dan Gaming. But LGD, a team who are right at the bottom of the standings, has been able to pull it back, and that to me has been very impressive.
It definitely has been, and that's why you can tell how competitive the LPL is for the teams that are on the bottom end of that. Because by no means would I say that Vici is a bad team. Well, they are, but that they're lost.
Tell me how you really feel, Raz.
Just that they've lost hope, because remember their goals were towards Summer Split with how much long-term plans that they had. But this ain't it, Vici. This is LGD, and sure they have some long-term goals, but they're working now.
Looking for the kick here from Ning, not going to pan out, and Knight is into that back line, and Knight just disappeared. I honestly have no idea where he went.
He went flying.
He went absolutely flying as another kill goes down to Void, and this is all going wrong for Young Miracles. Jinnu is just going in by himself, a one-man army, as Imp throws in a couple of shurikens for good measure, and Klaus came up once more just to see the end of his life. 4 more kills to LGD. Ning getting shocked onto the spawn pad. 5-0. LGD, a clean ace and a clean game 2. The Nexus goes down. It's 2-0 to LGD.
Yeah, and momentum is clearly on LGD's side here. Not only are they playing better individually, playing smarter on the map, but now that they're 2-0 in this series, they're sky high going into game 3.
Good stuff from LGD. There was a couple flubs in that game, but overall was just in really good shape. And you can see Imp is still sporting his old jersey.
The guy is pure 70s right now. The guy has a 70s haircut. That man needs to cut himself there. Cut that haircut.
Nah, man. Go back. We got to go back.
All right.
It's giving him power.
Get some sunburn.
I guess, maybe. But
maybe,
it's Jinnu who's been really putting in a lot of the legwork in this game, because that was a 34-minute win on the clock for LGD, and pretty much a meteoric rise in the goal graph, because last game it was nothing happened for actually the length of the entire game too. And then in game 2 it was just all systems go from LGD. The damage is a little bit deceiving. We had some great ultimates coming from Godby, but he was kamikazeing most of the time. He would jump in, pop the ultimate, instantly die, and maybe take someone with him.
Yeah, he's definitely camouflaged, because a lot of the plays were based off Jinnu. A lot of the plays were also based off Imp and PYL just a little bit, because that's a lot of CC coming through. going to really let Jinu fly. Because if you have CC, or at least that much CC, he's going to be able to play that Fiora. And he's able to play it so well. The lane matchup's easier for him, but also that TP in the bot side. And this is something that we have to bear. It's a constant now. It's going into game 3. His TP plays have been getting much better.
Yeah.
It's becoming a reason why they win most of their games now. I don't know who's calling it, but I'm going to give him credit for it. So if it's false, then you know what? I don't care. I don't care. But yeah, you saw there's a difference between him and Funny is that the TP plays have been much better. The bot lane play, he was able to get himself a kill, come back topside. And also the mid lane play, we're seeing it so often just coming through. And of course, the last play we saw wasn't even the TP play. It was an Ashe walking up to him and say, "What are you doing?" And he just slices him up. So I really do like what I see from it. If we don't see a MVP once again on Jinu, I would be astonished.
Yeah, I mean, who else could get it feasibly in this game? Because Imp had multiple deaths in the early game. He did what he could, but he was more of a support AD carry as the game went on. Mid lane, Godv was jumping in. Sometimes it worked out. He was having those Godv moments where he jumps in, pops the ultimate, maybe kills them, but just does it at random times. Jungle, Amy had a pretty good game.
He had a good game.
He did receive a lot of those kills and kind of went with the holy man route and just
that guy was definitely a preacher.
Yeah, went for like full tank following that point. So I mean, you can put credit towards Amy as well, being active on that early game, and setting up Jinu for success. But just the way that Jinu knocked down the dominoes, I think we can give him credit for.
Yeah. So I guess if it goes down to Elise as well, I wouldn't be too sad about it. Just based off just the fact that he went towards health and tankiness. That's the only strike I have towards you. But now that you look towards Young Miracles, because this was already an uphill climb going up against EDG. Sure that they were the highest seed technically because they were second seed. First seed already went over to the LPL with that auto promotion. So they were the highest LSPL seed in this tournament. And they, unfortunately, even though LGD was the lowest seed, LGD just had too much of a burst performance in the end of the split. So you would theoretically, and that's just how it rolls sometimes. That's very unlucky. Sometimes you roll on a bad side of that dice where it's like, second seed actually got a proper opponent in Vici because Vici still had a rougher road ahead. Meanwhile, LGD just having a nice time.
Yeah, so maybe it was better if they just had a terrible end of the split. They may have just been gifted a win into the LPL. So it's weird how it works out in the end because LGD really are surging. And it's just unfortunate because LGD is a team who have massive peaks. When they're on, they could feasibly be a not top of the table team, but maybe even top of the table team in playoffs for the main LPL. But we just didn't see it. They didn't get the opportunity. They were locked down into 6th. There was a reason why Frost decided to back them as a team and say they were going to make playoffs, but just didn't happen in this one. Goes over to Amy. I think well deserved in this game. We said it would be either Amy or Jinu, but Amy definitely did set up that early game for them.
Yeah, bottom lane when he was able to receive the triple kill, which was, I would believe that what replay is going to be coming up. If it's not, then I'd be sad because that was a very key moment where Young Miracles were able to come down bot side, get themselves, they thought they were going to get themselves a play, but the man just reaped some rewards. But it's actually going to be coming off a TP play. I wonder who set this play up. Woo! It was actually Jinu. But yeah, he gets the cocoon on the Gragas man himself. And sure, that was a major play for LGD to get the play for. So yeah, Young Miracles go towards the Baron. And they ain't no one going to be touching him. That's 3 people up against the full 5-man roster of LGD, so they're able to secure themselves the Baron. So in that specific play, I would give it to Jinu. But in the previous play, as I mentioned in the bottom lane with the triple kill went through Elise, I think Elise played it incredibly well.
It was the 50-50 though. Like half of the plays went over to Jinu, half the plays were Amy being set up. And in the end, it was Jinu just doing so much damage that there was nothing that Young Miracles could do. So it's back to the drawing board and they don't have a lot of time to do it, Raz. 5-10 minutes to make that change happen. We are going to take a quick break, however, while the team set up for game 3. We're looking for the clean sweep here from LGD to make it back into the LPL. Welcome back to the LPL and the promotion tournament here, looking towards summer now. And it is LGD up against their opponents, Young Miracles, who are 0-2 down to try and get back into the LPL. And I know PDD is probably backstage not too happy with how this one has been going so far, Raz, because Young Miracles had a couple chances to fire back into this series. Game 1 was basically a team fight and done. Game 2 was very much a back and forth. They were able to stall out LGD for a good portion of that game. In the end, they weren't able to actually close it, and LGD, with their additional firepower, were just able to close it out. And it wasn't just from Imp as well. It was coming in from the top side of the map. It was Jinu and it was Amy.
Yeah, and it's really tough to, like, whenever you hear that statement, you're like, wait, say that again? I would have expected...
It was Jinu and it was Amy.
Yeah, Godby and did you say Godby and Imp? No, Jinu and Amy. Yeah, that's how this set has been going. A lot of growth coming out of those two players. That's nice to see. Just as nice as that haircut as the man's been sporting. Not even a haircut,
he
just the
looks
hair.
like he's from the Beatles. That's what I've just realized.
There we go. That's what I've been wondering. And the shirt doesn't help.
Asian John Lennon right here.
That really is what is happening. The glasses really give that
He's
vibe
going to
as
sing
well.
Young Miracles a song.
Woo.
He's going to put them in the yellow submarine, Raz.
Oh my God, if I only knew that reference.
Put them underwater.
If only I knew that reference, we'd be spot on.
We would. Well, I'm from Liverpool, so...
Okay, yeah.
I know it well. You're from Canada, so it makes sense that you wouldn't be attuned with the Beatles.
I'll tell you right now, the Canadian people are completely attuned with the Beatles. I'm just bad with these references.
Well, Raz is just not in tune.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Canada.
I'm under that rock.
Exile this man.
Send me straight into none of it.
Is he trying to give him a fist bump? He's just getting denied or what?
Oh, no.
Oh, disaster.
Yeah, but just to hit your point even harder about this team here, Jinu performance throughout the end of last, or at least this split, was really well done. There'd be some hit and miss performances, or at least plays, but a lot of them was based off of his confidence, and so they just kept putting carries on him. There's no tanks. I was like, give Jinu, or at least put Jinu in, and give him a Maokai. He's doing just fine playing like the major carries in the top side of the map, and he's been really showcasing his strength just alongside Klaus. I actually would have thought that Klaus had the upper hand on this one, but today has not been his day.
Nope. Change that Z to an N because Klaus has not had a great day at all. Young Miracles up against LGD. Game 3, Champion Select. Basically the same pixel bands once more from Young Miracles, but this time it's going to be the Fizz coming out as the final ban. And I really want to see them deny the victor. But anyway, not going to happen. On the opposite side, triple mid bans once more as the Jace comes in, which was banned in the previous games. So we get to see Knight on this champion.
Yeah, and this is the win rate coming in from the LPL. It's a pretty high win rate here for Jace. Knight has been a major carry for the team, so putting him back on that Jace is always nice to see now that he has been wrestled away from the ban phase. LGD took away the Echo because they knew that Young Miracles' priority towards that champion was too damn high. So we might see a different beast coming out of Young Miracles.
We may see a different game from LGD if they decide to unleash the Godby and give him the Syndra.
Nope.
Nope, just kidding. It's going to be Leeson in the end over to Amy and probably a Victor on the next pick as well from LGD. Regardless, back over to Young Miracles, who are now looking towards Graves as the next pickup.
That's the thing, though, is that they're instilling a little bit of fear. Give themselves a Lee Sen, so it gives Godby a little bit more time to know what he's going up against. That's two people who can go in towards Ma Malmortius. Maybe he doesn't want to go towards the Syndra. A bit sad. He keeps getting blocked from just pressing that R button and all inning. Oh. All right, Rumble being picked up.
Rumble comes in.
Oh, he don't care.
Instant lock. Only came with the hips turn as well, so it's not like LGD could physically stop him. Other than his coach just taking his hands off the keyboards, and he is rubbing his hands together. I get the chance to play Syndra. Finally. Hopefully it goes well for the team. Here comes the Thresh ban towards Kahlua. Young Miracles, next ban.
All right, so seeing it from both teams' perspectives, LGD needs a bottom lane. Young Miracles need a bottom lane. But does LGD really need a bottom lane? Because remember that Kanan coming through might very well be another trap being set. Young Miracles are probably a little bit more privy to it. So it could be a Kennen once again for Imp. It would be surprising simply because Kennen has been such a solid pick up against the Rumble. So you'd expect Jinnu to pick it up for himself. But Imp has just been taking that pick away time and time again. Just don't know what to expect anymore from this man.
It's true. Lulu will be the final ban from LGD towards Kahlua. Has hands on that pick multiple times in this set. And Young Miracles, final ban. Let's see where it will go. So looking for a potential AD carry, technically a top laner, but it's Karma as well. So actually both Karma and Lulu off the table has opened up a Nami pick as a priority.
I wonder what Killua could go in this instance, knowing that a lot of these support picks are just completely banned out. He usually goes towards the Thresh, but not this case. Karma and Lulu are both gone. You would think perhaps a tank with how many squishes he has in this team, but if he goes tank like a Tom Kench along with the Jhin, that would be an outright losing lane. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about this plant.
Oh yeah.
That would be a really good pick.
Kind of strong.
There we go.
That would work out in this game here for Young Miracles, and we'll be locked in. So Zyra and the Jhin once more. We actually saw that earlier today, I believe, in the first series.
It was Cat and Choo Choo that would go towards these kill lanes, but as I said, this is a kill lane. A lot of the times you look towards Jhin and he would have, like, especially with the amount of nerfs that came his way, it's super hard to be able to kill, get any proper damage. So he essentially, since he goes towards Warlord's Bloodlust now. But Zyra is the main pressure point here. Able to get Grasping Roots, and then you can follow up with Jhin W, maybe ulti, depending on how much damage Zyra it does. So it's going to be a lot of focus on that. But proper response coming in from LGD. They pick a Spell Shield champion, a Sivir.
And it's Imp Sivir as well at the end of the day, which is incredibly strong. We saw it up against GT. We've seen it throughout the split. And I'm pretty sure I would bet a lot that most of those 23 games were probably Imp.
Yeah, actually.
In that split.
Because I feel like no other team really prioritizes that champion. LGD's weird, I suppose, champion pool really coming
It's a legacy pick.
Yeah, it is.
He was one of the best Sivir pickers in the LPL in previous splits, so there's no reason for him not to. And that's definitely less gusto in those handshakes as the series has gone on. More is on the line as it gets more serious, as this is now a match point for LGD. They are one win away from getting themselves back into the LPL, a feat that Vici Gaming earlier today could not achieve.
Yeah, and the amount of stress these people have been going through is unimaginable. I've been in this position before, and just knowing that when you go back to the drawing board and no answer seems to be the right answer, you don't know what to tell the players at that point in time, because it seems like it's being written, like history has already been finalized here. You're going into game 3, and you want to be able to just go into this one knowing that you can reverse sweep. Hell, we've seen it in the playoffs. It's happened.
Yeah.
OMG were able to come back up against IMA. And a lot of the times when you get to that third game, it depends. That really is a character building moment if you have that fire within you to go up against your opponent and say that you still have a chance. Here might be a different case because Young Miracles haven't proven to anybody, not even themselves, that they're better than LGD. Well, OMG have done that throughout the entire regular split, so this is going to be a tried and true moment for this team. If they can achieve that, it would have to start now.
It's true, but it starts here as Young Miracles and LGD going head-to-head for the third and perhaps final time of this set. Hopefully not for Young Miracles. 2-0 on match point. Imp will rejoin his team here. But I guess when you were on Dignitas, it was easier for you to find that fire within you because you did have Inner Flame.
This is true. I can't even say anything about that. That's true.
I've channeled Freak. Took a quick phone call between sets. I'm ready to go.
Got
Busting
him.
out the puns.
Phone a friend.
Phone a friend. Ask the audience. LGD setting up. It looks like Godfrey's going to put a Dark Sphere over the wall as well here for Amy. So give him a nice little setup to this game. Jinu's even come down as well for moral support. And the plans are being set up from Kahlua.
And that's good. I'm too sad that he actually utilized that now. It's going to time out
That's a
before
bit
the
early.
wave comes
Yeah, I
in.
don't
So.
know what's up with that.
Yeah, that's a little unfortunate because they did have free pressure in the lane. Now Imp and TYL can walk forward simply because of that one error being made from Killua.
setting up this wave. Amy in his jungle. Let's see what damage he can do this game with his Lee Sin once more. I really like the fact that Amy got the priority on Lee Sin. We've seen some really good things when Amy has been allowed to be on these highly mechanical, intensive champions.
See, that's what I want to see more from him, because I keep talking about it. The man is the reason why Vici went into the LPL off his Lee Sin play. Throughout his season here, I remember when he was on Young Unlimited Potential, he played through carry. Sure, Unlimited Potential did get relegated. That's another story at another time. But
Okay.
he was a carry player, and the fact that he's going back onto this Lee Sin, going back onto Elise, and being able to showcase that much pressure, it's nice to see, and it just showcases the amount of confidence that the guy is gaining for himself.
It's good to see, and here comes Ning as well. Ning separated from his partner Ming, and it may be a big separation for them. Very close to being knocked back down into the LSPL.
Yeah, everyone's journey is different. Ning is going to have a tough one. Depending on, of course, if there's always a chance for him to run this back. That opportunity is there. But just imagining that this guy would go straight back into the LSPL. Unless, of course, if he gets picked up. And would have to have a larger run once again, because he's been through these runs time and time again with the team. Motivation starts to really get sapped out of you.
That's true. PYL trading in the bottom lane has been ignited. Kalua was looking to put that nail in the coffin. Not going to happen. Imp is putting that damage back towards the bottom lane there from Young Miracles. It's more of an even trade in the end.
Yeah, that was an intense skirmish. You even saw Voy flashing 2 Teemos away from himself just because he didn't want to get hit by that bubble.
Quick reposition. Got VTP back into this mid lane. Got his chance to be on Syndra.
All right.
And his mechanics are being flexed right here up against Knight.
Yeah, get out of here. You can rough talk a little bit, but I'm gonna run you off. Really, it's always nice to see him play the champion. He barely gets the chance because of how often he gets banned. Sometimes you'd expect that's why he's playing other picks. That's why he's playing Victor. Ban this champion instead.
Please.
I want to play Syndra.
He gets his chance in this game. Triple longswords onto the Jace. Again, a new pick in this series from Knight. LGD riding so much momentum from those first 2 games. It's going to be real tough for Young Miracles to come back into this game. That being said, as you were talking about earlier, Raz, it would be a huge character building moment for them to come back from here. It all starts with one team fight, one bit of momentum that they can claw back, a bit of tempo that they can ride on top of LGD and take it from there. That's exactly what we saw in that OMG series. It's that one team fight. And pretty much from there, that was the entire series.
Yeah, and they would really have to be able to get out of their comfort zone. That comfort zone was game 1 and game 2, ironically enough, because of that was their comfortable picks that they had for themselves. Now this time around, they have to start something new. Whew. They were looking for a play here with Drazen on the side. But it's nice to see them still fighting. Looks like there's still a lot of fire in them.
And boy, on a very different pick. He was on the Ashe earlier, twice. So Jin is a very different champion, more of a caster more than anything else. But we'll see what he can do right here with the champion. And it is a longsword frenzy on the side of Young Miracles at the moment. All gone back to base and picked up a couple.
Do wonder if Jace, if he's going towards the tier. A lot of Jaces have been. So I was just wondering how many items you want to be able to get for yourself, because at that point you'd probably just get a longsword in 1 tier. But then he wants to actually worry about this lane matchup, so you might see him walk away from that entirely. This guy can take that longsword and build it into quite a bit. Serrated Dirk, or of course the defensive Hex Drinker. Goes into a lot, and it really helps out his laning phase. He's gonna need the help with how much struggling he's had in this lane so far. Oh, all right.
The classic Nami gank.
Yeah, I'm standing, I'm open, I'm ready for this.
Amy is set off to the side. Godby going in, opening up onto Knight, but he turns it around. Unleashed power, almost enough damage, and it is in the end to finish him off, courtesy of those minions. In comes Amy, in comes Ming for a counter kill, and it is 1 for 2. In the end, Jinnu was looking for that kill on the top side. And Clouds has to burn the ultimate to stop that from happening.
Yeah, such an incredible start from LGD. Not only was this play, they were ready for it. PYL was front seat. Didn't accomplish much, but that's just going to be a kill on top of Zara, who tried his hardest. So, yeah, let's take a replay on this one. You can see Zyra pivoting along with the rest of them. Graves took a second back. He was actually walking away from this entire play. Didn't think it would amount to much. So this was Young Miracles not being very patient for the play. And so they, it really costed them.
Just trying to see what was the last bit of damage there out from Godby to finish off Knight, but I think it actually just was a caster minion who came in there securing the kill. LGD have paid them off. And all members of Young Miracles have picked up a refillable potion. They're expecting to go back to base. They're playing the Miser build.
It's always fun to see this happening because it's like, all right, this is going to be the efficient game from this point forward. We ain't buying any more potions. 50 gold is now going towards actual items. That has been the rule that PDD made throughout the entire process intermission between games. No more potions.
No potions. No wins, no potions. Void getting chased down. Oh my god, Imp with the kill.
Wow.
2 versus 2. Ning caught out, and he is so dead. LGD, they're just running Young Miracles around the map. Here comes Knight jumping onto Godby, but Godby is actually turning this one around. Knight has to be a little bit confused. What's happening? Do I trade? Do I not trade? But now I'm completely out of mana. Drops the Unleashed Power. Just comes off cooldown, and down goes Jace. 5 kills in this early game. This is a complete collapse from Young Miracles.
Yeah, we're raising the danger levels to about stage red.
DEFCON 5, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, this is over. This is a point in time that Young Miracles were already in such a bad position. Mentally, mentality must have been poor. But then this happens, and suddenly you just don't know where this is going to go. They really have to dig deep here. And it all started from the laning phase. Void gets popped off of a balloon. Balloon. Bubble. Might as well be a balloon, everybody.
Close enough. It's a water balloon.
Ah, there we go. Well, it popped him nonetheless. He died. They were invading on Ning. Ning went to red buff. He dies. It was just a series of unfortunate events, and I ain't even reading that book. I'm not looking for that one. That's not something I want to watch.
Series on Netflix is easy to digest, but Brad doesn't care. It's not gonna happen.
I'm paying for Netflix, but I haven't watched a single show. Well, I've watched Luke Cage. I must have spent $100 on shit that I just don't watch.
It's good until episode 6. That was worth it. That was worth $100.
It is.
Everything past that, I want my money back. New Miracles are in not a good shape. This is actually episode 7, I'd probably say. Luke Cage right now. It's all going downhill.
When everything starts, you're like, all right, well, what's happening here? And I'm not going to spoil it for everybody, so I apologize. But just remember, it ends at episode 6. That's all you need to know.
Stop tuning in.
Yeah.
And if you're Young Miracle fans, maybe you just stop at game 2. Because in game 3, look at this. They are so far behind. 2,000 gold at 10 minutes is very significant. And it just means that item breakpoints are going to be picked up faster for LGD. They'll hit their first item power spike, while Young Miracles will be on components. It means first dragon, which luckily happens to be a cloud dragon, will go over to LGD most likely. But then it turns into objectives, turns into towers, and that's where the problems start arising.
Yeah, so Young Miracles, the one thing they can say that they have, not so much an advantage, but they can play around, is that Jhin, Zyra, all champions here that they can look to get picks for themselves. Just one. That's all they need. Nami's a safe one. Maybe Lee Sin. They can find one person that they can poke and finalize the kill with the Graves ulti. That's nice. But they ain't even in lane. Nami's looking for another kill on top of Jace, so this is just LGD constantly looking to the next play.
Ooh. Well, you want to take a bit of damage, but here's Nami after all, so Ebb and Flow is a nice bit of healing there.
And at this point, I actually want LGD to start rolling the dice. Take the first dragon here. Sure, it's Cloud Dragon. Wait a minute, they might have found something better.
Found Kahlua, but he's turning around. Lots of damage onto PYL, but now with Amy coming down, this is a kill confirmed. And Amy is actually thinking about coming out there for a potential KS, by which I mean a kill secure. But Imp, he'll give it over to him because he's 2-0-0. He's a gigantic Sivir. And if Imp goes off in this game, it's all but done. And it's back to the traditional LGD. Godby 2-0-2, Imp 2-0-0, bot tower gonna go down. And this is old school LGD.
Ooh, well, they might have a piece of Godby right here.
Voy is setting up on him, but he's got the dancing shoes. Knight, lots of damage coming in, and will find that kill. Jinu coming out here and the teleport in return. He's going 1 versus 4, gets a kill. Here comes Amy, finds a second. PYL with the fire support, and Ning is trying to get away from this, but the bubble comes in. Jinu turns it around, along with Amy. Kick to the back of the head, and that'll be 3 kills.
No way!
Not gonna happen. He was under the tower, but it was close, a little too close for comfort. Young Miracles are just dropping like flies. Imper's pushing the bottom tower.
Oh, when is Young Miracles ever going to be able to get a net win after a play they've started? And it looks like LGD, they're doubling down. Tower, he TP'd on top of it, so the tower shot would be not going on anybody, but Nami's like, no, I'm taking the tower shots now.
Oh, another solo tower kill to Imp, and let's see how that started off, because it's okay, great.
Okay, episode 1, episode 3, episode 5, this is like, oh, looking great for Godby. I mean, looking great for Young Miracles. And then episode 6 comes to 7. Oh no, suddenly this is not looking good. Jinu with an amazing TP flank. Amy able to solidify the kill. Even gets a stylish one on Clouds because of the beautiful bubble setup here from PYL.
And here's the shootout in the barbershop.
Yeah.
And it's just complete disaster.
Actual disaster. So Young Miracles, at least they're making these plays, right? At least they're forcing something so they don't just fall out of this set face first. That's a positive. But they need to be able to get these net victories. Like, for instance, they tried, in their defense in this one, it was actually kind of impossible. The moment they doubled down on getting the kill on Godby, they had dove far too deep to get out of that situation because Jinu did start that TP fairly clean. So the only real thing is that if you wanted to actually get out of there scot-free, you have to back away. You actually cannot get the kill on Syndra, which is hard to ask because they are trying and forcing very hard to get these kills in their favor. It just looks like there's never a right answer for this team.
At some point, they need to maybe just apply a different equation to this game. They don't have the solution. Amy coming in, finds the kick. Here comes Godby as well. Unleash power! And Knight is already down. Ning is trying to find his way out of this, but there's a Nami on the opposite side trying to escape through it, but the bubble comes down. He's dead as well. Ultimate being opened up by Void. Great equalizer coming in, and Jinu's turning around back onto Kahlua, doing what he can, but he's into the bus, dancing grenade. Great kill there to Void. And 2-2 all in all. It is an even trade this time to Young Miracles.
All right, they answered back. It was a good play. Oh, I guess it's no. Never mind. Oh, what was I saying? Oh, I think I was saying LGD just outright won that team fight. I think that's where I was going with that one.
100% Raz.
Yeah. That was well played, well executed. And honestly, Clouds' ulti was fantastic. They were in a corridor. LGD were taking full damage out of that Rumble ulti, so it was nice to see him be able to make that. But they just don't have the right answer because LGD's constantly grouping, and they're constantly getting these bubbles down. CC coming in from Kennen. Everything seems to be going in right. In fact, Amy being able to set up. Oh, wait a minute. Where you come from? He was being used. At least he's free now.
He's a free man. He's a free crab.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead, Raz. I was just getting
whatever
was happening over there.
My attention wasn't even privy to that, so the moment I saw that, it's always fun to see. Yeah, it was nice to see from Amy to be able to get that kick. He wasn't even a flash because he was in a proper position too, so that was nice for him to see and make that play happen. Because the one win condition you usually see from Young Miracles is Ning camping out for Knight, and you see them playing it out so well. In fact, most teams, they just simply die to that pressure. But Amy is not leaving Godby out. In fact, Godby, he's playing well himself to outplay these scenarios, but Amy's just been on point this entire series.
He really has, and you can actually say that every single member of the LGD lineup has been on point in some way. Top tower is now being sieged in. That should be the defense here by Young Miracles. You know, thinking about it, the Crab has probably never met Blue Buff before. You know?
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Syndra's like that mutual friend who brings two people together, and the Crab couldn't wait to get out of that social situation.
Oh, that's
Not
true.
want to be there whatsoever, wants to go home.
I'm backing away. Where's the nearest bus?
Yeah.
Get me
I
out
just
of
need
here.
to go to the bathroom real quick and immediately ran into the back alley.
Hide your face entirely.
Yep. Come out as a new person. It's like, nope, not gonna happen.
You gotta meet people at some point, everybody. It's a
Yeah.
lesson that you've learned after this set. There are two lessons you've learned from this one. A, LGD is looking pretty damn good.
Yep.
B, social interactions are important.
They are, but don't let your friends like Syndra force you into them. Because if they're dragging you by sheer force of will, I don't think that's cool. I think people should go in their own time. You know? If the Crab wants to go meet Blue Buff, then Crab will do that.
It's nice to have a friend actually help you out in that situation. But that's just sport. That's just literally the sports. That's just All right, that's nice to learn that one.
Yeah.
I hope
Don't
you guys
make friends
enjoyed
with
that
people with telekinesis. That's always going to happen.
At some point in your life.
Wow, they're actually giving this one to Imp.
Yeah.
Incredible. Imp has the Herald. All right. Godby is doing what he can to clear out this mid wave.
Oh,
and
no.
this is going to become very bad for Young Miracles very, very quickly. Ning, you need to get out of there. But the Q is connected, and Amy goes in. He may pay for it with his life, but here come that boy. He's opening up with the ultimate, and he's getting these kills to go down. But everyone stands still, and Jinu into the back lines. 3 kills for 1. And Voy and Knight are trying to make it out, but he stuns up, and Jinu wants this kill.
Oh, they got to get out of this one. It looks like they're in a tough spot.
Oh, Voy making it out, but there's nowhere to go. He is not as fast as a frog on a unicycle, and that'll be 5 kills to 1. LGD, massive win.
3 for, yeah, they didn't lose much at all. An incredible play, and I was really surprised Amy was able to land in that kick. Comes in with a proper ult, of course, and as you mentioned, Voy really popped on that one. Got a lot of kills, and we're just going to take a look at this replay because PYL sets this up really nice with his ulti. And then you could just take a look at Amy. So he sets it up with his Q, follows through, gets a kick on top of a great Stranglethorn. And then, yeah, this is when it starts to change up just a little bit as we freeze frame.
Oh, and then nothing ever happened.
Yeah, I don't even remember. Yeah. I actually just don't remember the play. I don't know what we were looking at.
History was rewritten, apparently. What were we talking about? I don't know.
I think it was just the Rumble taking the CS.
Oh, Young Miracles are 2-0. What happened right there? Oh.
Oh.
No, history didn't go that badly. Just got neuralized for a second, but we remember what happened. We remember the 2 wins to LGD. The men in black thought they had one over us.
Not this time.
Not gonna happen. Look at him. He is a split-pushing fiend.
He has red buff. He has the Rift Herald. Definite damage.
He has 2 items.
He's actually just the top laner now.
This tower's gone. Someone needs to stop him. Anybody. Okay. Voy and Kahlua turn up.
We talked about this is what's fun because so much has been happening on the map here in terms of the skirmishes constantly happening for LGD. We haven't talked about Jinu because he's just been split pushing like a madman. Every time Clouds has tried for a wait a minute.
That was definitely like 4 auto attacks and Voy is almost dead. Kahlua trying to get away and does indeed. Core comes in. Knight and Ning are coming in from the sidelines. LGD, all they need to try and do is get away, and I think they've just done it. Ning is jumping after. Comes in with the smoke screen, popping all the ultimates, but Imp is still alive. Bubble does not connect onto Knight. And PYL shields Imp with his body, and that means that Godby and Jinu are just taking the base of Young Miracles.
Yeah, that was pure desperation out of Young Miracles. They couldn't get a single kill, and so they lose just about every objective they definitely hold, Dia. That's the bottom lane inhib tower, and wait a second.
Oh no, Knight was greeting for the farm, and now he's dead.
Feels bad.
Jinu took bottom tower as well. This has gotten quickly out of hand. We're 20 minutes into this game. There was almost a 13,000 gold lead. 6 towers to 0.
And it's a slow burn too. The reason why is
slow
because
burn?
No, well, wait a minute.
Slow burn? Ning just got blown up in the jungle. He takes another bit of damage, and he's down. We've had 24 kills in 20 minutes.
That's
you need to explain to me why it's a slow burn, Raz.
Because they could have ended it by just going to Baron. They've had so much control in this area.
Baron's
for
only
how
been alive
long?
for 40 seconds.
Oh, you're right. You know what? Touche. Wow. This is a fast game.
You're going to have to back up here, Raz.
Wait a minute.
Because now they're going for Baron.
All right, there we go. So those games are going by pretty quickly. There is nothing able to stop them. It looks like they might try.
Nope, not going to happen. 21 minutes into this game. Baron to LGD. They have a 15,000 gold advantage.
Ooh. Yeah.
This is the LGD final form.
They've definitely found themselves some new powers. With old members.
Yeah.
So that's incredible. You're always worrying about Sivers itemizing, like, oh, that's going to take a long time to build those items. But apparently, if you're able to stomp this much early in, you don't even need that 3rd item. That's just Reaver. Phantom Dancer.
You're good to go.
Yeah, he's probably not even going to be able to finish an IE when this ends.
The game is just ending too quickly. Young Miracles are looking for another shot in the dark towards the top side, but LGD are playing it safe. They're waiting for the regroup, and they'll just run it down the lane. There's actually an open inhib in the bot side if they wanted it as well. this game is basically written itself.
Yeah, so what's essentially going to happen here, since someone does need to answer to Kennen, he's going to just try and hit that open inhib. It's going to be Rumble who tries to stop him. It's going to be a difficult task for him. As we start this one off.
Curtain Core and Ning is already dead. Kahlua comes in from the side and evaporates. Knight jumps in, but he barely did anything as Clouds tries his best to do damage to Amy, but Amy is going in. Everything was telling him yes on that one. And Knight will try to back away, but the Dark Sphere ends his life, and that is 5 kills for 1. Teleport coming in. Ginny wasn't even in the fight. And this is a complete whitewash. The 2 towers are going to be falling here. And with that on to the Nexus. LGD, an absolute massacre. 3-0 Young Miracles, and make it back into the LPL.
There we go. Yeah, fist bump.
Oh, yeah.
That was so fast. Oh, stop it already. Yeah, this is ridiculous. The synergy off the charts, off the 2 massive players of Jinu and Amy. That is a definitive set if I've ever seen one. LGD in fantastic form. You definitely want to be able to see this level of play in the summer split. So that's a sneak peek. That's a preview for everybody out there. And of course, hands being shaken. Young Miracles on their 6th chance as an organization. They have put in a lot of investments. They put in a lot of time in the LSPL. And they've been at legacy team. I want them to keep trucking. I want them to try again. They still have this next summer split, of course. And it hurts. It does.
Yeah, because that would be their 7th time trying to get into the LPL. And that is insane.
It is. And sometimes these life lessons, it definitely hurts. They're all still growing, and maybe they'll come in as a different team, different members. Maybe Ning not feeling that jungle role anymore, right? There's a lot of lessons to learn from this one, so we'll see another Young Miracles, I hope. Because it's always nice to see them. It's always nice to cast them. Keep fighting, and at some point they will succeed.
And it sucks as well for this lineup because we did see some good moments as Godvi actually just barrels through that man.
Respect your staff.
Get out of my way. I'm back in the LPL.
Running rough shot.
But yeah, Young Miracles as well because they put up a fight in the first game, the second game, and the third game. You could see where being a younger team did hurt them because they were crushing the morale, and the couple early kills that went down over to LGD quickly snowballed that game out of control for them. And more credit to LGD as a team, but Young Miracles, we're going to have to wait for another split to see if they can make it in because that was a 22-minute victory.
And that is unlucky as unlucky can get. The one time that Young Miracles really did have fate in their hands was in the LSPL finals to get that promotion in, and that's when they did go 3-0 versus Suning Gaming. Yeah. So then going up against LGD as 2nd seed is definitely unlucky. They tried their hardest. They learned their lessons. Of course, now that they got bounced out, they tried. They went through that boot camp. And now it's all going to be in the 2nd split. It's always one of those points for them. Some players, it's going to feel like a revolving door. But you got to keep trying, and a lot of players out there have had their fair share of unfortunate things. So now this is going to be coming into a replay. This is, oh yeah, that once replay. They all end on getting Godby, and the TP comes in incredibly soon. So the moment they kill Godby is the moment they sign the dotted line to their own demise.
Which seems weird, but that actually is how it turned out in the end because LGD found the flank, and they actually just killed everybody.
Yeah, it just kept happening here. Even got a clean getaway. And so that's just if he was able to get that kill, that's when you just really hate yourself as a human. If everything's just going wrong for you.
Yep.
So Young Miracles were turning it on, even though they knew they were going up against a juggernaut here in LGD. They tried their hardest. They went through those boot camps as we mentioned, right? Just didn't work out for them this time around. It's a good moment to mention, I guess, and talk about the 3 teams that did go through, and I suppose 4 teams, because Snake succeeded, went back into the LPL.
Correct.
It was LGD off this play as well. Suning Gaming got the auto promotion, so it's always nice. We'll have to see them coming through.
Dan.
Yeah, and Dan Gaming. There we go.
Yeah, he deserves it.
One time he got out that leash.
Godby unleashed on that Syndra. He was going off, honestly. He was out playing in the mid lane. He died there, and his whole team just killed everybody. And, you know, he got the pick. And Godby, put himself in that victor and got this one game where he's like, I'm going to treat myself. I'm going to play Syndra, and I'm just going to win the game for our team.
You just got to have those moments for yourself. So I like the fact that he was able to showcase this the one time that the Syndra goes in his favor, right? So I like that. And even just to hit back on the earlier points, right? LGD is now back in the LPL. And Suning Gaming, they have the likes of Fury from the LCK and also Avoidless. And I guess Lilac, who's their coach. So you got a lot of recognizable names coming through in the LPL. So the summer split's definitely going to be firing off. It's definitely going to be an incredible set or like sight to see. So it's real fun to see because we've never had this happen before. I guess other than the LPL expansion tournament so long ago when Vici did enter the LPL, we had a lot of teams enter the LPL. So you see those massive shifts. But since that point, promotion tournaments have usually just been LPL teams just smacking down LPL teams. Not going to be this case. Sure, you get the auto promotion that came through, but Dan Gaming, that one's going to be a real treat to see and how they perform.
It will, but at the same time, it's still crazy to me. I'm a little shell-shocked that Vici are out of the LPL, like a long legacy, not only just like the organization, but like the players as well, right? Like Bengi, EasyHoon, even Long in the top lane, like that was a lineup that had incredible star power. It was a lineup that had so much potential and could even make it into not just playoffs, but maybe into the top 4 of the entire league. But the fact that they fell so hard towards the end of the split and to the point where they started getting taken out by Dan Gaming, they actually self-destructed. I mean, Dan Gaming was fine, but they didn't do anything spectacular because Vici folded in on themselves and they exploited those weaknesses, and any team who is worth their salt coming into this tournament would have done it, especially from what I saw from Young Miracles. I could have substituted Young Miracles in there, and credit to them, they would have been able to take those advantages. But Vici just had so many issues.
And that's the risk of having long-term goals in the LPL, or just in general in top-tier leagues. If you have a long-term goal set out, you set your chips, they put in investments on EasyHoon and Bengi, and they are not bad players. That's going to be a lot of conversations about they performed poorly at times. Bengi had performed well entirely through the split. There had been times where EasyHoon had not been communicating, or at least able to communicate with the rest of the teams. And so it looks bad for them individually. But the team, the organization, they set up these long-term goals. They gave Bengi Chinese courses, and they even at a time put in Ocean as their jungler just so they can see if the communication's been working out. So these are long-term issues and core issues that they really hoped could work going into the summer split, but just not given that chance because these are large obstacles in your path. If you are not in the, like they had 5th seed, and so 5th seed was literally the difference of just making it into playoffs or going into the promotion tournament. And you can see the risk of if you can't make it into the playoffs, if you just miss out just off of one set, just go into week 10 and you barely miss off that opportunity where NewBee went soaring. They went flying right into the quarterfinals going up against EDG. They missed that. And then they're out. That's all it is. That's your story. That's your legacy.
It's a tough pill to swallow. It's so difficult from the side of Vici, and it's just crazy because they had so much star potential, and especially when like you have the players like Bengi and EasyHoon, it's just a question of now where do those players go? Do they go back into the LPL? Because that is kind of the dark side of bringing in Koreans and imports into a foreign league. It's like you can have literally the best players on the planet, but if you don't have that team cohesion, this happens and they get relegated. So where do they come from here? It's like, okay, well, these players are still good. We've seen it work. Duke is a great example outside of playoffs in the regular season. So can you bring them into different rosters? Will other teams rather, look to pick up these players?
I guess the first question, of course, is within their contracts, whether they're going to be sticking with the organization off that. But if it comes down to choice as well. Because remember, when Saint fell through, they still had Acorn play with them. They still had Chimin. The Koreans stayed true, and sure, they also went out of the LSPL as well. So that story didn't end well for them. But it's down to the players. You have a big future ahead of you if you are EasyHoon, if you're Bengi. You can find new teams. You can even go back to the LCK. Now that's incredibly competitive, so maybe you're not going to be able to find that spot. It's going to be a tough road for you. Meanwhile, Long, who has had some great sets, has had a pretty great LPL career for himself as a Chinese top laner. There will always be a place for him. Same down for the bottom. The bottom lanes have some tough times, and that's where the real road for them, because they have to actually truck it. They have to probably stay with the organization if they can, because they didn't have a good showing. They probably looked the worst out of anybody on that team. And so Swanswampy, Hetong, Caveman, Endless. like all of them are probably going to be sticking with the organization to really get at second chance, that chance of redemption to showcase that they are good players on stage.
And that's the crazy thing, right? Because coming out of this promotion tournament, especially in the LPL, because you have so many extended rosters, there are so many people in the sub lineup as well. So many players now are in the pool, depending on contracts and whether they're enlisted for the team for any longer periods of time.
Yeah.
There are so many big players now up for grabs for teams who want them. Like, I even look towards a Gimgoon coming out of the lineup of G2 and now into the LSPL. Look towards Bengi, the Easy Hoons. Who else dropped out? I think that's... Yeah, we've got the rest of the lineup as well. Of course, like Klaus will probably look to stick with his team. We saw what he could do in a lineup, but we also saw him go onto stage and some of the nerves and the difference between him and like a Jinnu, for example, when he was able to get those solo kills. So there's definitely a lot of talent down there, but that's the interesting thing of off-season, right?
That's
when all these teams break apart, come back together, and what type of team do we have coming out on the other end?
That's what I love about off-season. Every single time it's Chinese off-season, you just see so many rumors fly along. You're like, you could just hear all these top Korean players, maybe they're finding their shot in China, or maybe the players that did get relegated or out of their league, either be it LSPL or LPL, maybe they have a shot too. So it's a rocky road. You never know what these teams were going to look like from spring to summer. A lot changes, so we have a long road ahead of us. So it's nice to see this promotion tournament come to an end.
Yeah, and it all starts here. So you're actually completely right. That is the end of the promotion tournament. It's happened in a flash, honestly. It all happened at the same time as the promotion tournament, along with playoffs. But either way, we are going to close the show there. So it's been a crazy ride. Honestly, we've seen some incredible games of League of Legends. We've seen some insane upsets. We've seen Vici leave the tournament. We've seen LGD re-qualifying. A lot of new fresh blood joining the LPL for the next split. But for now, we are going to sign off there and look towards tomorrow as the playoffs continue in the LPL and who will be making it on to the third place match, and of course the finals as well as the semi-finals kick off here in the LPL. So thank you for watching, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Oxbridge. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Man, I just do what I do. Don't know about you. I just do what I do. Check. That's the intro. See that? Yeah. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Yo, check. Let me flip this script. I feel privileged for all who can witness this. I am close to divine. Know the moment is mine, need no omen or sign. Oxbridge. Providing a back sound to all the squares that ask around. We getting it. My skills pay me. Trying to get a million, baby, with an adopted flow that God gave me. Me now. Tell whoever runners that they spot is temporary till I take it, it's mine. I'm selfish. Yo, will tell Miss I'm on my wealth tip. So when we cash out soon, I'm just investing. No yes men. I've been a legend since before mom and dad had me and was best friends. I chew through comp, don't test them. I chew on tracks, cause after that I bless them. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. Listen to this rhyming exhibition. I'm something you ain't seen, like an honest politician. This ain't just head hitting. A lot of pinched nerves on necks are caused by bars that bless spitting. Wait, don't hate. I just move how I move. I can't describe what it is. I just do what I do. I am better than any rapper from here to wherever, and my legacy will harass my offsprings forever. I flow it right better than any. I'm the hottest, and trust me, that's not being conceited. That's being modest. I'm being honest. Pop up my collar. School of hard knocks. I graduated with honors. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do.